Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mid-Season Cup for 2020. We're heading into our semi-finals today. And eventually, at the end of everything, Korea made it on through in the end. It's not just going to be LPL semi-finals. My name is Wilshels. I'm joined by Dagda and Hysterics as we jump into our playoffs.
Yeah, it's nice to be back for the LPL semi-finals featuring Gen G in the MSC. But yeah, I mean, look, Gen G looked absolutely stellar yesterday, so not a surprise.
Man, feels bad if you're a Korean, you know, like an LCK fan, I should say here, because one team out of four.
Yeah, but Gen G are looking good. Let's take a look at our groups and where we ended at the end of yesterday as we move towards our semi-finals. Group A finished out with FBX and Top Esports topping that group out. T1 at the bottom of the standings there. Then Group B, it was Gen G and JDG that made it through after tiebreak.
This was the biggest upset. T1 not making it through groups when the expectation from all the casters was that T1 would be first or second. So for Group A, that's the biggest upset of the weekend so far.
And for Group B, I expected DRX to get out. They looked great, started off with that 2-0, and then suddenly it all fell apart. They really looked strong coming into it.
They reverse swept themselves.
Yeah.
It's a disaster for DRX. But let's talk a little bit about Group A first, because I want to highlight one of the players out of Group A. Our highlight player across that first day has to be Knight, man. Knight in the mid lane just looked amazing time after time, and people were questioning whether he would step up in international play. He absolutely has.
And especially when top as a whole didn't look amazing, Knight needed to step up, and that's exactly what he did. He saved the fight against Damwon with the smooth LeBlanc plays. He set up the final engage against T1 to secure them the semi-finals, and then he managed to get the solo kill on Doinby as well.
And finally, we got a Knight in an international tournament that played well, right? Last Rift Rivals, you remember that Knight didn't step up to the plate. We know Knight in playoffs as well really struggles. So he came into this tournament with the expectations that we might not get the King Knight, the golden left hand himself, but like you said, the LeBlanc, which he just wanted to show that he was a class act, the Corki with lethal tempo that he's made famous in the LPL.
And for someone that has struggled so long in these bigger stages, for him to finally step up and showcase what we've been talking about for so long in the LPL is fantastic to see for this young man.
He was making us look bad, man. We talked him up every tournament, but now finally we're right.
It feels like maybe 2020 is his year.
Yeah,
I'm excited for what Knight can bring to the table today, but it's blind pick to start off the best of 5, so there's a lot on the line for the mid laners. But on the other side, when we look at Group B as well, it's another mid laner that's going to get our highlight player for Group B. It's going to be BDD. I think you guys at home already knew it, because yesterday he went God mode.
We wanted regular season BDD. We wanted regular season Gen G. We got that here in Group B. And BDD, not only did he play exceptionally well in the likes of the Azir, the Syndra, he had a Yasuo game that is exactly your team, your enemy team's Yasuo, and it was really scary to watch. And I think BDD showed us that that regular season MVP was well deserved.
4-man Azir ultimates against JDG to win crucial dragon fights. 13-2 on that Yasuo that you were talking about. He looked unstoppable and just propelled Gen G straight into that first seed of Group B. And a lot of that was, yes, off of his own play. He looked absolutely stellar, but it was a fantastic supporting cast around him as well. The clips that you see here, Clade setting him up for success with a lot of these engages. You also had Rascal, who's having great performances on the likes of the Silas that were really just helping him to secure these victories for Gen G.
And then you go towards the bottom side of the map, and we had some pretty good games out of Ruler and Life as well. I know that towards the final couple of games for Gen G, Ruler had some step-ups, but the majority of the tournament, Ruler and Life with this solid bottom lane that kind of put Gen G together.
Yeah, but just look at BDD on the Azir. He almost single-handedly wins this team. This looked like it was JDG's fight.
And this is where we were, as you mentioned, Hysterics, looking at Gen G as, do we get regular season Gen G or what do we get? And right now, BDD is leading the charge as regular season Gen G, and he needs that to continue here today.
All right, well, we'll return to the conversation of Gen G, but let's take a look at our bracket and how things are going to be panning out across the course of today. We'll start things off at the top of the bracket. You can see them there. FBX versus JDG. It's going to be a rematch of the semi-finals of the LPL playoffs. And then on the other side of the bracket, we'll have Gen G up against Top Esports, Korea's last hope, against the LPL finalists in Top Esports. But first off, let's move the conversation over to FPX versus JDG. Let's talk a little bit about these two teams in this matchup, because FPX, Obviously, the semi-finals didn't look so hot against JDG.
And this is the problem that I'm going to see here for FPX, is that it's an uphill battle to begin with. 3-0'd in the LPL semi-finals in a similar position, and especially when FPX, on their wins yesterday, picked up the win on Rumble, they picked up the win with the Galio, and these were the plays that were banned away by JDG. You weren't able to pick them up as FPX. So now coming into today's games, they need to find a way to mix things up to try and take on JDG.
I will say, though, what the difference is between this game and, this best of 5 and the semi-finals in the LPL is the fact that we now have Khan in that top lane. It is not Gimgoon. It is the top laner who, towards the end of this group, really found the form alongside the rest of FPX.
And especially when FPX are so happy now to start playing around him. As you saw on your screens there, Zombie getting out of lane, working with Tien to camp topside against Damwon, made it nigh on impossible for Damwon to get any sort of foothold in this game. And I think with Khan versus Zoom, this matchup that we were missing for such a large portion of our LPL split, this will be the decider, especially for Zoom, who didn't have the best of games yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I think Tien as well kind of stepped up a lot. We were questioning his Kindred a little bit in the earlier games, but the longer the day went on, the better Tien.
Yeah, well said, Munch, because at the start of the day, that Kindred performs. The inconsistencies with Tien is what happened during the regular season. The questions towards Tien, who was called the best jungler of 2019.
And aside from that as well, I was really impressed in top esports games how FPX were able to punish overextensions. One of the biggest things it felt like for me in the regular split was once FPX fell behind, they didn't really know how to claw their way back into it. But when they played against top, they were figuring out, okay, if we let top roam into us, well, then we can get these engages that we want off, even winning 4v5 fights. So I think with the new level that FPX are showing with Khan, that confidence that maybe he brings to the roster is what might be the deciding factor for this match.
Dude, finally, during the regular, it took the whole of the regular season and then no playoff Khan into the third place match. I think now FPX have got that recipe of success, so I'm hoping it's a bit more competitive than what we saw in that semi-final.
It feels like they're finally ready to bring Khan to the fold. But let's take a look at their opponents as well, because JDG are going to be coming in strong, no less. They had a long day yesterday. They had a really long day yesterday.
To say the least.
But they're still looking good, and they pulled it out in the clutch moments in the end of the tie.
And you know what? If you're talking clutch moments, I know we're having a look here at earlier in the day against the other LPL team in the group who didn't do so hot in Invictus Gaming, but we rolled towards a Zoom carry towards the end of that day. He finally showed up. I think those individual members of JDG are really solidifying their position here at MSC.
I think that's what scared me, though, looking at JDG, was it took them so long to get rolling. In the earlier games against the LCK lineups, they didn't show up for a lot of the early game. It was waiting for those late games where they could outperform them in the team fights or wait for mistakes from the enemy. But you can't really rely on that, especially with the performance that Gen G had yesterday. There was so few mistakes in their game plan, and they really did look like they'd taken that step up.
But I am happy to give JDG that bit of a, time period over the day, because I think it was learning more about the meta and learning more about the LCK teams they're going up against, because IG weren't really their threat, let's be quite honest. But JDG with that development now looks solidified. We still have Kanavi, Loken kind of stepping up to the plate here.
And I think Loken is worth talking about as well, because he got a lot of criticism across the regular split in the LPL. But here at MSC, I think he's been one of, if not the most consistent player on G.
I agree with you, but I think Lu Mao's been the most consistent player.
Oh,
Lu Mao has been absolutely stellar for this team throughout all day yesterday, throughout the regular season performance as well.
That set game, man.
The set was amazing. His Leona here looked absolutely stellar as well. And I think when I looked towards JDG, the biggest problem that I saw yesterday was the control they had in the finals didn't matter about the composition that they played. It was the way they played the map was so incredibly smart. Yesterday, that's not the performance we saw for a lot of this. Zoom getting caught out in usual positions. Kanavi getting caught out in the enemy jungle as Trundle trying to back. These are mistakes that are not consistent with meta. They're consistent with the team as a whole. Now, as we said, they found their groove as the day went on, but I'm still curious as to what do we get? Do we get early day JDG or do we get the later game?
Can they turn it on quickly?
Isn't that funny? Because with FPX, it's kind of the same, right? Their first game was against T1 and they did not look great at all. T1 destroyed them, but as the day went on, FPX shaped up. As the day went on, JDG got better and better as well. So it's just about that development through the individual days that make their team look better and better.
Which version of these two teams are we going to get is the question. And also, as we look towards a blind pick game number 1, Knight looked great on LeBlanc. Your Gao's always looking great on LeBlanc. I would love to see a LeBlanc matchup in that mid lane. We'll have to wait and see how the draft is going to go, though. Let's take a look at our second semi-final for the day as well, as our Korean representatives, the last men standing from the LCK. It's Gen G there, going up against Top Esports from the side of LPL.
And Top Esports have looked amazing. Jackie Love in an interview said that they decided to match the slow pace of the LCK because they were just like, right, we can beat these teams in late game fights. So that's the style that we're going to play. It worked out for them on day number 1, and we're going to have to see now if they can do the same here.
Individuals stepping up huge. I like that you start with Jackie Love, and you know, it's important to look at how these players operate, because when we get towards something like a late game fight, when we get towards how Top Esports have been playing these games, people like Jackie Love are so experienced, and someone like Knight as well played them out exceptionally. So again, just coming back to the point, I think Top Esports here, the individuality still strikes true as we expected at the start.
The problem that I'm seeing though here is that against FPX, Top tried this poke and disengage composition that didn't really work out, and as well against T1, the way that they end up winning in that late game team fight was a strange Baron call from T1. So it's still relying on some mistakes and still seeing some mistakes in Top Esports play. And this seems to be the story of the LPL teams coming into this. They're not as clean as we expected, and they really need to pick it up. And here's that call that I was talking about from T1, where they just haven't, or well, this was a strange call that gave Top Esports the opportunity to come back into this game, but they were not in this game until this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the most exciting things about Top Esports for me is you kind of do get two versions of them sometimes, but when they pop off individually, players like Knight, players like Jackie Love, they go to another level. They bring out things that you just can't even imagine happening.
Looks like it feels, or rather it feels like it's dependent on someone like Karsa, especially. In the last couple of games we saw of the day, Karsa came into it in a big way, right? As part of the shot calling we expect in the early game, and with Jackie Love alongside that for the late game, Karsa kind of makes or breaks some of these games.
And Karsa goes into that conversation of this Lee Sin pick. Obviously, LCK has not really looked very good, but it's a favorite pick in the LPL. Karsa is one of the players that can justify that Lee Sin pick.
And you can see Knight there as well with his Echo pick, his little pocket pick as well. Final engage there against T1 to win that entire fight.
Yeah, and let's talk about their opponents as well quickly, because we're starting to run out of time. We're getting towards our games here. Gen G. And the first player I want to talk about on the side of Gen G, obviously, is BDD. He looked amazing. We've already talked about him a bunch earlier on. But I also want to mention Ruler, because it feels like with Ruler, you can never count him out of a fight.
I mean, the team as a whole stepped up. Rascal had insane Silas engages. You got Clid, who did an amazing job of controlling the enemy jungle.
Had a really good day,
we already talked about BDD. Ruler was slapping Deft around on Kalista in that bottom lane. Deft, we talked about being one of the strongest laning AD carries in this tournament. And then as well, the support. Life was incredible, getting these roams off on the set, popping up all over the map and making it impossible for the enemy team to figure out where he's going to be or how they're going to win this 1v2 they now found themselves.
You can see there really great coordination between Clid and BDD, and I know we're harping on a bit of a record here. BDD alongside Rascal, because Rascal has looked like one of the best top laners at this tournament. Rascal absorbs so much pressure through the early game, especially when you're in groups with teams like IG and DRX. And you get to this point where you're like, okay, Rascal's not going to do anything in fights, but then he shows up big alongside BDD, of course.
I just love the drafts that we're seeing out of Gen G as well. They're willing to bring out some of the weird picks, especially Life. He has a weird old champion pull down in the spot role, but we're just about out of time. It's time to head over to LoL Park. So, gentlemen, before we head over there, final words. Who's going to be in the finals?
This is really hard to call. I think it'll be JDG versus Gen G. I think Gen G just beat the LPL teams yesterday, and they could do the same again today.
Right, I want to see an LCK versus LPL final. I'm sorry. I think Gen G are going to take it in the matchup. I think JDG will also meet them there. So I'm hoping for an LPL LCK matchup in the finals. That's all I want.
I think it's JDG against Top. I think that's going to be a LPL final rematch. We'll have to wait and see. It's time to head over to the LCK casters and get these semifinals underway.
辣饭吧，就跟这个妖姬，感觉他被我换来换去的，有点晕。 再追一个 Knight 身上是挂了一个毛兵，恐怕这两个人都不太好走吧。Knight 总算是要回到过去，再去斩杀了一个对手的辅助。
也感觉他被我换来换去的，有点晕。
再追一个 Knight 身上是挂了一个毛兵，恐怕这两个人都不太好走吧。Knight 总算是要回到过去，再去斩杀了一个对手的辅助。
다시 복수해서 홀가분해진 것 같아요 지금은.
厄培尤斯那把他打的输出没打好一点，我们就输了。
如果盲选的话，将选我们FanPlus的冠军皮肤阵容。
개인이 좋아하는 챔피언도 많이 나올 것 같다고 생각은 하고 있는 것 같아요.
我觉得盲选我想玩的可能就是那种什么亚索、杰艾克这种。
做对我们最有利的选择，然后再把自己的线上打好一点。
没什么压力，因为他们是他们，我们是我们嘛。
라이트 선수, 켈리드 선수랑 같이 게임 내내 답답한 기분을 느끼게 해드리겠습니다.
既然小组赛我已经出现了嘛，那半决赛一定要拿下，加油！
我们 BO5也打了3次了，结果怎么样就不用我说了吧。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here live once again in LoL Park for the 2020 Mid-Season Cup. It's me, Valdez, today with Wadid, a very special guest once again, back with us on the desk. How are you doing today, man?
I'm feeling great. Hey, guys.
Hey, guys, yeah, you don't have to say much. I know you talked a lot yesterday. It was a very busy day for you and Atlas. Going all the way to 8 games through the tiebreaker games was crazy, but now we do have our knockout stage and our final teams that will be going into the semifinals today. You and I are going to be bringing everybody at home, FPX and JDG, going head-to-head in this best of 5. As we do take a look at the lineups here once again, Khan is going to be going up into the top lane, as we could have expected after the way the group stage did go.
Yeah, and also when they played against JDG in the LPL, they had the game gun on the top side, right? So they have kind of excuse to play this, because like before they didn't have Khan. So
yeah,
this time they have new member, so it can be completely different. So yeah, it's really exciting matchup for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Khan did prove that he's kind of a mechanical god that he was once, you know, brought into the scene as and became famous for. And especially because this game one, by the way, in the best of 5s, everybody, are going to be blind picks. So this means that we could see crazy picks coming out. We can see mirror matchups in many different lanes.
I mean, Tian said he really want to use all 5 world skins.
Yeah.
But my question is Khan gonna use Kim Gun's Gangplank skin?
Yeah, I don't know. Would Khan even want to play Gangplank? You know?
I mean, he has his pride, you know, like
yeah,
he needs to prove something else than his skin.
True.
But I think maybe for the team, for the meme, and
for the meme,
yeah, I mean,
the meme dream.
Yeah, he can definitely do it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's this weird thing where we got this blind pick and we could have crazy picks, but at the same time, first place is $600,000. So
man,
a lot of the players, I'm sure, in the back of their minds and the orgs are like, well, you know,
I mean,
we have to be competitive in every single game. All these teams are so good here in the semifinals.
But when you think about it, if you sell skins, then you get money as a player, right?
True,
So
yeah,
they can both of them, you know, benefit.
Yeah, true.
Worth.
Win and also sell skins.
Yeah, exactly.
With your skins. Yeah, actually, you know, not a bad idea. So maybe there's like a meta feeling within the skin as well. We'll have to see if they actually do it here. As we're taking a look at DDG's lineup. Obviously, as we were brought in by the LPL guys in the pre-show, they went over how well JDD did do in the previous day. And yeah, it was a long day for them as well, but they were looking pretty good by the end of it. Obviously, I feel like as a team, there's not really one specific player that stands out as like the hard carry of the team, but just as a team, they're all just really strong right now.
Yeah, I'm just worried about their condition because they had they spent almost 8 and 10 hours in the venue as us, right?
Yeah.
And I just saw like 8 cups on the table, probably filled up with the caffeine. But yeah. Just what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is it's BO5, right? So definitely condition will matter.
Yeah, that's true, and that means FPX, they had a day to rest, to sit back and to watch the games.
Yeah.
Maybe go over strategies. Whereas the guys here at JDG, they stayed all night. They went back to their dorm or hotel or wherever, and then immediately it's like they don't have much time to go over things because they got to get their rest and prepare for the next day. So that's a good point to raise, and I'm definitely very curious to see if they're going to come out swinging or will they fall flat here on the blind pig, because as we even saw in the interview with some of the players, they're expecting a lot of mechanical champions, like they call them physical champions, such as Yasuo, Echo, these assassins that...
He's laughing, by the way.
Yeah, well, he's always laughing.
Yeah, and also Kanavi said in an interview that they're really close, so we're going to talk about champions that we're going to play in Blind Pig. So maybe we can see something like FPX skins versus IG skins, like LPL representations.
Yeah. I mean, that would be the true meme dream, I guess.
True meme dream.
Yeah. That means both teams are in on it.
Yeah, and also Riot is going to be really happy.
Yeah, of course. Everybody's making money. Everybody's selling the skins.
Yeah.
Could happen.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised. Or the opposite, maybe FPX just play their skins and then it's up against IG skins or something like that.
Okay, let's be really boring then,
Yeah.
If you really want to win this game, then I would definitely pick mid Syndra and AD carry Varus.
Yeah. Oh, that's so boring.
I mean, if you really want to win this,
Yeah.
then just pick Syndra and Varus.
Syndra, Varus.
All the matchups that you could play in this meta is definitely playable and is actually good in early game and late game as well.
True. And you can build around those two champions, as you're saying. I wouldn't be surprised to see Varus against Varus.
No. Oh, no. Do not hover the champion, please. Lokan. He just locked in.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it's, Varus against Varus, I think we can expect. Mid lane, I think we might see some LeBlanc. Maybe Gao's going to pull out his LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Especially if he's maybe expecting a Syndra.
Actually, Kanavi loves to play Lee Sin, and Tian has his skin. I mean, it's 100% that Tian is going to play Lee Sin. There is no way.
Yeah.
It's his pride.
Yeah.
And also, Kanavi kind of showed up yesterday with the Lee Sin.
True.
And he was watching that.
He's jealous now.
Yeah, he's like, I'm better player. I have my skin, bro.
Yeah.
You don't. So.
By the way, Varus versus Varus.
Oh, man.
Locked in the bottom side. Khan is playing Ornn.
Okay.
As well.
Way more boring than Gangplank.
Look at this comp by FPX. This is the most boring thing I've ever seen. Okay, we have everything except the jungle locked in.
Yeah.
And that's the real question, is he going to actually play Lee Sin with what looks like a heavy scaling comp already by FPX?
I think both teams are thinking about like Kindred, Trundle, those kind of mind games, right? But I don't think they're gonna pick Trundle kind of champion.
Yeah,
they're definitely picking in Nidalee and Graves in the jungle, and Yagao picked Corki, by the way. This guy, look at this guy. He really wanted that $600K.
Yeah, he did. He, honestly, I don't blame them. There's
we cannot.
Yeah.
They are professional players,
Of course.
I would definitely do the same, by the way.
Would you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I will.
Okay. You pick up the Tom Kents for your teammates?
Maybe I suggest something else. Like, hey guys, maybe we can earn money at the same time with like promoting our skins,
Yeah.
and like, haha, guys, chill down, it's joke,
Yeah.
No way, I'm playing TK.
Yeah. TK all the way.
Yeah.
As what did a team player, and so is Chris, apparently. He played a lot of aggressive supports in the group stage, and now he's like, well, he's been, I don't know, the anger has been quelled. He's been calmed down, and he's just going to be gobbling up his teammates and saving them, as this is pretty much the most disgusting scaling comp on the side of FPX. But guys, we are going to see what happens here in game number 1 of this best of 5. Here we go. Back on the Rift once again. I hope you you had some caffeine yourself, Wadid, and you got some rest after your marathon yesterday.
Yeah, actually I didn't drink it, by the way.
Okay.
So I might sleep during the game. Because,
that's fine.
You know, a lot of people actually blame the LCK about how boring they are, but yesterday I cast all of their games, right?
Yeah.
And we had LPR versus LPL 2, and it was also kind of boring.
Yeah. You guys had that one game that was like, what?
Like 20 minutes, no kills?
Yeah. Oh, man.
It's not
I was
only
at home
LCK.
falling asleep.
Yeah, it's not only LCK, it's also LPL, and look at their picks.
I know.
Cassidy mid and Corki in 2020, and look at this guy.
Ooh.
So smart.
Yeah.
Like Zoom is like, nah, we are LPL, bro. There is no mid. Okay.
Zoom's like chasing him. He's like, wait, come back.
Wait.
Where are you going?
I love this, by the way. So the top laners are playing mid lanes. And by the way, both Varus has exact same. No, actually not. LWX has Gathering Storm.
Yeah.
And this Loken guy has Scorch.
Okay, well, LS made a fan today. Or LWX made a fan of LS today. As he's the one that did pick up the Gathering Storm.
Yeah. I'm actually a big fan of Gathering Storm too.
Yeah.
Especially in this kind of huge international tournament and its semifinals, I would definitely pick Gathering Storm.
Yeah, it just makes sense. I mean, especially when you look at your comp on the side of LWX, you're like, okay, well, you know, it's not like we're going to be doing too much early on. As, yeah, as you did mention, that's the only difference in the runes. It's only Gathering Storm versus Scorch.
Yeah. And also, they swapped the lane between mid and top, right? And this is kind of already good for FPX in my opinion, because let's say Renekton is on the top side, then it will be way easier for Nidalee to get a kill, right? Because top lane is longer than mid lane. But right now, Renekton and Ornn is on the mid lane, so I don't see any chance Khan is getting like ganked by Renekton and getting killed by Nidalee, you know? This is one of the setups that you can actually grow up Nidalee and let him farm the champions. And maybe he's farming bot lane.
Oh, that spear was massive. Can he get on top of Crisp here? I think he should be able to. The Guardian is down in just a couple of autos, and they're diving already. Double kill goes the way of Kanavi. Already here at 3.5 minutes, shutting down the scaling composition. Zoom is just going to flash away from this one, not going to take any risks. He knows the bottom lane, his team is already winning by so much.
Yeah, and JDG is all about Kanavi winning early game, and also especially when he's playing Nidalee. He got the double kill, by the way, with the first blood.
Yeah.
This is one of the disaster moments, like top 10, and it would be like top number 1, I would say.
This is like the YouTube video, you know,
Yeah.
top 10 disaster clips.
Yep.
Nice hook to start here by the by the way.
Yep. Really great combo, and they were stomping lane 2v2 easily, even though they're playing against Varus. Also, that was clean dive by the LPL champion 2020.
We're going to start your first game off, Wadid, with a nice pause.
Yeah, I mean, is it off or on? Because like it's always me that if I'm like casting or like analyst asking, or even when I was doing a Korean commentary thingy with caster song, it got delayed so much time, so we like spent 12 hours in the venue.
I remember. I was watching. We do have a little bit of an update. Cons PC has a little bit of a graphical, is that a word? Graphic issue on it. We're going to get that fixed.
Ping stream and ping issue as well, I heard.
Ping issue, or is it a...
I think ping issue is the main.
Oh,
Yeah.
ping spike. Okay, not a graphics issue. I thought you said like a pink stripe across the screen or something. I'm like, oh boy, that's...
miscommunication, I guess.
Might need to replace the computer with that one. I don't know. Me and Wadid gonna spend a good 45 minutes just, you know, shooting the breeze. But, yeah, I mean,
this is actually normal for the LPL players because when you play Korean solo queue, there is a lot of Chinese players, by the way, and sometimes they get DCs randomly and they just type VPN. Oh, freaking god, VPN, VPN, can't log in, and like sometimes you lose game for free. But yeah, it's just normal in Korean server, you know.
yeah.
Because we are really close, so they can actually play in Korean server. That's why, that's actually one of the reasons why Korean server is considered as the best server to practice, by the way. But
Yeah.
yeah, I guess we do not have best system for the VPN, I guess. Riot, please make
Yeah, Riot, please.
make even like VPN program by yourself as well, you know.
Maybe, you know.
They made a lot of games now.
Expanding their
Yeah.
business, you know.
Yeah, and like make a VPN. Maybe they can make a new social media.
Yeah, something that's
whatever.
tailored towards specifically gamers that
Yeah.
want to access other regions.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, we're just gonna be sitting here while we wait for the ping issue to die down. This is one of those issues where you don't know if it's gonna take like 3 minutes or 30 minutes, you know?
Or 3 hours. by
3
the way.
hours.
It's China.
True.
It's a LPL. It's really it's close but far at the same time because of the COVID-19 issue. So yeah, we don't know, but let's hope for the best.
Yeah.
Because I spent like 12 more than 12 hours. So.
Ooh. Why did we have some good news?
Oh, really?
It's going to be the 3-minute issue, not the 30-minute issue, not the 3-hour issue.
Thank you.
We are going to be resuming into the game here in just a moment. There we go. I was looking at Kanavi, who was looking a little bit, antsy. He's like, I just got this double kill. I wanna play from here, you know. I want to get into the game already.
Yeah, I think Kanavi is already having a great time, but Tian, he's just farming, but we saw that the farming power is just really strong as a Graves when we watched the DRX games, right? Toshik was literally farming for 30 minutes and he just won the game by himself. So we don't know yet. So one thing that the game should be like really focused on is can they actually 1v1 in their jungle? Who is gonna invade enemy jungle and decide to get the vision control? But I think on the top side, actually, nothing is gonna happen and they're gonna have 50-50 on peaceful time.
Yeah. It is going to benefit the Corki, I suppose, here, because he did pick up the call. There's going to be no pressure onto him. He's also going up against the Graves jungle. And I like what Tien did there, by the way. He knew that after the back, Navi would immediately go up to his Krugs. That's like a pretty common jungle path. You want to pick up that extra XP. And so he went in, quickly stole the raids, got vision down, and then even hit the Scryer's Bloom to spot the Nidalee. So that gives even more safety to Doinb up in the top lane.
That is true, and yeah, it's happening. Kanavi is invading.
Getting in there. Khan is here, though. He gets the knockup. Kanavi may have gone a little bit too far. TP is coming in, though, from the Renekton. And they say, well, we don't quite have the damage to chase down Kanavi just yet. We're going to be swinging around here. Lots of offensive control wards so far. Smite available for both, but Kanavi is going to pick this one up. As it's really all about the pressure.
Yeah.
So it's about rotating down to the bottom side, saying, "Hey, I'm back." By the way, with a Fiendish Codex on top of a half-completed jungle item.
Yeah, and also it's not same Varus anymore.
Oh,
and it's
what's
not
going on up
Zane.
here? The solo kill up on the top side. He's going to try to TP away. Does he get away? No, he does not. As Khan is going to interrupt his back. Can he chase after him? Yes, he can. The fire goes over the wall in this game as Khan is going to spare the blushes of his mid laner slash top laner doing B.
It's actually deja vu. I saw that moment yesterday too. Yagao tried to just escape with TP and he failed.
Yeah.
Oh man, it feels bad. But anyways, he solo killed Doinb on the top side, and it seems like FPX is just focusing on the Drake with the 5-man focus, because Khan is keeping on the mid. And yeah, they secure the Drake, and this is fine, but I don't think JDG is caring that much about the Drake. I think they really care more about the header than this boring mountain first Drake.
Yeah. That mountain I saw, I think it gave, what, 4 armor to Graves. He doesn't have any armor items just yet, of course.
Oh wait. That was really aggressive. Int moment.
Yeah, that was an int moment. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
That was straight int.
We can call it for what it is. I mean, that was pretty obvious. I think he just got a little bit excited. He's like, hey, don't hit me. I'm going to hit you back. But it's Corki, and he has Valkyrie, so yeah, definitely a mistake there by Doinb. Not the best start for him, although Khan will pick up the kill, as, he's just going to flash away. You were talking about how they're, going in, just getting that burst damage here as Kanavi takes the second tower hit, which is kind of unfortunate for him. But even after all that, Khan should be just fine. He's going for that Sunfire Cape burst, as I love this aggressive play out of Kanavi so far after the early start.
Kanavi is already on. Like, he's already on point. He knows how to do this. Like, he knows. Ooh. But Tian knows how to smite.
Yeah,
that's an
apparently.
important part. The junglers with the smite.
Jungle difference.
Yeah.
Smite difference.
So, I mean, I still agree that Kanavi is doing really well on the pressure that he got.
Oh, man, look at that damage.
And he got the Gromp as well, by the way, with the Ludens.
Yeah, he did. That's crazy. And, okay, Kanavi's just going to stick around. I love what he's doing here. He's so far ahead of Tian in items. He's just saying, I am in your face all game long. You can't jungle by yourself anymore.
He can actually 1v2 here, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to burst down Doinb. That fight is coming in as the red hit is also going to get in there. Khan desperately trying to get that damage down as Kanavi is going to get away. JDG are just pummeling FPX here in the early game, all thanks to this Nidalee jungle that is just rolling their faces.
Yeah, after the Kanavi's first Nidalee game, most of the team just banned Nidalee away. But this is blind pick, so you can't ban it.
Yeah.
So just deal with it. So this is how you deal with the Kanavi's Nidalee. Just give 3 kills. I mean, it sounds really easy, right? But Nidalee is one of the coin flip champion. It considered as coin flip champion, even in the solo queue. But right now, and I feel like Kanavi's Nidalee is not a coin flip. It's always like tail.
Yeah.
Or
heads up. Yeah. I think you might be right. Just, I like the way that his team as well kind of made the bottom game work. It was great communication to enable that to happen. And Kanavi's just running Khan down. He's going to hit him with the red buff, and he is absolutely dead. With the package, there's just no way for him to get away. Flash was down, even if he had Flash. And instead, as with the Rift Herald, we're just going to push the top lane. And this is feeling like one of those really fast games here, Wadid.
Yeah. And it reminds me most of the solo queue games.
Yeah.
And Genji has enemy Yasuo. It is official confirmed by Arrow Esports Twitter, by the way.
Yeah.
And second, top esports has enemy team LeBlanc, right? And JDG has enemy teams Nidalee, because it's not happening in my team.
Yeah, no, this never happens.
It never happens.
Usually Nidalee's on my team die in the jungle.
Yeah. 0-on-0, behind in levels.
Yeah. Or 0-1 because they died to Krugs.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Just by themselves.
Yeah, so right now, I mean, as you mentioned, how they support Kanavi as a damage dealer is so insane. And look at the items already.
Yeah, he already bought it.
What
he
the
already
heck?
bought a Grail. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, I understand why this is so OP. Because it's Kanavi. I mean, I already mentioned in the previous show in Korean that even though it's 2 LPL teams fight, there is so many Koreans, so we don't need to feel bad about it. If
True.
you are big fan of LCK or Korean, you know? So, I mean, it's still great to see like good Korean imports are playing really great in the foreign teams, you know. And absolutely, Kanavi is the best player in JDG. I feel like.
Yeah, and I'd say currently he's beginning to make a name for himself as, you know, I don't want to get too overhyped just from one Italy game, but his performance, yeah, it's hard not to get hyped, but even his performance in the regular season and in the playoffs of the LPL, I mean, Kanavi is proving to be, at this point, probably the best Korean player in the LPL. And he's come over here to the Midseason Cup, and he's doing just that once again. As the Ornn ultimate is going to come down. It hits all 3, but CP coming in. Kanavi could consider to go on to Crispy, or nobody's going to help him. Look at Tian. He's like, no, you're dead, dude. I'm running away from you. He's not actually going to pick up the kill, but Kanavi with his aggression, he's never laying his foot off the gas pedal.
Yeah. Lumao is going
by the
in.
way, we're going in.
Man.
Lumao says, see you later, buddy. That's going to be the second time he owned that Varus' life here in this game. Oh, man. Khan is getting in there.
But
there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like one team has so many challengers and because of the matchmaking issue, you know?
Yeah.
And I just feel like JDG is just having fun. And also how they play in this kind of huge tournament, and they spend so many times, and it must be really hard for them to deal with this kind of schedule. But look at how they play in the first game. They're just stomping FPX left and right and up and down.
Yeah. Maybe they still feel warmed up from yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's it. FPX had too much of a break.
Yep.
And they're like, you know, they're taking it a little bit slow. JDG's just ready to go right away. Maybe they just slept in the studio. Like, okay, let's just go once again. They're up more than 7,000 gold, guys, at 13 minutes.
Look at Lil Mao, by the way. He hooped and used the flay to hit Kanavi's spear. This is just way too clean. One of the textbook to how to play Nidalee and Thresh, or how to play jungle and support as a duo.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah, this is just perfect. I mean, I just want to spotlight again that how they make this happen is they just know so well and know how to use their lane pressure to give it to their jungler, you know. So it looks easy, but it's always really hard to use your lane prior and lane pressure into the other benefits, like getting enemy camps or getting some objectives. But JDG is just doing really great on that job.
Yeah, I mean, they're just smurfing on them right now. I mean, this game is not even close. I don't know if there is a chance for FPX to make it back. Remember, guys, they do have this really crazy scaling draft with the Kassadin, the Varus, Graves with Ornn, and Tom Kents to protect them all. And in the LCK, sometimes we'll see this happen where a team, well, I'm going to have to hold that thought. They're just diving the turret. Okay, they got the spear down. Man. He's dead. I mean, this Nidalee is just disgusting. He's 6 kills now.
I mean, I just saw it. Yagao is like, nah, I'm not getting those kills. Hello, my brother. Kanavi, just go and take it and devour it.
Yeah.
It's like, everyone is so ready. And if FPX had Doinb to set up those kind of how to use all the advantage, they have Kanavi, and he's doing really great on that job. Like, he just got 6 kills and didn't die yet, while Tian is just farming and doing nothing in the game. Yeah. Absolutely.
And there's nobody on the side really of FPX that have enough money or the ability, even if they had the money or they wanted to spend their money on MR, they can't because they just fall too far behind. So he's just going to go Sheen, probably straight into Lichbane. Like, he's got Sword Pen, he's doing already insane amounts of damage.
Yep.
And you know, the spear, it got buffed on a recent patch. You know, it's got extra AP ratio, I think by an extra 0.2 once again, which is a really nice buff for Italy. And especially if you get ahead, that scaling just makes it even more obnoxious. As we're going to take a look at, once again, this play.
Great package by Yagao as well, and also Loca's Arsenal team just hit it perfectly.
Yeah.
And yeah, let's spotlight again that Locan is actually doing really great job of heal and scorch virus. This is not the same virus at all.
Yeah.
Since like minute 3 or something, I guess. And yeah, I mean, I said if I'm doing this kind of huge international tournament, I'm picking like Gathering Storm and TP for the rotation, but Locan is like, nah, you guys are so boring. I'm picking heal and scorch.
Yeah.
We want to fight.
Exactly.
We want early prior, early pressure with those kind of 10 extra damage. But he's actually doing it, so it's worth. It's worth at all. Like,
yeah.
You can definitely pick Scorch and Heal if you can do this like kind of snowball.
Yeah, which is why, you know, sometimes we say, hey, Gathering Storm is almost always better, but like if you're playing solo queue, there are a lot of cases where, you know, Scorch Heal would probably be better and stuff like that. And certainly in this case, they knew they wanted to fight early. They wanted to get Kanavi snowballed, and they have to, oh man,
they
spear
have the
lands.
pokes between the minions, by the way. And also they have 3-man poking on the turret. Korg is shooting missile. And Varus is also shooting missiles, but Kanavi is shooting nukes.
Yeah.
It's nuke.
It's like torpedoes and missiles coming from every different direction.
Man.
Oh, man.
I'm definitely not willing to play this game if I'm a PX side.
Yeah.
Like there is so many pokes.
In this case, it's if this was solo queue, this would probably be one of those few 15-minute surrenders.
Yeah. I'm glad Riot made 15 minutes FF.
For cases like this.
But this is tournament again. And this is one of the games that you have to do. And it's not over yet. I mean, it feels kind of really over for FPX for this game, but it's BO5, so they can still do something and show that we are not over yet, we are not done yet, because they still have level 16 Kassadin Power Spike and Ornn's 10 million items.
Yeah.
But I think they need at least extra 20 minutes, and I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't think JDG are going to allow them to have that chance. You know, they're going to go for a push down here on the bottom side with Shirley, the second Rift Herald, that will be picked up. And what I wanted to say before about the LCK is that sometimes they'll pick aggressive drafts that just fall flat on their face, and that's why scaling drafts look so strong in the LCK, but that is not the case here tonight.
Yeah.
Not in this first game. They've said, hey, Italy's actually the OP one.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, TM doesn't exist in this game right now. Up against Kanavi, they are just like on different planes of existence in this one, as they're just going to go ahead, TP mid, and I think it's pretty safe to say that this game is just about over.
Yeah? I mean, the way how? Like how?
Oh,
the
man.
nukes and missiles as
someone clip it, ship
it. Oh my god. They're just shooting around and everyone is dying. By the way, it's not the ultimate. They're just randomly just landing some normal skills, by the way.
Yeah. We're at 21 minutes. It's 14,000 gold difference. 14,000.
That's crazy.
That's not.
And TP, this is the last chance, I guess. And it is indeed last chance.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Oh, they got Kanavi.
They got a kill.
They got a kill.
Yagao still
Going
here
B.
though.
Level 13.
Doing some pretty decent damage. A really nice play there by
Slowly.
Lubao. But he has gotten himself into a little bit of trouble.
He's actually going, by the way. It's not over. It's not over.
Logan! He's gonna die though. Uses his flash to pick up the kill. But that does end up feeding the kill over to the side of Doing Me, so. Okay, now it's not 14,000, only 12,000 left. Only 12.
This game is still kind of over because I don't think they can clear out those minions that fast because they already lost 2 inhibs. Even though like they were really far ahead, it was great attempt by FPX side though. They got the shutdowns and they still have hope. But in fact and in theory, you should not able to like get back, and I don't think Doinbi can even reach to level 16 because there is so many minions and it's not attack speed virus with Lunas, right? So I don't think there is many kind of way to push the waves and clear out the waves. And if Jingdong Gaming can get a Nashor safely, then this game is like 99% over.
Yeah. This is one of those games where it's like, okay, the scaling composition, you know, we have to mention it, right? Like, oh, okay, it gives some extra levels to Ornn and Kassadin, right? It gives the 1,000 gold shutdown to the Varus.
Yeah.
Okay, like, we can say that, but is it going to mean anything at this point when they're still down 12,000 gold? Almost definitely not. We'll have to see, though, if Jingdong can, you know, maybe make a couple mistakes. Maybe FPX can get another miracle team fight or a good TP or something like that.
Nashor is gone, by the way.
Oh, that's okay. Baron Nashor is going to be going down here. Ornn ultimate will come from downtown. It's not going to hit anybody as the spear will go wide, and LWX is actually doing some nice damage. Not as much as Loken, but, you know.
Not bad, not bad.
He's still a Varus with some items here. As, by the way, your base.
The minions.
Man, minions OP.
Minions are OP.
Today we learned, once again, never underestimate the minions.
Yeah, and also 2 inhibs with the Nashor buff, and especially when you have poke composition, and you're ahead in like so much gold.
Yeah.
And Kanavi is just walking in through their base. Doinbi is level 14, by the way, so they at least need to scale and wait for another 5 minutes at least.
Yeah. The real question is, can JDG end the game? Even from this massive...
Okay, slowly poking by Doinbi. This is pretty good.
Oh, but Zoom
pretty
in the
good.
front is going to get knocked up.
Looking
and he's
pretty
going to go down. LWX will pick up the kill. All right.
All right, all right.
And with all the super minions coming in, you're going to pick up that extra gold and XP. You're going to sit back and farm up. That's why I was saying, you know, can they actually end the game?
I think they need 5 minutes more. And I think FPX has actually huge chance to like make this comeback. Because it's Kassadin, level 16.
True.
One of the simple, and look at how Doinbi is like keep poking with the ultimate and E skills. And yeah, I mean that was one of the great defense by level 14 Kassadin.
Yeah, it's pretty big. As we take a look at the XP bar down in the bottom left, level 15 is hit.
Yeah, and mid and both inhibs are respawning. And this is great that JDG can only get the Cloud Drake Soul.
Yeah,
which means almost nothing. Almost nothing.
Pretty much nothing in this one. There's no gigantic, you know, ultimates that are going to be coming off cooldown really fast on the side of JDG. That you're really going to want, I suppose, some more missiles and stuff like that. Maybe you can lock down more with Varus, but it's not going to make as much of a difference as a different Cloud Soul, or Dragon Soul, that is. As the inhibitors are going to go down once again, with Baron still here, 20 seconds. You can see that JDG would love to end the game here. They do not want to leave the 2 inhibitors, or the 3 inhibitors here, for just some free farm for FPX.
Oh!
Yeah, TN is having a lot of trouble. There's the lockdown again. The Merc Treads are going to help out quite a lot. Doinbi moving forward. Nice knock up here by Khan. Can they actually pull off the miracle defense is the question as Zoom is diving in deep. He's tanking up so much of that damage.
It's over.
As in goes Kanavi as well. He is going to be surviving in this one. Nice try by FPX to put up a defense here with their supreme scaling composition. But it is not going to matter here at the end of the day. Game 1 is going to go the way of JDG in 26 minutes and a 6-0 Nidalee by, I think it was minute 13 in this one,
Yeah.
as they were just smurfing all over FPX in the blind pick.
So they are fully charged with those caffeines, right? Like that was just a storm, and this is why you just pick Nidalee to Kanavi, and this is why you ban Nidalee against Zingdom Gaming.
Yeah, Nidalee's not going to see the rift again.
Yeah.
No, not, yeah, after that one,
I
there's
mean,
no way.
Yeah, and
you let
also
them
I
run.
really liked how they set up for Nidalee. You know, everyone had the same pressure, and everyone know how to lend the skills. I mean, it sounds really, really stupid, but you know.
But
like,
it's a good point.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Lil Mao, like, did you see how he played and set up for Nidalee, right?
Yeah.
Like, his stretch was absolutely just deleting enemies Tom Kench, and I didn't even know that who is playing for FPX, you know, for some moment. So I really want to spotlight that Thresh again as well, and all the players in Jingle Gaming just play so much better than FPX.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it really was the jungle and support synergy. You know, as much as Kanavi was doing so much for his team, so was Lumao, and everybody else on the Rift was kind of just supporting those two in their ultimate goal of getting Kanavi unbelievably fed to the point where he just shut down every single lane, basically. He went top multiple times. He followed Tian through the jungle. He's like, you're not going to get away from me. I have traps in every bush. I have multiple control wards. I see exactly where you are. And he just totally nullified the enemy jungle.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't give Nidalee's, all the kills, because Nidalee can definitely just run around the map and go topside and go back to the bot side in 10 seconds, you know?
Yeah.
That's just how champion works. And yeah, I mean, even though they didn't like kind of have successful time with the Renekton setup for the Nidalee, they still had Thresh and Varus, which is great setup and tools for the Nidalee farms, and they actually farmed the bot lane so freely. And it was completely different Varus as well. So yeah, I am picking Scorch for now.
We made you a Scorch fan after that game?
And picking heal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like that TP Gathering Storm strategy.
True. Well, when you're up against Nidalee Thresh, probably not a good idea. You might want to pick up Cleanse. Just saying.
Heal.
Or heal, right? Something. I mean, he had Tom Kench, so probably not Cleanse in that case.
Oh,
but,
yeah, maybe.
Either way, just a total shutdown. I don't think anyone was really expecting... I mean, I know everybody's kind of expecting JDG to win the series.
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone was really expecting that one-sided of a stomp in
that
game
kind
one.
of stomp, yeah.
That was a solo queue game. We said it in the game. Like, that did not look like a professional game just because of how one-sided it was. And those don't come around very often. I mean, you were saying yesterday even the LPL teams were sitting back and scaling. But JDG have a different kind of agenda for today.
And this was this game over moment, by the way, already at level 2. And after that moment, also, Varus was completely different champion. They had the same champion name in the band picks, but after those, and look at this 1v2 moment as well. Like, he's pushing out Tian 24/7, and Tian was just having a rough time. He was not participating for the any kills for until like 15 minutes, and yeah, jungle support synergy.
Yeah, that was the Lumao highlight right there.
Yeah,
that
for sure.
That wasn't the Kanavi highlight. That was the Lumao highlight.
Yeah, I mean, all the players from JDG was great support for Kanavi.
Yeah.
I mean, look at here.
Corky support right here.
Corky. I mean, he's not getting kills. Like, he's not shooting the missile. He's hitting tower. He's hitting turrets for Kanavi because my little brother or like my brother Kanavi is getting hit by a turret. You know?
Yeah. You gotta help him out.
But yeah, I mean, it's still BO5, so FPX didn't give up in this moment, and they still kind of made some kind of comeback here. And surprisingly, even though like it was like 14k, right? 14k gold difference.
Yes. Yeah.
But still, they kind of had like at least 2 team fights winning moments. So I'm still fine with this, and I don't think it's gonna be like 3-0. Maybe they should change some drafts, like for example, please do not like sit back and lay down for 20 minutes, you know? I mean, let's say if they didn't lose any inhibs till Kassadin level 13 or something, then I would definitely say FPX could have better chance than this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's part of the reason why they were going for that sort of scaling comp, is that they wanted to sit back, relax, and scale up, but just JDG took the game by the horns, basically, and
so yeah,
that is not happening.
So my question is, how broken is Varus?
I mean, he shouldn't be
that
ever picked in a pick ban.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, that legendary, like 6 kills in the early game Nidalee is lower damage than Varus.
By far.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, some people can say, Varus is laning, but Knavi was also laning against enemy jungle, by the way.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was laning and jungling and everywhere, basically. He was the one always doing the burst damage on pretty much everybody. And still Varus did over more than 10,000 damage than the Nidalee in that game. So Varus needs a nerf.
Yeah.
We all know that.
Yeah.
And once, it's kind of setting the stage. The blind pick for game 1 is interesting because it's like, now I don't think we're going to see Nidalee.
No.
Now I don't think we're going to see Varus at all.
Not at all.
We might want to scrap the... Well, I think FPX in this scenario, that might be something they prepared, like that kind of 5-man scaling composition. So we might see some kind of variant of that once again, maybe here in game 2, as with bans, they have a little bit more control over what they're going up against. So either way, guys, it is going to be Knavi from the jungle that does pick up the player of the game. I feel like we do need a little bit of a footnote with Lumao's name down there at the bottom, as I feel like it was kind of a duo in that case. But Knavi was really the one that set the tempo after picking up those 2 kills, was always in the face of Tian and shutting the enemy team down.
I mean, it's always dilemma, you know? Like, when it comes to vote for POG, do you vote for the killer or who supported for the killer?
Yeah.
Like, it's always so hard, you know? Because, like, obviously, the one, like, dealt the damage gets the spotlight. Because it's, like, easy to see, you know? But, like, the way how he supported for the main carry was just so perfect that if he was not existing, then I don't think Knavi can just 1v9, you know?
Yeah.
So I think it's always hard, but, I mean, let's think about it this way. Nidalee is not a normal pick. Not just the pick that you just pick it up and just play it in the competitive. So I think there is more point on that. So Knavi well-deserved POG, and definitely he showed up his abilities to the global fans as well.
Yeah. You guys may have missed some of his dominance in the LPL games where he was destroying people in playoffs and regular season. But now he's here on the main stage and showing it for everybody. So we'll have to see what kind of picks and craziness do happen in game number 2. From here on out, it is going to be drafts, so we will actually have bans. And I don't think we're going to have much more Nidalee or Varus anymore about it. So guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, game number 2 of FPX up against Jindong Gaming.
카드가 나로 폼에 꽂힌다.
다른 말로 LOR LOR라라쇼 카드가 두둥 카드가 두둥 LOR라라쇼 LOR라라쇼
Welcome back, guys. We are here at LoL Park and LPL Arena for more of the 2020 Midseason Cup. It's me, Valdez, with Wadid, and it is FPX versus Jingdong Gaming. We did just have a mega stomp in game number 1. Thank you to Kanavi and Lumao, essentially, for bringing us that game. And I don't think we're going to be seeing too much more of the Nidalee here tonight, Wadid.
Yeah, and also I really liked how they decide to have those kind of blind pick situation, because it's always really hard to have a balanced composition, because you have to think about the early game, you have to think about the mid-late game as well. And yeah, I mean, there is always late game potential when it comes to this kind of international or like huge tournament that it gives you a lot of money, you know? So I think Jingdong Gaming had the better balance and better gameplay as well.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt, right? that game number 1 certainly let everybody know who are the favorites here in this series, as Jingdong Gaming made that very apparent to everybody. And from now on, guys, again, game number 1 was blind pick. That is why we did have Varus versus Varus, aka the most OP AD carry in the game right now, maybe champion at this point. But now that we're going to go into game 2, we will be going into draft pick, so it will be a bit different coming into this one. Just wait until the players are ready so we can load into that pick ban. And yeah, this is going to be more interesting, I think, once we do go into drafts, to see how the teams react to game number 1.
I mean, I can already expect some bans, like Red side is banning Varus for sure, and FPX is banning Nidalee.
Yeah.
There's no way.
They are.
And I think I would be really like confusing how to play against Lumao at this point, because like his set support yesterday was like just a beast, and in game 1 he was monster on his trash. So I'm not sure like what can stop their bot lane to not to snowball that hard, because if they have bot lane pressure, it's always like so easy to play their jungler for their jungler, because you can always just rotate for your Drake, and you can just pull up your bot lane for the Herald play as well. So there's so many things that you can do as a jungler. So I think bot lane pro is also the thing that the teams are just caring about right now.
Yeah, and in my mind, it feels like Lumao, you can't really ban him out either, because he's shown incredibly high proficiency on multiple champions, not only in this tournament, but in the LPL playoffs, in the regular season. We all saw his Bard, right? In the finals of the LPL, he plays an incredible set, and even Thresh, as we just saw here, in tandem with the Nidalee. So there does seem to be a pretty big support difference so far for the game. As we're going to go into this one, FPX will be on blue once again, actually, as JDG will be on red.
So they're taking some time, and they banned Ornn, and they just played Ornn, by the way, by themselves.
Yeah.
And JDG just insta-banning Galio. And this is insta-ban Nidalee as well. Because, yeah, I mean, Doinb's Galio with Nimbus Clock with TP, that was disaster too.
Yeah, do not let that one go. That's also actually a fun one to play in solo queue. It can really catch a lot of people off guard if you do play that. We see Rumble, and that third ban is going to be Varus. I suppose they're just giving FPX a chance to ban it away, as Kindred is taken off.
So Graves first pick or Trundle? Maybe they're thinking both, but on the red side it's way too easy to decide, because normally you don't have to pick a jungler until third pick, and just decide either Trundle or just counter the junglers. But right now,
they left Varus open.
That's true.
Seems like a pretty swift, easy first pick here for FPX. That kind of changes the whole landscape, you know, when you leave this OP champion available.
There's no doubt about like how broken is Varus at this point. And even though like Loken was so far ahead on Varus, so it was like so much better Varus, LWX showed up with similar damage as Loken. So yeah, their choice is Graves, so they really didn't want to give them free Graves after Nidalee and Kindred is gone.
Ooh, okay.
Oh,
Sivir, I believe she received some slight buffs in either 10-9 or 10-10.
Yeah.
And it's going to be picked very early.
Very early. It's patch 10.10 they are playing on. So Sivir is definitely picking, and they're considering about Leona. Okay.
Yeah.
Varus Leona.
Varus Leona. That's a heck of a ton of lockdown. Even against a Sivir who can, you know, you got to be really on point with your, you know, spell absorption.
Yeah.
The name of that thing. The E from the Sivir.
Oh.
So Olaf
so
as well.
they're going fully aggressive. Fully aggressive mode. FPX. Okay. Last game they just realized that, okay, we don't play scale comps anymore. We go poke Varus with heal and Scorch and ignite Leona with Olaf jungle, and they're picking Set. And I think it's mostly on the ball side for Lutmao, because most of the time when Set was playing on top side, I mean it was mostly Doran, but yeah, I don't think that champion is considered as flex pick anymore. I mean Chovy played on mid lane as well, but it just felt like you can do similar things on support role as well. Like, then why not just play on support and just play better champion on the top and mid?
You just build tanky, you have incredible tankiness, you know, just with this kit, and also it's really easy to go into that from the support role.
Yeah.
You don't need to be the damage carrier, someone who's, you know, assassinating the back line after a suplex or anything like that. So, I do like the support set in recent times, as they're going to take away TF and Lissandra.
Yeah, I think this is great choice because they already been like so many global lane effective champions. Like those old champions, by the way, Galio, Rumble, Twisted Fate, and Lissandra. They love to push lanes and just go to the other lanes, you know. That's how Doinbi plays League of Legends, and they banned 4 of those champions and picking Syndra. Outdrafted.
Outdrafted, okay. It's already declared. Although, they are considering, oh, we got the little nod there. It is going to be Wukong. We did see his strength in a lot of the games here at the MSC.
So they're saving pick for the mid lane. And this is kind of interesting because when I'm thinking about it, it's already so many champions on mid lane is gone. So I was like, it's not weird to pick mid lane on 4th, especially on the JDG side. And this is, yeah, it's confirmed. It's confirmed, by the way. There's no way, no way they play attack speed Varus here. I mean, are they gonna do that? I mean, I was thinking about it, and in the back in the day, you actually play attack speed Varus, so you actually win lane so hard into Sivir and just fine in late game as well, you know? But I'm not sure if he's willing to play attack speed, and I don't think you should. Because this kind of comp, I think they really need to snowball early and try to use Karma and Olaf mid jungle synergy with Leona's roam. And the roaming timing is better when you can push the lane, right? Yeah. And yeah, top side is Hecarim versus Wukong, by the way.
It feels like if we were, you know, 5 or 6 patches back, this would be like a bot game or something, you know, like auto pick champions, because definitely not a couple of champions that you would have expected, but you notice that they saw the Wukong and they picked the Hecarim into it, so this must be something that Khan is comfortable in this matchup with. And Yagao just going to round out the composition with not the Syndra, but actually the Corki.
Yeah.
Which, again, is a little bit of better scaling. And he's going up against a relatively passive laner in the Karma. So might just pick up the call and sit back and farm it out there for the side of JDG.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely picked it for the late games. Like, you have Sivir and Corki. How can you think about that? Like, oh yeah, we are picking Sivir and Corki, but we play for early game.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense, you know.
The attack move composition with the Wukong set engage, and Sivir's just there for the movement speed.
So I mean, I think JDG is gonna just try to help Wukong on the top side for the early game, and they are willing to just farm in the mid lane and bot lane. And I really think FPX is just snowball so hard in the game 2 compared to game 1.
They have to get off on a similar foot to the way that JDG did in game number 1 to get ahead of this one, as we are going to hop onto the Rift for game number 2 of FPX up against JDG. Here we go, game number 2 of the first semifinals. Looking forward to the second one as well. We have Gen G up against Top Esports later on today after this best of 5 is complete, so hopefully you guys do stick around for that as well. But first we do have to finish up this one.
So yeah, my question is LWX picked up Scorch as well? Because he picked up Hill. He changed.
He learned.
Yeah, he learned. And also, Litmao is still sticking into that phase rush set, and I really love that, by the way. Oh,
Gathering Storm.
Gathering Storm.
Okay.
Okay.
Nobody has picked up
Scorch
in this game.
Yeah, I think that is his lost pride. Like, that you have to save. Because you can accept that Hill was better.
Yes.
But like, he's like, nah, but really, seriously, Scorch? No.
Yeah, no Scorch.
There's no way I'm going for the Gathering Storm. But anyways, Tian got enemy red buff, invading freely into the enemy jungle, and he's already having fun time compared to Kanavi. And I feel like Kanavi doesn't know about it, or is he gonna invade enemy red side as well?
It's a good question. I mean, there's really no warding or any kind of information. I mean, the only thing would be maybe Zoom sees the angle that Khan is coming into the top lane from.
Oh, and it looks like Kanavi is just going for his red, and Olaf already got the Raptors at 2, by the way. Oh, he changed.
But he's on Vision. I mean, that's a really new ward, too. So Tian is just going to see him here. Might be spotted. That's a weird positioning from Crisp. Okay, we got the 1v1 going on here. Kanavi up a level, but it's up against an Olaf, so he doesn't really want to take that fight. First blood onto Leona.
No flash on Tian.
Down there. Tian.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, he's going to get healed up. This is a disaster for JDG now, as the key from Doinby is going to sail wide, and that is another early lead. Except this time it's for FPX.
That was just complete out-jungled by Tian, by the way. He just invaded enemy topside jungle and just came back to his red jungle with the vision control that maybe it's from Doinby, I suppose, because he got the lane prior to, and that was pretty new ward too. So it was pretty much from Doinby, the vision control, and everything was just perfect, and Chris was ready for the skirmishes in the tri-bush as well.
Yeah. So we're just going to take a look at the replay. Tian saw him coming, and they win for the fight down here on the bottom side as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's Poke Varus versus Sierra, by the way.
You see that dodge by Crisp?
Yeah.
That was pretty sick.
And also, I mean, yeah, that was clean flash and heal by LWX as well. I mean, it's still not done yet. It's 2v2 randomly.
Yeah, Dantian's getting
Double
in there.
buff.
He's got double buff, and he's going to work on the
Conqueror.
Yagao. He's just going to smite him down.
Man.
And the Triumph comes in. 4-0 at 4 minutes. FPX are angry after game number 1, and now they have full control of this game.
If it's a Scream game, you can just pause and ask
Go
for
next.
a remake or go next. You know, it is actually happening pretty often. And right now it feels like it is that kind of game right now. I mean, it is true that they have all the game comp, but Karma Doinbi is just diving top with TP.
Yeah, just going to lock him down, take all the turret aggro as the Ignite is going to pick up the kill and hand it over to Khan in the top side. We're going to have 2 stomps in a row, it looks like here, guys, except not for the same team.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why I predicted FPX to win it 3-0 cleanly.
Yeah?
But, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the game 1 Kanavi Nidalee happened. But anyways, this is why FPX is like considered as world best team. Like, even though like they couldn't made it out in LPL spring split, but still they have new card Khan, and yeah, that was just clean Karma and all of synergy between Doinbi and Tian. And I don't think you really want to fight, especially in fight, with that Conqueror double buff.
No, you don't. A guy who also picked up the 1 kill from earlier. And then just another clean dive up here.
Yeah.
Karma, you may not always think of her as the best diving champion, but actually if you can leash someone down, it's sometimes it's hard to flash away from that ability from the Karma.
Yeah. I mean, I guess at this point, I can understand why a lot of LPL fans said that. Oh, by the way, it's all in.
Yeah, level 6 to level 5. He's going to get the double knockup, but it's not really going to do all too much. Rotation now down to the bottom side. FPX, I mean, there's no questioning it. They know exactly what to do from ahead.
Yeah.
And they're showing it to us right now.
That's a disaster. You are really losing like potential 3 waves and plates too. And you're playing against Pokevarus. And if they actually lose this game, then a lot of people are going to ask about it. Hey guys, why didn't you ban Varus?
Yeah.
For what reason? And anyways, I'm going to keep talking about it. Like, LPL team, a lot of LPL teams said that DRX is kind of LPL style kind of team.
Yeah.
And I can see the reason why it is true, because they really like to be one-sided, you know? Either you win it one-sidedly or they lose one side.
Yeah. This way a lot of their games did go.
Yeah.
As the aggression never stops. I mean, this isn't the end. By the way, a second troll ward is going to be put down here by Lumao.
Yeah?
We'll see if they check the brush again. Yes, they will. I'm just going to go ahead and clear this out as the pings do come out to alert that to them. The bottom lane kind of in shambles here for the Sivir, and also the jungle very far behind. 0 and 2 is Kanavi.
I mean, the thing is, I don't think Yagao is gonna exist in game until 20 minutes, while Doinbi is just roaming top 24/7. But nothing is happening.
Yeah, that was the timing was a little bit off there. There were only 2 minions by the, when Doinbi did hit the lane. So
yeah, but still, I don't think Yago is gonna exist in this game until like 20 minutes. He has here into Cole and into Triforce as well, by the way. So
yeah,
they really need a lot of time, and especially when you're playing Graves jungle, you also want to farm too. So I think JDG's strategy is just like farm, farm, farm. Loken got the call as well, by the way, so
yeah,
they really want to farm it up, man.
They're just hanging on to the lifeboat, It's really windy weather. There's waves all over the place. A tsunami is hitting, and they're just hanging on for dear life.
Yeah.
That's really all they can do at this point.
I guess like JDG is having some break after the game 1, you know. They had kind of rapid game by themselves, and guys, it was pretty fast in game 1, so maybe you can just chill out for now.
Yeah.
Drink some wine.
Drink some wine.
And get some biscuits with coal.
Biscuits, yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I can get behind that. There are not many biscuits in Korea, to be honest.
Yeah, true.
Why haven't you guys gotten on the biscuit hype train?
And there's another biscuit.
Well, he is going to be able to get away with this flash, as that's kind of a hard gank to pull off, but actually it does amount to getting a very important summoner. So nicely done there by Khan. That's one of the strengths of the Hecarim. Ability to roam a little bit from whatever lane he's in.
And yeah, I think FPX is gonna have fun time until 3rd Drake. And it's gonna be Cloud or Mountain Drake, so maybe it's fine for JDG at least. But what about the gold difference? Right now it's slowly increasing and stacking up.
Yeah, it was 2,000 about a minute ago. Now it's 3,000.
Yeah.
And, well, here we go again.
Botar is gone. Khan is moving. Doinbi was just moving already, like dancing all around the wall. I mean, this is just way too clean a rotation by FPX, and I don't think JDG can ever do something into them.
Khan?
Maybe? Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah,
I mean, he's waking up. It's
probably
okay.
don't want to face check that brush. Yeah, he is the Hecarim with the ultimate, but still. He could have been locked down.
And yeah, it seems like easy 2nd Drake for FPX, and oh, I mean, JDG is kind of stacking up onto the top lane. Yes, they are definitely just giving up Drake for free.
Oh, that's a huge amount of damage to come out there. He just lands the leash into the chains of corruption.
He's not backing out, by the way.
Yeah, he's not going to be doing me here in a bit of trouble with the Ignite coming down, but the last auto from LWX. He's going to pick up 2 now in the mid lane. Get that push going. Will be, by the way, a Mountain Soul. So it's not quite that feeling of FPX from the last game where they thought maybe they could sit back against Cloud Soul. They're going up against a legitimate Soul here. And they've got a pretty fed Varus to boot. So not to mention the rest of the team. And so they must be feeling pretty happy about their current situation in this one.
Yeah. Yeah, JDG needs like extra 25 minutes to farm. Just farm, you know. Nothing happens, but Yagao lost his flash before, so he cannot escape this one. And I was like, what? Doinbi is still going in? Yeah, I mean, he got punished, but still, LWX managed to get the kill with the last auto attack. So this is just still so much better for FPX. And yeah, another one-sided game.
Yeah, that's the way it's going right now. We'll have to see. You know, it's not quite as one-sided as the last game, even though it is very one-sided so far. And all the control is in the hands of FPX.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see. You know, maybe they can get some kind of crazy Wukong engage or something like that. They still do have the better scaling comp with the Corki, Sivir, and even the Graves.
Oh, yeah.
And so if they can just hold on, maybe snatch away one of those Mountain Drakes along the way. We saw that yesterday and even the day before, where a couple of comebacks were able to take place.
Oh yeah, and also the people who watched for MSC all day, then I mean you might agree that late game teamfight comp is not bad.
Oh, Zoom. Well, he is going to engage the fight and bait them in. But who's baiting who here, really? Crispin a little bit of trouble, but he is just going to flash away. That's 2 kills now, and I think we're going to see a whole lot more as down will go Yagao, as well as Khan doing it for his team. Bunch of squishy members, but now they're going to send in Tian first to get that turret aggro. No chance for Kanavi to get away. That is 4 kills to 1. in favor of FPX.
It feels like over again. Because, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, they only know about the one-sided game. And I was gonna talk about how aggressive they are. And I really don't think it was the timing for JDG to pop off, because I do believe that Corki has no items.
Yeah.
I mean, they have package, but you know, Virus has almost 2 items while Silver, your team's Silver is having fun with the Caulfield Warhammer.
Yeah.
2 items, by the way.
Look at their items.
I mean, look!
Look at their items.
Warhammer!
By the way, Set died again. Kind of go without mentioning.
Okay, I mean, yesterday Lutmau's set was like shining, but this time around he's not shining at all. And Crisp is actually doing so much better job than last game. And
look at Khan.
Yeah, I mean, he's just running.
He's running it down mid in the good way. As a Hecarim. Not the int way. We're going to take another turret. And yeah, I mean, there's really, again, we find ourselves in the situation Wadid where there's not much more we can remark on in terms of strategy in this game. You know, we mentioned that yes, JDG do have a nice scaling composition, but is it realistic that they come back from down 7,000 here at 15 minutes into the game? Generally not against pro teams.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to share my experience, you know, like,
sure.
I was always talking about, oh man, if I'm like doing casting or commentating the game, then I would be so mad and really hard to be positive and talking about this kind of one-sided game, you know. And it is actually really hard because there is nothing to say. The game is over, you know, in theory. And I think the players should, the players that they're playing the game right now, they actually know that the game is kind of over. So they're being like, okay guys, let's just farm until like 40 minutes and maybe we can have some miracle team fights. That's actually the communication that you are doing, by the way, when you are this kind behind. So
it's just they should have waited before forcing that fight up in the top side.
At least one item. At least one item. I just want to don the fight with the Warhammer Sivir. With the call. It's not stacked at all, by the way.
Sivir.
Yeah, Warhammer Sivir versus Yomu's Blade with the yeah, I mean, just 2 cores.
And when it comes to inhibitor strategy, in the LCK a lot of the time we say you might not want to take the inhibitor because you don't want to give them the extra farm down on the bottom side, but the LPL teams do not.
They don't care.
They don't subscribe to that theory of thought. They're like, no, we're just going to push it down and we're just going to continue attacking you. We're not scaling.
I mean,
we are attacking you.
You know what? Like, that's one of the my favorite part of LPL teams, because normally when you are LCK team, then you pick for late game team comp. Yeah, you have late game team composition, then you don't fight and farm for late. When you get the item, you fight. But LPL teams, even though it's, I mean, it developed and created for late game, but they still fight, you know?
Yeah.
They are really, really aggressive, and aggressive in a smart way. So you cannot expect them to be like, okay, they have late game comp, so they're just gonna farm until like 40 minutes. But it's not happening when you are watching LPL team's game.
Khan is doing it again with multiple members nearby. Doesn't seem to care. He's a fast horsey. And now we have Package Corki up here. There's 4 members of FPX up to the top side. They're going to force that package early. And look to push here. And yeah, that's... nobody on the side of JDG is really coming up here and saying, oh yeah, we're going to take a fight. It's just Yagao desperately trying to farm up to his Trinity Force.
Yeah, I mean, there is maybe one question that FPX with Nashor, because they are not that Nashor killers, Nashor hunters, I would say. So.
Oh, they're going in for this one. Gonna get suplexed behind, but Crisp is incredibly tanky now. Look at him, he doesn't take damage. Finally, just a little bit there on the edge, but oh, that's a nice little shield.
Little shield, yeah.
Yeah. Re-engage here from the Wukong, Doomby a little bit low. As Tian also is gonna take a little poke on his way out. But they do pick up the 1 kill onto the Graves, who's 1 in 5. Kanavi's performance this game, quite the opposite compared to game 1.
And everything is just going so well for FPX, and I don't think they need to get Nashor at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
they can just end without the Nashor buff, the Baron buff, so
they don't necessarily need to risk it.
Yeah.
It will depend on the scenario. If they find JDG in a bad spot and they kill like 3 or 4 of them, they're probably just going to go for the end.
Yep.
If it's close, you know, if they're like 1 ahead or 0, they might go for it. By the way, still a nice amount of poke in this composition with the Karma and the Varus. And even the Olaf throwing a couple of undertows in there. Khan in a awkward spot here. The Wukong actually does a nice amount of damage as Kanavi. We've seen a couple of sad Graveses in this in this series today. Just getting poked out by the Varus once again in game 2.
That was nice.
Okay, that's a set underneath the turret as he's locked down for what seems like ages. The flash forward. Doomby's a little bit excited. You know, I saw that the coach gave him his coffee in between the games, so he has certainly woken up. And he might be waking up with some big stacks as well. We do have the Magias here bought for the Karma. It does make sense in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, everything is just set it up. And that was pretty aggressive moment by Chris as well. And also when you're playing against Sivir, it's really like kind of simple but really hard at the same time to just stack up some skills so that just make the shield useless. And that's what they did against Lokan. And I mean, he didn't die yet, but anyways, they are keep pushing. They're getting every objective that they can get. The turrets, kills, just everything is smiling for FPX side. And
happy faces here.
Yeah.
And now 7 seconds until Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul. They can easily move down and take this one. I want to see how JDG respond to this. You see a lot of pings, assist pings on the Baron.
I think they're just worrying about them going Nashor, because I think there is no chance for JDG to try Nashor because they have no damage. And especially when you're playing IE, I mean Crit AD carry, then you can do Nashor pretty decent after you get IE, Infinity Edge. But, you know, like I don't think this Sivir is gonna have IE the end of this game.
Hey, he's pretty close.
I mean, pretty close, but I think
he's on his way.
They can just end the game before.
Yeah, we'll see how FPX do want to go for this one. With the Mountain Soul, it will be quite difficult to do much up against this team because it's not just the item difference, it's the level difference. The one person on the side of JDG who's doing a good job in levels, though, is actually a Gao, who's level 14.
Yeah.
Has been just straight up farming the entire game. As you did mention, that's kind of the strategy here for JDG's composition.
Now he's at least a champion. He's existing.
They're going for it, by the way. Here comes the package through the entire lineup. LWX is going to get burst down. Loom out of the back line does so much damage. And with Zoom following it up, that is 3 kills now for JDG against a team that was so far ahead of them with Mountain Soul. The engage was just too good for JDG.
And Lokan is definitely getting his IE after this.
Oh, yeah.
And also that was insane, incredible engage by Yagao and follow up by Letmao.
Absolutely. The mechanical plays there from JDG as in goes Khan. That's going to be 1, make it 2. He's still full health. Although there's still a heavy amount of damage left available here. Yagao is going to look to punish as he flashes forward. Will the tick damage do it? Absolutely not against that corrupting pot. And so at the end of the day, yes, they get the 3 kills, but then they lose 2 of their own. And I think FPS can kind of just reset from here, but take a look at this beautiful engage.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it was thought from Letma that it pulls Baron into them, and he tried to flash out, but got pulled back by Yagao at the same time. And fortunately for FPX, they had one good hackering on the top side, so they blocked the Nashor. I mean, if they lost Nashor, I would definitely think that JDG can stall out until like at least 35 minutes. But right now, Nashor is still up, and Hecarim is fed. I mean, everyone is still fed. Maybe the magic stacks are gone, but
I think for the ult there is a little bit much. Kanavi on the Graves is going to be very hard to lock down.
Yep. I mean, he's not fat this game, so it's fine. But the problem is, what if the time goes on? What if they can stall out until 40 minutes? Then you have Sivir, and you have Corki in the late game, and Graves in the mix, and you have such a great engage pool, which is Litma, and Zoom is tipping back. So I think everything for JDG right now is all about the late game, and they already had successful time in the mid lane team fight, so I don't think they are worried about too much compared to before, but still there is so many tasks that JDG needs to come over, and definitely FPX is still ahead, and if they can get this mid inhib turret and get 2 inhibs, potentially 3 inhibs, but
oh, Kanavi in the front. He's gonna survive actually. The Olaf not able to quite die, but the Hecarim can do better than you, Olaf. He's gonna get the 1.
He died,
actually
though.
Does get burst down. They're going too deep. The turret's still alive here. FPX, we would have thought that maybe after that last engage they would have learned a little bit. I mean, they're still ahead, but
yeah,
you got to be careful about just straight diving turrets after losing a team fight and items being picked up. As you mentioned, the IE was available there for Loken, so they are going to be able to group up, pick up the inhibitor. We got a minute 30. Oh, they didn't get the inhibitor. What?
Okay.
Okay, that's
interesting.
I think in this case, with the Elder coming up in a minute 30, you want to take that down.
For sure.
But they just got a little bit too pressured to back away.
And also at this point, I think they are really thankful for the Mountain Drake Soul. And then look at here. I mean, I thought they cut it out disengaged really well by JDG, but Khan was pushing topside, right? He was like right into the face while Sivir is just getting melted by Varus damage, and that was great flank by him as well.
Yeah. I understand the thought process of FPX with the Mountain Drake. You want to, because you're going up against a Sivir and Corki Graves. I mean, they have really excellent wave clear. So when you don't have the Baron Nashor, it's difficult to just straight up push waves into the enemy turret. So they say, hey, maybe we can dive into that weak backline and then push the turret. But it didn't quite pan out as they would have hoped.
Yeah, they're playing against Sivir, so you must play on 2 lanes at least, you know? That's the just theory to, I mean, textbook to play against Sivir, right? How to play against Sivir. And they kind of did well, it seemed like, but I think the point that JDG can actually stall out is because of Yagao's Corki. When you see the team fight, he's always just melting the front line really easily, and he already got the 3 items. So I don't think like FPX is that far ahead anymore, because I'm not sure about the 5v5 at this point.
Yeah, we figured that the Mountain Drake would help a lot, and you see that there are a bunch of resistances picked up on pretty much every member of FPX, but the damage, the pure damage that JDG's composition has is still difficult to deal with, even if you do have that Mountain Soul.
Okay.
Although the focus coming down, that is a very valuable stopwatch, let me tell you. as Yagao is going to go through them with the package, but he is going to go down as the Elder gets taken by the Olaf at the same time. But look at Loken, he's still alive on the back line. They're doing that damage, and Zoom with full health is actually winning against Elder here, as it is 4 versus 3. At the end of the day, this game is really crazy. It's so back and forth now, but the Elder buff was picked up by FPX. They can't seem to push with only 3 members at this point, though.
I mean, if JDG got the Elder Drake, then that was complete disaster, but it was really great engage and great stopwatch at the same time, but he already lost the HP, so all the things were looking great for FPX side, but luckily Loken got enough items to deal a damage on their front line, and during the team fight he was keep kiting with the Yagao. I mean, Yagao just died instantly after he uses the stopwatch, but still, you know, it's all about mid and AD carry those damage dealers, you know. One of the damage dealers is alive, then successful. It's fine. You can still have the damage. So I think it's all about the Corki Saver. The timing has come. It's 30 minutes. Elder buff with the Nashor buff with the Dragon Soul, and if they get this, they should able to end this game before next Nashor buff, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what you would imagine. And you can see that GG, they're not really concerned with this here, as they're just going to send Zoom bot. Have him push down the turret a little bit. TP did come in from Khan, so he actually did use that. I was thinking maybe he was going to save it for an engage.
Yeah. Because,
I mean, you got TP Righteous Glory Hecarim, right? You're going to look for the insane TP engage plays, but instead he just goes up to the top side with the Baron buff and is going for the push. He's going to
look at the wave clear.
Attention.
So the wave clear is real, so they really need to play on at least 2 waves, but they look like really afraid to take 5v5 at this point, because it's open in it, right? You don't need to bring waves, so if you are ahead, you just go in and, hey bros, you guys really want to fight 5v5? No, we are far ahead, so just back out, give us free inhib. But right now, even though there is no inhib turret, FPX is kind of afraid to hit this inhib.
Yeah, finally they're going to move up because both Yagao...
It's easier with the waves.
Yeah, the waves come in. And they all rotated up top side. So they're just going to give away these 2 inhibitors here.
They just gave up, by the way.
Yeah, 2
after those timing, I thought it was really great defense. So if they lose this top inhib as well, then I don't think this is great news for them.
Oh boy, Bloom out. See you later. It's going to be locked down by the Chains of Corruption straight up there, as the 3rd inhibitor is going to go down. And FPX with the Baron buff. It's still a minute 18. They're going to push in, but Zoom is going for the 4v5 engage. Into the back line here is Khan. Just getting so much attention onto himself, but he is going to go down. As, yes, so will Zoom, but Yagao and Loken still available here, even Kanavi. Can they do anything to stop this push, though, is the real question, as Kanavi is going to be hunted down.
Righteous Glory.
Down will go the Nexus turret, but in goes Yagao. They're not able to take down the Nexus just yet, but they're on top of Yagao, and they finally will take him out, and now it's only Loken. But Lumao does come back, but it doesn't matter, as Loken is just going to be burst down here. This game should be FPX's. As you can see, Lumao desperate, very desperate to do whatever he can from this point in time, but the Nexus will go down. Game number 2 will go the way of FPX in 33 minutes. And we do have a tie series here, 1-1 in this best of 5.
Yep, that was just a game to describe FPX itself. They just know how to use their mid lane to just dive top lane. And I mean, their bot lane was also playing so much better than last game. I mean, they were playing as a Varus, but this time around it was Sivir, which is not considering as like great AD carry, even though it got buffed. It was kind of first time it showed up in the competitive league, right? So I don't think that was a lot of draft issues, but still, you know, as I said, it's really hard to get the balanced mid AD champions because you have to think about the early game and mid game, late game. But it was way too much for the late game potential, in my opinion. So it's like I think they were just thinking too much about the draft and just gave up Varus for free. And why didn't you ban Varus?
Why didn't you ban Varus? That's a lot of games can be described that way. Although we did have a lot of Varus bans in the past couple of days. So I think after this game, I hope that we will not see any more Varus, even though we said that after game 1 that we shouldn't see any Varus. We did see it happen there. As we had some fun picks in this one. You mentioned the Sivir. We also had the Hecarim top lane, which did a lot of work for them. Nice job by Chris here to dodge.
Yeah, I mean, both games were like kind of decided after level 2, level 3 fights, you know. You remember the game 1, right?
Yeah.
And then like they had great defend on their own jungle by FPX. The vision control, the way how they use the lane pressure, doing B's vision control just made out spot a Knavi. And the top side, I thought JDG was not ready to the fight because Sivir had only Warhammer into 2 cores Varus, and also Yagao only had a Pier and pickaxe.
Yeah, this was not the time to fight. You know, the package is good, but
package is good,
not
but
that good.
Yeah, it's not that good when you are that behind, you know. So yeah, I mean, they had the timing. That was great, engaged by Letmao and Yagao. So we thought that they might get Nasher after this and maybe stall off for another like 8 minutes, extra 8 minutes. But here we go. Our last hero.
Yeah.
He's Korean, by the way.
It's Khan.
It's Khan.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, he saved the day. And I really think everyone played kind of shaky. Everyone made a mistake and had a death, but I think in the end, FPS kind of lined up and got the 2 and 3 inhibs, almost 3 inhibs, but anyways. It was clean game. Actually, I can't say it. It was not that clean game.
Yeah, it's not that clean.
Yeah, they lost 2 team fights.
Yeah,
I mean, anyways, graph shows that the Epi hacks had most of the lead. And yeah, Varus seems like really powerful. I didn't know that before.
Yeah, well, if you didn't know it before, now you know. Everybody should know. The power that is Varus. He shouldn't be allowed in the game right now. And I was actually very curious about the Hecarim pick up into the top side up against Wukong. Seemed like it was working pretty well in the laning stage. Like they didn't really have much effect on the top lane. A lot of the focus was on the bottom side and jungle. So I did like that kind of counter pick up against a pick that we are seeing more and more often here in the MSC in that Wukong. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see more of it, as Doombi is going to pick up the player of the game.
Yeah, I mean,
well, he did gank the top lane that one time.
I mean, it was not only one time, you know. He was TPing and he made this kind of 2v2. He pulled enemy mid jungle. He was like dancing on the mid lane. We actually call it dancing, by the way. When I was in like Europe team and NA team, maybe you can just dance around and just pull some players to like to the spot that we can actually win the fight 100%, you know. So he's really good in dancing in the Rift and in real life as well. So he made a lot of kills and made the FPX to have easy game compared to game 1.
Yeah, he was kind of playing Karma in a way that we don't see very often, which is, you know, aggressively engaging to get those tethers down, and then also baiting the enemy into attacking you, absorbing a ton of damage with your shield, and then feeding your carries. So he actually did do a nice amount of work for his team in that one, as, yeah, gotta hand it to them. But guys, We do have now the series all tied up 1-1. We are going to go to another quick break. When we come back, game number 3 will start between FPX and JDG. Don't go anywhere.
라스리안 온도 평화가 함께하리
카드가 날아와 폼이 꽂힌다.
다른 말로 LOR 찍먹 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 LOR 라쇼 카드가 두둥 카드가 두둥 LOR 라쇼 LOR 라쇼 LOR
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at LoL Park and LPL Arena to bring you more of the 2020 MSC. After Game 1, we said, wow, JDG came out here with energy, and they stomped FPX. After Game 2, we said kind of the opposite. We find ourselves all tied up here between the two teams in a couple of one-sided contests. So where do you think we're going to go from here, Wada? Do you have any predictions on who might pull ahead here in Game 3?
Yeah, after those random games, it's really hard to predict, obviously, but yeah, I mean, I think both teams kind of realized that late game teamfight comp is not actually helping them, because, I mean, in the tournament that they did, group stage, it was actually working out, you know, the late game teamfight comp, no one tried to like fight in early, and the early game champions were not working that well, so that's why even the LPL team did kind of Aphelios and those kind of late game teamfight comps, right? Like Ezreal also kind of popped up, right? But it seems like just early game teamfight comp. I mean, maybe it's only Varus, but maybe if Varus is gone, the game would be completely different. But yeah, I mean, for now it seems like just early game teamfight comp and just play for early leads, early objectives is so much better, and especially when both teams are just good on it.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if FPX roll it back. They went from scaling to something a little bit more snowbally. Just go with something similar here once again. I believe the teams are going to be switching sides though for game number 3. I believe so.
I mean, I think FPX chose game 1 and game 2 blue side themselves. Yeah, FPX, they chose blue side on game 1 and 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because their first seed?
Yeah, I mean, it's already confirmed. And then, yeah, I mean, this is the game that JDG can choose. And they decide to have blue side.
Yeah. They're going over there onto the blue side, so we might see a little bit of a mix-up here. You would have to expect FPX will be banning away that Varus. Galio not going to change here.
Yep, Galio banned, and finally Varus is banned, so maybe they go back to just scaling AD carries like Ezreal or Aphelios. Those kind of champion kind of popped off. And still they are just snipe banning against Doimbi on the JDG side, and also Fun plus Phoenix, they're banning Nidalee. Yeah, I would definitely do the same.
Yeah, Nidalee and Varus seem like absolute requirements from FPX on red. Question is, what is going to be the final ban here? It's Graves, actually. So they say, hey, Kanavi's Graves is also pretty good. Let's take that away. It's high tier jungle at the moment, and the Ezreal you were talking about might just be first picked here by JDG.
Yesterday it happened a lot.
There you go.
So that was easy, and I don't think they don't wanna. Yeah, I mean they're just picking Aphelios, as I said. Going back to late game champions on the bot lane.
Roll it back.
Yeah, I mean it was only Varus, I guess. It's just because of this champion.
Yeah. We could have a healthy bot lane situation, if not for Varus.
I'm not sure if this is healthy, but anyways, yeah.
I suppose so.
Varus kind of made the game really quick in the game 1 and game 2, and this time around, both champions are just waiting for their items and the timing, and that's actually interesting and quick choice to pick up Thresh at second.
Yeah, they're gonna forego picking up the jungle for now, as JDG were hovering the Kindred, and they're going to go straight into Syndra.
Oh yeah, I like this. They did same thing yesterday, by the way. just pick Israel. Just pick Azrael. Ezreal.
Ezreal.
Ezreal. I'm actually sleeping, but anyways, Syndra and Ezreal, which is so balanced. I was talking about this balance so many times, right?
So good.
Yeah. Early game, mid game, late game, everything is just perfect.
Yeah, it's really great.
I love those two combos already. And Leona in the max, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, he picked into Thresh, right?
Yes.
And in theory, Thresh is good matchup for into Leona, but I think if you are good Leona, I don't think you afraid to play against Thresh, but because after level 6, always Thresh is in danger, you know? So it's not that hard to play against it, and yeah, I mean, Doinb is just sticking into his karma duty.
Yeah, I mean, it worked in game number 2. He picked a player of the game for his karma play. I don't mind taking that one there.
Yeah.
Of course, with the priority on the Leona, that does mean that they're going to lose a couple more jungle bans here. Actually, both sides will, after FPX also forego taking the jungle. No Trundle, no Olaf. And the Mordekaiser is also taken off the board here. Not sure about that Mordekaiser. I mean, there's already so much AP damage on the side of JDG. Would they really go for an AP top? But they're still scared about it. It's Kindred also denied from Tien.
Yeah. There's actually a huge amount of jungles. Trundle, Graves, and Nearly, Kindred, Olaf is gone. And there is some still something like safe blind pickable junglers like Sejuani, especially when Trundle is gone. And at least if you want to play aggressive, and there is also Lee Sin.
Yeah. I wouldn't, I wouldn't mind Lee Sin here.
To just play it? Yeah, I mean, I think so, because I don't think there is many champions that you can like just counter Lee Sin at this point when the 5 junglers are gone already.
Yeah, and it's also Kanavi. I mean, you take away the potential Lee Sin pick from Tien. It adds more attack damage from your team when you already have a lot of AP in it. I like the pick, and so did JDG. They also get Zoom his famed Gangplank, so I'm happy I get to cast that and we get to watch that.
Yeah, and Crisp is picking jungler. There's no way he's picking for the other lanes, and yeah, they picked the Rek'Sai. And yeah, they still have kind of jungle-powered mid-jungle synergy like Olaf Karma. Rek'Sai is still kind of similar, but yeah, the other side they have Syndra and Lee Sin, and I don't think Rek'Sai can just tank the one-shot combo by Syndra and Lee Sin. And yeah, I mean, it seems like JDG has like better balanced combo, because I feel like FPX needs some more time compared to JDG. But I think it's similar. Just talking about it, because of mid picks, I feel really comfortable on Syndra more than Karma. But it's Doinb, so I would say just 50-50 ban picks finally, I guess. It's just so hard about it.
Right down the middle.
Yeah, it's just right down the middle. So really depends on the players, but especially I think it's mid lane.
Yeah,
mid jungle fight.
It has,
mid jungle skirmishes.
It's come down to that very often, especially between these two teams. I feel like I'm a little bit biased towards JDG's comp.
Yeah.
Just with the champions that they're playing, I think, obviously if you look at LWX, sometimes Aphelios could absolutely pop off, but we'll have to see what happens here as we do hop in on the rift for game number 3. And off we do go. Back here once again You've casted a lot of League of Legends in the last 2 days. How are you holding up? In your second language, by the way.
I'm trying my best.
Yeah.
You know? And yeah, especially when it comes to commentating with second language. Slowly my brain is melting because I'm thinking in Korean and translating in my brain.
Yeah.
Like
it's like a computer that's overheating.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to restart and reboot.
Yeah.
But I can't because I'm working right now, you know? So I'm trying my best, but anyways, these games are fun, so that's why I can stand up for.
Yeah. If it was, you know, if we had like 45-minute snooze fests, that would
like
just
no
be
kills.
harder. I mean, that would be so much harder for you.
Yeah.
But at least we're having some action here as JDG will not go down without an invade. They are taking your red. But FPX are just going to respond in kind by moving in to the blue side jungle, taking that red buff away. And so they will go vertical jungling.
Yeah. And also, yeah, I feel like if I'm playing this game, then I would definitely just be on the JDG side more, because yeah, I already mentioned if I'm playing blind pick, I'm picking Syndra for mid lane, because especially when you watched last day's games, Syndra considered as like tier 1 pick, and just everyone just blind picked. And especially Yagao, he played so good on Syndra. He was just pushing lane all the time, just TPing and getting some kills for the team, and disengaging with his tools, even though like enemy teams are flashing in, it doesn't matter for him. Like he was making so many different situations for like make it good for him and good for his team. So I feel really comfortable on JDG's side, but at the same time, it's like promise comp. It's already like feels so good on the FPX side as well, because you have Aphelios and Ornn.
Yeah.
Which is actually SK really likes it.
Yeah. And they have Thresh, which is a really fantastic support for the Aphelios. You can keep him very safe. You can get him out of bad situations with your Lantern.
Yep.
And you can also set up plays that actually synergize really well with the kit that Aphelios does have. So feels like definitely, you know, top 1 or 2 supports for that 80 carry. As they spot the Lee Sin. It's not going to amount to too much.
And yeah, I mean, my only worry from JDG is Leona from Le Mans, because I don't think you can be that impactful against enemy AD carry when enemy AD carry has pings. And yeah, especially he's playing against Aphelios, right? Who has Conqueror. So maybe he can just stack up Conqueror with Leona, but let's see the top fight first.
Okay, they're just gonna spot him here with the Tremor Sense. Smite comes down, Kanavi able to get out of there with the ward, but it will be coming on over. The Q misses. It's not really gonna matter too much. As down on the bottom side, the Cleanse and the Flash are both blown. They're trying to lock down Crisp here, as he will be going down. First blood is gonna be given over to the Ezreal in the bottom lane. We're gonna have to take a look at the replay and see exactly how that even started, because all the summoners are gone.
They are just giving me an answer. Leona was right. I don't care if I'm playing against Thresh. So this is the mindset that if you are good Leona.
If you're Luna.
Leona. Leona. So how do you pronounce it? Like properly? Leona?
Leona, yeah. But I think
I'm not
Leona is also, it's not incorrect.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, Chris was not in position to kill his AD carry, and that was mispositioning by LWX as well. And yeah, it's already great news for JDG, because they kind of short the time that the timeline that they needed for the late game power spike for Ezreal. So it's already great. But still, FPX some chances because they have great teamfight comp, and LCK would love to play this comp as well.
Looking for Crisp here. He doesn't have his flash, so if they can land. Okay, they're going to get it, but the flag comes in. Kanavi also in position, but Tien's here, and the 2-on-2 does engage. And now with TP coming in, they're trying to turn this one around, but look at this, FPX coming around the bend as JDG may have just gone a little bit too deep. The Q is not going to land from the Syndra. That is 3 kills gone and fed to the side of FPX, who capitalized on the mistake.
They were just hyping too much about their early game leads, and they just went to enemy jungle against nearly 4 men.
Yeah.
I mean, Zoom is having a fun time on the top side. Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why Crash is considered as the honest counter. He didn't get one shot, and that was great reaction by Crisp as well. And that was even TP by Yagao, and he used both sums at the timing. And yeah, I mean, it's great comeback by Fun plus Phoenix. And at the same time, they just kind of throw up the early leads right now. So I don't think they can just snowball with those kind of early first blood in the lane. It doesn't matter anymore. It's maybe even opposite right now. FPX is just slowly controlling the map. I think after the at least BF sold on LWX, they can just snowball really easy through their bot lane. But right now, he has no items, so nothing is happening.
Yeah, just going to sit back. I feel like that play overall benefited Doinby the most. I mean, he picks up 3 stacks on his Dark Seal. He's got a couple of fairy charms. You know, he's just going to be able to be so solid now in the mid lane with a kill and an assist. The bottom lane's still going to be pretty good here for Lumel Loken.
Yeah.
As you can see, the True Shot Barrage was really just right on point there, and now we even have a rotation. But it is on Vision. Blasting Plants is going to not get them there on time. Now we have more rotations.
Yago has no flash, by the way. No sums, no cleans.
Oh, he might just be dead here. He is way too far forward. He's going to try to burst back on a LWX, but he is just baiting his team as well. Down goes Lumao as they left the bottom lane. You don't have vision, but you got to know that they're there, right? And they have vision of you, and you have no flash.
No flash and no cleans. I thought Syndra has cleans, by the way. Like, his positioning was definitely willing to fight there. And he had no sums.
That was a strange decision, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why the condition is so important when it comes to BO5 and those kind of schedules. And I mean, they did really well on the game 1, and maybe the caffeine is not kicking in anymore.
They're crashing.
Yeah. And that was great hook by Chris as well.
Yeah. Not even sure that he had to stopwatch there. The second they kill Yagao, it's like, okay, fight's over. And, I mean, it was 2v4 before they could even get there. You're going up against Thresh. He can go over the wall with his 80 carry. It's almost like they didn't factor in what they were playing against and what they had at that time. So, it may just be a condition thing, as you were mentioning, because just like that, a couple of massive mistakes from JDG means that FPX are in total control of this game. Now they're going to pick up the Rift Heralds and potentially look to push it down top lane because the 80 carry has swapped up to the top side. Here they come.
Yeah. I mean, those mistakes were not happening when we watched the JDG's game, right? And yeah, I mean, for sure, that's the it can be the reason why JDGs just keep making those kind of crucial mistakes, like didn't check the TP, didn't check the summoners that we have, and didn't check the steps that we have to check. And those kind of things are same. Thresh can definitely just run into you and Lantern Rek'Sai. know. But when you are not 100% conditioned, your brain is kind of slow. This is what's happening in my brain too, you know.
Yeah.
So I can understand. Oh, those kind of mistakes.
What is going
you know?
on? What is going on?
Definitely. They are sleeping and I'm sleeping, so we are friends.
Even Zoom, like, just put the cannon barrage down. Just make the safe play. I don't understand like the risks that they're taking as a team. You know, I feel like so many members on the side of JDG now are guilty of it. Not just not just Yagao, not just Lumao, now Zoom. You know, he was forced to flash up on the top side and then he cannon barrages. It's like, just put it down. There's 3 members up there.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Maybe they kind of ruined their caffeine routine. You know about it?
Or maybe they're mental.
Yeah, I mean, I learned it when I was in G2.
Yeah.
About the caffeine routine.
What's the caffeine routine?
If you take a decent amount, I mean, just right amount of caffeine, then it's gonna kick in 30 minutes, and after 30 minutes, you're gonna get the highest focus moment, and after that, it's gonna get like slowly going down, you know.
Yeah.
So if you can keep that, like keep it every day, then it's gonna help you to focus more than normal. And yeah, I mean maybe they got too much of caffeine or kind of ruined about their routine. I mean, obviously, those kind of mistakes are just from not focusing on the game, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's mistakes that we wouldn't expect, you know.
Yeah, I mean they didn't make those mistakes yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. So now Yagao, he does have flash this time, but he says, "I'm Syndra." Shuts that idea down.
Yeah,
Yagao is always really good on like disengaging with Syndra's skills. Like he's always really calm. Normally when you're playing a mobile champion, then you hear Orange ulti, then you get panicked.
Yeah.
But he's like just chilling and yeah, I'm fine, I'm Syndra, as you mentioned.
Looking pretty engaged here on Lumao.
Okay.
He's not able to proc his aftershock, he just runs into them.
Yeah, I mean he used it before, so
yeah. And he had flash, by the way. Could have flashed away from that one, but he decided, nope, just take me with you.
Okay.
We're gonna try to flash ult Crisp.
Chicago.
And there you go, he's dead. I mean, there's really not much to say here on it. I don't know how to. There's no caster magic that I can cast to pretend and say something like, oh, this is okay. I didn't learn that caster spell yet.
Yeah, I mean, also you can feel it, you know, when you're casting, you can hear from the Korean casters, right? I just heard it a lot yesterday. I was like doing commentary thingy yesterday too, right? And
yeah.
Like when BDD and Chobi makes good plays, like they were screaming BDD and Chobi, but today they're just really quiet because these plays are not like FPX is playing good. It's more like JDG is not focusing at all.
Yeah, JDG got the early lead, and then they're like, no, you can have it, actually. You take the win. I mean, what? It's not even like he's Ludens Syndra or something. Even with Ludens, that wouldn't have been a kill. But like...
Even without the Karma shield, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be killed. And yeah, everything is just like, I think FPX is also kind of confusing, I would say, because they're literally running it down. I have nothing to say.
Not much else to say.
Yeah.
They're really going to have to turn this around. I mean, you look at the gold, you look at the current game state. Yes, I mean, Ezreal still has 1 kill. He's got a lot of farm, right? This is a much closer game than games 1 and 2. So, again, we're going to be shocked by the mistakes that are being made here by JDG, but the game's not over. I mean, it's not like FPX got massive objectives or giant leads from the mistakes that are being made. It's mostly just a couple kills here and there. You know, you can see that they are ahead on the Drakes, but it's a Cloud Soul. And there still is an opportunity for JDG to come back from this one, but they really need to
refocus and get some more campaigns. But anyways, like the good thing is few players are still keep focusing on the game, right? I think Loken is still really into this game and he didn't die yet. And even in like game 2 and game 1 he was really focused, and even though like he was playing Sivir, it was not the like best performance that we could see it from Loken, but he was still doing something and clearing wave like massive monster. And right now he's doing the same, like clearing clearing the waves, but this time around it is Ezreal, and he's getting a lot of farms, freely poking, and I think maybe he can save the day for JDG today.
Yeah. Obviously, the Syndra is going to be quite far behind, but she picks up the TLP, and so she has a lot of utility, a lot of pick, right? She can slow people down, get a stun down, and, well, she doesn't have flash this time and no E, so she's dead again.
Okay.
Not sure why Lumao is throwing out his ult there. There was no saving him, not at all, and there was no re-engage coming from the teammates, so maybe just a little bit of a, again, a little tilt, a little non-focus coming out from these two players specifically, as we have been seeing that in this game.
Okay, so I think in a good way, I guess FPX is just forcing them to have making some mistakes, you know, and they are doing literally just right job, and Khan is moving down and Yagao is overstepping, so he's using Ornn ulti. The chain CC is real, nothing is missing. Everyone is at the right moment, right place. Just everything is just going great. Like it seems like they are on the form now after the game 1. You know?
Yeah, for sure. That's another thing we talked about, you know, how FPX kind of came out slow, and maybe, you know, that one day off actually hurt them, whereas JDG looked, you know, ready to go. And we talked a lot about caffeine routines as well, but they have woken up, right? We're starting earlier than normal here today because we have 2 best-of-5s to go.
Yeah.
For today, so we got to fit it all in. By the way, Genji versus Top Esports later on tonight after this best-of-5. Don't miss it. But it does look like FPX have certainly woken up.
Yeah. We talked about the JDG's caffeine routine, right?
Yeah.
And we didn't talk about the FPX's caffeine.
Yeah,
routine.
exactly.
I think they took the caffeine during the game 1. That's why it kicked off from game 2.
You remember I said that Doinby got his coffee in between games 1 and 2.
Yeah!
It's kicking in!
It's kicking in, man!
He's carrying on the karma.
Then they definitely need to end the game!
Speaking of which, that Moonlight Visual didn't look like it landed there. As actually, okay. Nice little kick is going to go for the disengage, and finally it looks like JDG were able to stand up for themselves for the first time this game. We have the Cloud Drake coming up here, and Yagao is once again dangerously on the edge of trying to get in there, but it looks like he might just give that one away. As Zoom is another guy who's kind of stuck in solo queue. He's like, well, I mean, I can't really say that because he did go for the weird play earlier on. As Hook is going to come in here once again. This time there is a stopwatch. Is it going to matter? The answer is no, as Yagao, okay, he's going to land his own stun. Magic View will miss. Oh, that's 3 guys. Going to get the 1 into the flash, but he is GP, so kind of the unfortunate player. Champion you were looking for. Double stun, actually, by Yagao. Max range, but the knock-up here from the Ornn as Khan is going to bait that Syndra ultimate. Flashing in now is LWX. He's looking for the kills, but...
It's so spicy.
Yeah. Man, this is LPL action for you guys. It just never seems to end. And at the end of the day, nobody actually died. Well, the Leona died.
That was actually so intense fights. Like I thought I was watching WWE or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
Smackdown.
It's already like all scripted, you know. No one dies, but it's already set it up, you know, for the best moment and best scenes, you know.
Yeah.
Like everyone played it almost perfect, and like dodging some skill shots, and but at the end no one died. So that's why like I was feeling like I'm watching a movie or something.
That was really smart from Zoom, by the way. He waited until the hook lands.
Yeah, exactly.
Amongst all of the pressure of, you know, Ornn ultimates, damage coming out, and then he uses the oranges. And at the end of the day, yes, FPX will pick up that Cloud Drake, and they will be feeling pretty good about the teamfight win. But the gold deval, Cloud Soul, it's going to be pretty good for the Ornn, I would say, and for getting the Rek'Sai in position.
Yeah.
And in their engaged potential, sure. You know, the Thresh is going to be running at you 1,000,000 miles an hour. But you're still going up against Zoom's CP. You're still going up against Loken, who's had a pretty nice early game. And I think it's going to come down to JDG trying to stop LWX from doing damage. They're going to try to have to kill that one main carry and see if they can actually pull it off. But in LPL fashion, we're just going for the Baron. They have the damage to go for it, absolutely. It looks like JDG have been tipped off.
Khan is ready to turn, and this looks good.
Yeah, they're looking for Lumao here. No flash. They should be able to pick up the support. Lumao will go down. Nice stun coming out here. And we return to the Baron. So, ults are down. Well, just the one ult from Khan. JDG not going to give up here 4v5, considering getting on in there.
But Ezreal has no mana, by the way.
Okay, that's going to be a nice amount of burst damage onto the front line. Here's Kanavi getting into the back. He's going to find LWX, and the angle is perfect! As they had the vision of the 80 carry, no flash on LWX. And they just might give this one away. It's going to be up to TN to try to get in there and steal it. The damage is coming in. They want to get the burst. Do they have it? It's going to go to Syndra, of all people. The Q comes in, and JDG are still in the game as Crisp is going to go down. Kanavi considering taking the Q, but he's not going to take that risk. And JDG have bought themselves a chance in this game.
Holy moly. This is why you watch LPL.
Oh yeah, man. It's
you
awesome.
Still don't know till the end. I mean, they just got Leona for free again. So it feels like Lumao is just having fun time. But after that, I thought there was no chance because Azure has no mana. He was like out of mana at this timing because of the wave clear. But the way how Zoom kind of... Oh, man.
It's the knockup.
Baron Nashor.
And then Kanavi. Oh, man.
Oh, man. Nashor helped them.
Yeah, assist goes to Mrs. Nashor. Or I guess she's a Baron. Or it's a Baron. It's a male. Never mind.
Okay,
but, yeah, take a look at the damage here. 797 is the last one I saw.
Fight again. No flash.
No flash, but they can't quite engage as Kanavi is in the front line. They don't have the damage to take down Khan. But it looks like Kanavi was really trying to help save his teammates. And again, this is against Baron, so you can see they were really trying to make it happen. Look at Loken now, just frontlining. Stun is going to come down and forces the cleanse out of LWX here right before the Cloud Drake fight.
It's all about Syndra and Ezreal at this point. And actually, FunPlus Phoenix has only Aphelios, but this time around, they couldn't reach Syndra, but yeah, they got Kanavi. That was great cancel by Crisp too. So yeah, this can be potential Drake Soul for FunPlus Phoenix.
Yeah, let's see how aggressive JDG want to fight this Cloud Soul. It's always the question. We all know it's the least valuable of the Drakes, but they're going in there. I mean, it is LPL, so we're fighting regardless of souls or objectives or anything like that.
They still have Nashor, so it's really easy to get the mid prior first, though.
Yeah, that they do. They're going to push in. It's a nice amount of wave clear, though, from the side of the Aphelios, but the damage on the side of JDG is still quite good. And as long as Lumao or Yagao don't get picked off in the beginning, the 5v5 is not looking so bad here for JDG.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, JDG should really thankful that Loka didn't die yet. You know?
Yeah.
That is actually huge pressure for FPX at this point, because I don't think they can ever reach to Ezreal with those comps, you know?
Yeah, no, it's pretty much impossible. If Loken's playing, you know, a somewhat balanced style, if he's arcane shifting in and then he gets caught because of a mistake or something, being too aggressive, then maybe. But if they play just like a balanced mid-range in terms of distance, Syndra and Ezreal kind of stick together and get some help peeling from guys like Lee Sin, Leona, then there is definitely a way that they can play this comp quite well.
Yeah.
Now, Doinby is really scary. He has 16 stacks on his Majais. He's 3-0 and 7. And he has, I think, 3.5 items. So, I mean, this guy he's going to be giving gigantic shields.
And damage too, by the way.
Yeah, and damage. He's going to be chunking people, especially guys like Syndra.
Okay. Orange just upgraded LW access item. So
there you go.
He has upgraded Infinity Edge. It might change the game meta at this point, because it's actually huge for the AD carries. And I think it's already set it up to just deal the damage freely, because you have cleans with yourself, and you have Thresh's Lantern, and you have Orange ulti to engage, and you have shield from Karma, who is so fast.
Yeah.
So I think LWX is like, this is timing for him to show something, prove himself that he's a great player.
Yeah.
Just pop off, man.
He's certainly not going to be. None of that damage is really going to stick. As Loken. Oh, the predict! As he is going to get the flash away from the Ezreal. But again, it is Ezreal. So you're going to have a very difficult time of locking down this champion. As we have a little bit of ARAM here.
Orin
Orin
has no ulti, so it's pretty hard to engage at this point. Only Thresh is hoop. Oh!
Yagao frontlining here on top of a Ornn pillar. He's going to flash away.
Oh.
Cannon Barrage did a really nice job of zoning. Oh. This game is so close, actually. It really does feel like both sides have big options and ways to win this game.
Yeah, for sure.
I really like.
I mean, in fact, it felt a little bit comfort for JDG side, because Loken had 3 cores already finished. Even though he has upgraded IE, has defense ready, so it was fine. But look, I mean, it was kind of end moment again, but at the same time he didn't die yet. But I think the point that he lost his flash in this time, it will matter when it comes to the next Drake fight.
And stopwatch.
Yeah, true.
Is he going to go Zhonya's next?
I think so, because he has no escape tool. I think it's very necessary, especially in this game. I mean, yeah, he's fine. He is CC bot for his AD carry.
Looks like he might go Banshees instead at this point.
And eventually, Zoom's GP is fed too.
Don't forget about him. He's, you know, he's kind of just been side laning and farming.
Yeah, he was farming for like 25 minutes.
Yeah. His Cannon Barrages have been doing work, but he is one beefy pirate right now. And he doesn't really take that much damage either. He's actually surprisingly healthy.
Yeah. And I think there is a lot of pressure on Khan and Crisp at this point, because if they miss their skill shot, especially Orange ulti, then there's no way they can engage on them. It's so important to just pull the trigger at the right moment when you're playing against Ezreal Syndra. Khan is slowly moving forward.
Looking for the angle here. Khan in the front line. He is the bouncer right now to the club that is the Cloud Drake pit. That True Shot Barrage really didn't do much. Now the Ornn ultimate is going to come back here, and it is going to be secured. The Cannon Barrage onto everyone, but Kanavi incredibly low. Do they have the damage? The front to back here from LWX is way too much. And JDG say, we don't really want to fight this, as Zoom just runs away from Tian at the same time. Some pings onto Baron Nashor. Very low health bars on the side of JDG, so they might just have to back away.
Yeah, I mean, in one timing, I think I saw LWX had like almost 4k like health bar because of the Karma shield. So I think this is kind of disgusting at this point, and he has QSS too. Probably PD finished at this point too. That was great. Kinda disengaged for the to secure this Drake, and Zekis is already it was already ready from Crisp 2, so frontline.
See that barrel in the back?
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that he connected those barrels. I only saw Tian get hit in the front, but after that happened, they were like, oh boy, we gotta back away. And yeah, it was really just the Ornn ultimate that divided Loken and Diagal from the rest of their team, and so there was no real damage output in the match. As, okay, we're just gonna do the Baron here. Say JDG, FPX saying no.
Yago still has no flash, by the way.
He is playing pretty far back, but they want to get that damage down. Nice timing on the Ornn ultimate. That's 3 knocked up here. The oranges are going to be used, but look at that burst damage from the Cannon Barrage and the barrels coming out here. Zoom is the real carry right now of this JDG team.
That is true. But still, LWX is full HP. He's going to filled up with 1.5k shields. And they have Cloud Drake as well, so it will be really easy to kite down. And Karma's shield is... I just want to see his Mantra's cooldown, because I thought, yeah, I think it's on like 12 seconds or something, and it would be way shorter when you are auto-attacking enemy or like hitting some skills. So
yeah,
it's gonna be perma 1.5k shield on Aphelios. It sounds really disgusting, and look at him, he's not even building Bloodthirster. Normally you go like healing items after those crit items, but he doesn't care anymore.
Yeah.
Because he has Karma, so he's looking for the damage.
He's the tankiest member in the game.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah. It's pretty gross. And you can see that Doomby hasn't really been going super aggressive or anything like that. He always is in a position to not get clawed out.
Uh-oh.
He wants to keep those stacks.
No flash.
Now is in a bit of trouble, but he could have just baited them in. As Tian is going to back away. Ornn ultimate kind of wasted here. Does like a minuscule amount of damage on the backside, but not quite going to do much. As, here we go again, LPL loves their Baron tries, and this one might just work. As, although TP is going to be coming in here.
This is great weapons for the fight.
Turrets down, they're looking for Tian, he's all alone. He's going to get over the wall though. Oh man. These games are crazy. Yeah. The LPL casters are probably watching me like, oh, you just... Valdez, you're such a noob at casting LPL teams. You got to know that these guys just keep fighting over and over. I'm
having fun though.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah,
really
I'm just chilling, like, and this is the game that we wanted so badly, like those high quality games, and like everyone is just not making mistakes anymore. I mean, they made the mistakes so many times in the early game, but I do believe they are waking up, and JDG is so scary. Like, even though they're losing 8 kills to enemy, but it looks like they still want to fight for the control. They still want to fight for the vision control. It feels so intense, and I think both teams are fine with the going into the late game as well.
Well, we are certainly entering that late game right now, and everybody's gearing up for 4th and 5th items about at this point.
Yeah.
We'll see what else Ezreal wants to get as a 6th item here, essentially.
He did a really disgusting item build yesterday. He added Bloodthirster on that.
Yeah.
It was disgusting.
What about like
GA?
Leandries?
Leandries? No.
LS isn't here, so you know somebody's got to sell it, right?
Okay.
Somebody's got to sell the item.
And yeah, it's Elder Drake. Nashor is live, but they don't even care anymore. Because they can easily one-shot Elder. And I think you can just end it with a one team fight. They're slowly setting it up, and it looks like I feel more comfortable on the JDG side because they already got the mid-pry, but they just insta-cleared and used the lantern to reposition, and this looks really great. And they just need to have 5v5 position to have great Ornn ulti angle, and they're just pulling Drake for the fight. This is all set it up.
Yeah. Shannon is looking for the angle. On the left side, he's going to wait. Will be spotted here. The hook comes down. It's just on to Lumao. And when is this engage going to actually happen? You can see the leash now onto the Elder. LWX, by the way, is just casually pushing bottom lane.
Okay. It's because of the Cloud Drake soul, by the way.
Yep.
The movement speed is so fast, so he can just do whatever he wants and just run.
Yeah. Or just lantern over, you know, like there's never going to be a chance that it's not there. Ornn comes in, finds GP. It's a nice amount of damage already. They're looking for it. Look at the AoE from the Aphelios is insane. Well, Lumao is getting in there now. He's going to have to flash away as the skirmishing between these two teams, it just never ends. And nobody is going to pick up the Elder Drake just yet, although they put down some blue trinkets and they say, wow, we did a lot of AoE damage actually with our Aphelios.
No one can go home, by the way. Actually, Chris did, because he has Cloud Drake soul.
He's running.
He's running with the full HP. The Elder Drake dancing is here. And I think it's more fine for FPX.
Leashed again.
They're fine, they're fine.
They should be fine here.
Ornn ulti is coming back in 1 second, by the way. 1 second.
Cloud Drake soul, by the way.
It's going, it's going.
Here we go. You get the knock-up on a 2, and that should be good enough. Do they have the damage? Down goes CP, down goes Syndra. Everybody is falling like flies. As Kanavi, the only hope here, looking for the steal. He's not going to go for it just yet. The Elder Drake will be secured here by FPX.
Holy moly. But, yeah. Because of the Cloud Soul, because of the Cloud Drakes, Khan got the ultimate so fast. And he did the same thing again. Just use the ultimate and just use your dash to airball 2 targets. Is this the first fight or second fight? Okay, the second fight.
Yeah. Khan, excellent work here.
Yeah. And also, Chris got the hook on Yagawa as well. Like, everyone is just playing so perfect. This is why, like, LPL is so fun, you know? Like, all 5 members are trying their best. I mean, just they're all playing just so perfect. So it's 4.4 seconds. The shield is, wait, ISO like 700 or something.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Something like that. Is it that casual number? Look at that! It's 3K health bar.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Look at that.
What is this?
Look at LWX's health bar. It's insane. All right, they're engaging once again with the Elder. This might just be lights out. There's the first one. Cannon Barrage. You know, JDG's comp has so much damage, but they just can't let it stick. They can't get it to stick against this super fed Karma and the ultra tanky Ornn. They're just going to zone him out here. They're going to take out both turrets at the same time. Loom out desperate for the engage. By the way, LWX does,
one more?
He does a little bit of damage. A little bit. As down will go the Nexus, FPX are now on match point with that win 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, FPX definitely. I mean, they got stomped in game 1. No one can describe the game more than that. But anyways, at game 2 and game 3, they're completely back from the early games, and also this game kind of hit it for the late game. And yeah, I mean, they did everything right, and I loved it so much. And yeah, I think what happened in the game 3 was kind of similar with game 1 and 2, but it kind of reached to the point that it's like you consider as late game, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, we already know the power of the Ornn and Aphelios, especially when they are in the same team, and it showed up perfectly with the item scales and the potential of the Aphelios with the weapon synergies, and like all the things that the FPX showed today is just like the reason why they consider as best team in the world, you know? Like so many different kind of play style, I would say, you know? I mean, they got solo king lane, so maybe not the best in the world, you know?
Yeah, but this was a little bit of an oopsie.
Yeah, oopsie.
Yeah, but
they are humans. Yeah.
They were able to then bait the enemy team into the jungle.
Man. This was so huge.
We're going to see kind of a JDG low-light compilation right now. Not necessarily FPX, you know, pulling off the amazing plays. But, you know, JDG could have absolutely gotten further ahead and maybe even closed the game out before LWX got, you know, 2 out of hand.
Yeah.
But they just made too many mistakes in the early game that led it to be even going into late.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to go to the late game against Ornn and Aphelios, you know? So if JDG had the early game leads, I think it would be way more easier for them. But yeah, I mean, they kind of did great job on the Baron dancing, I would say. They got the Baron too, and yeah, I mean, it seemed like Lokan and Yagao is finally popping off, but still Yagao made some huge mistakes on the positioning, and he lost the flashes sometimes before the important fights, and yeah, because of that they lost Cloud Drake and Cloud Drake Souls, and yeah, finally at the end it synergized really well with Ornn, so he used ulti 2 times in a one team fight.
Yeah. It's a rare case that the Cloud Drake Soul gets that much value, but it's Ornn. You know, he doesn't have the longest cooldown in the world on that thing. Just gotta wait with the extra CDR from the Soul. And yeah, it's basically just closing it out from there as eventually LWX's damage just got out of hand. There wasn't really much they could do about it, as you can see there. Over 30,000 in a 40-minute game. That was the longest so far. JDG were in a pretty good spot for a while, but they weren't really able to close it out on time. And once that Cloud Drake Soul went over to FPX and the game went towards the 40-minute mark, it was kind of just lights out from there. So props to FPX. They're actually, I think, doing a lot better than some of us would have imagined. JDG.
Yeah, it was like 7-3 to like prediction, you know.
Yeah, and I think that's you know, we saw what happened over in the LPL playoffs, and we're like, okay, well, maybe JDG's the new team on top, but FPX are looking to hold on to the reins.
And
as
look
the
at
number 1 team.
Did you see the goal difference at the end of the game?
No, what was it?
He was losing 5k.
Yeah.
into enemy top lane, and he still managed to win this game, which means he focused on support your team.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about the farming.
Doesn't matter. Played Ornn. Too good.
I mean, his ultimate was. I mean, I already said it in the game that him and Letmao was under pressure because they were only the engage that you have to engage when you're especially against playing Ezreal and then Syndra, and he did. He actually did, so he deserved to get some spotlight because he did the hard work and it worked out, and this is the reason why LWX could just really damage into the enemy front line, and enemy Loken, even though like he had great performance and great farms and all those kind of things, it doesn't matter. Like those kind of engage made no room for him to deal a damage, so it was just great play by Khan, and in general just FunPlus Phoenix was just better team.
Yeah, absolutely. So FunPlus Phoenix on match point. They only have to win one more up against JDG, who did falter a little bit there in that third game. So guys, we're going to take another quick break. When we come back, game number 4.
카드가 나로 폼이 꽂힌다.
다른 말로 LOR LOR라라쇼 카드가 두둥 카드가 두둥
모바일.
Prove yourself and
And we are back after that bombshell of a game, a crazy one that went, what was it, 41 minutes, 44 minutes. It was a long one. It came down to the wire, and Aphelios ended up on top alongside of Ornn, who's also quite a fan of the late game. And so FPX's comp ended up being the stronger one by the end of it. But you can tell that some of these teams, especially JDG, the mental fatigue is beginning to get to them. I don't really know what it is, but they got to get something to hype themselves up and to focus, and also to get back to the stage. Okay, there they are. Like, where do you guys go?
I mean, for sure they need some caffeine. Like those mistakes that they showed up at game 3 was not acceptable for the team that who really want to get like top trophies. So I really think that was just silly mistakes from the players. So they just need to refocus and just breathe in, breathe out. You know, just relax. And it's more about the draft and like in-game problems. You know, to just get back your mentality and the conditions. You know.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, it's still doable for JDG and also Fun plus Phoenix.
Why did I have a little prediction for this game? I think it's going to be the Lumao carry. I think it's time when the pressure's on, and after messing up as much as he did in Game 3, he's going to take a hard look at himself in the mirror and say, I'm picking Bard, and I'm carrying my team. This is it.
Is it happening?
I can't go down without a fight. I can't go down with people remembering my Leona play from game number 3. I need to change the minds of everybody.
Well, I was already talking about the Leona pick, right? And I'm the one of the player that I really hate to play Leona, because I really think that champion is not good champion. Just like how it is like this.
Yeah.
And I always really wanted to play better champion, because it makes games so easier.
Like Bard.
Yeah, I mean Bard is fine because the meta allows it.
Yeah, true.
Like Ezreal is really independent AD carry who doesn't need any like helps, and Miss Fortune is kind of similar. And it showed up in the last game. No, Leona was like kind of just dying first, and I mean it's really hard champion. That's why, you know. It's really hard to hit the skill shots, and it's really hard to not die after tanking all those skill shots in the front. And especially, experience got changed on the bottom side. So it's really normal that you are like 5 levels lower than enemy laners. I mean, it's really weird to say it's normal that you are 5 level lower than enemy laners, but that's just how it is, you know. You have to deal with it.
It's true. I mean, Leona, especially in the late game, you just get shredded up. I mean, we saw Lumao's engage around the Cloud Drake Soul. He went in, or I think it was the Elder Drake. He went in, he like got a good combo off, and then he's like, oh crap, and then he flashed out. It's like, oh, okay, you locked down the Rek'Sai for like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Good job. You know, like what else are you gonna do? Absolutely nothing. In the late game, you know, in the mid game. You know, early in the mid game, I think Leona does have a lot of skirmishes. She has a lot of potential, especially if you are landing those skill shots. Hard as they are, as difficult as they are, as you were mentioning. But by the end of that game, it was just not much he could do. I think the Thresh had a lot more utility if we're just talking about supports here.
I mean, what I'm trying to say is I don't think Leona is that great champion to pick into Thresh.
True.
You know?
Yeah.
It can be really great counter pick into some other champions like Rakan or those kind of skishy champions that you can actually one-shot, and some like you can have some great skirmishes. But I mean, it happened that Leona had some skirmishes moment in the jungle, enemy jungle, invading enemy jungle with your jungler. But Thresh completely countered him, and he kind of did. I mean, he did what could he do, but it was not the Leona that we really want to see.
Absolutely.
So give him better champion, right?
Exactly, Bard.
Give him better champion. That's simple. It's that simple. Just give him better champion and make him shine.
Yeah, I mean, even Thresh, you know,
Yeah,
if,
exactly.
if I, you know, stop memeing about Bard, like, JDG should be on red, I would imagine, this time.
I'm not sure who he's selecting the
It's
side.
FPX, right? Or
I'm not sure because FPX chose at game 1 and game 2. And JDG chose game 3.
so maybe game 4 as
Is
well.
FPX again?
JDG is blue.
Okay, so, I mean, it doesn't matter anymore. JDG is blue side, guys. So, yeah, I mean, it can be similar, but yeah. Ban Karma. I think this is really great answer from JDG, but there is still a lot of champions that Doinbi can play, like Galio. So, can you
Rumble.
actually ban all those 3 champions against FPX? And-
Karma, Galio, Rumble.
yeah. Karma got a Rumble. And there is still Lissandra. And I think as a champion Ocean player, Doinbi. And I was also, like when I was playing, I was also getting banned a lot. But I was actually so happy that I'm getting a lot of spotlights, you know?
Yeah.
So I think Doinbi is similar kind of person and
Yeah.
player. So I think he's happy with this.
Oh, for
and
sure.
he's gonna, for sure, he's the player who can pop off in so many different champions. So I don't think he's gonna care about it that much.
Yeah. Perhaps today is the Rumble game or the Lissandra game, or
Oh yeah.
who knows what he's going to play. I mean, there's an
No
entire
Graves.
ocean behind them, as Graves is going to be banned. Varus not available. Ezreal first pick seems likely.
Aphelios? Haha.
Aphelios Thresh.
Surprise.
Aphelios Thresh.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Are you gonna predict that?
I've been honing my craft of analysis over many years.
Oh my god. I mean, there is no reason to just randomly change their draft as well, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Like, they
you
can
won,
just-
right?
Yeah, they can just go on Aphelios and Thresh again. Oh! I like that. Cause,
I really liked the Thresh, though.
but I think also there is, I think this is also can be really great answer into Ezreal because you cannot punish Yuumi that hard with Ezreal in
True.
lane, you know? So maybe they were like thinking, but Coaching Staff would be like, nah, guys, come on. We won last game with this same draft, so we don't need to change it. And
Yeah.
he's right. We don't need to change. Just stick to that. I mean, they
JDG
need
needs
to
to change.
They definitely need to change something.
We have the camera on Lumao.
Yeah. I mean, Lumao is like, yeah, I mean, Leona,
He doesn't look too happy, to be
oh, I
honest.
mean, he's speaking it. So he's probably like, nah, it's not about the champion. I played bad, so give me another chance. But
Probably.
this can be his last chance, though.
Yeah, I mean, he did.
I mean, it's true,
He
though.
did,
If
he did
lose
play
this
very
game.
poorly in the last game.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, if he lose this game, then it's out.
Ooh, I like this.
Oh,
the
man.
mix-up.
I love this, though. But there's Lissandra that Doinbi loves to play. And he can also play Lulu if he really wants. Maybe he's really on the shield train. But yeah, Lissandra looks better in this case. But I think he can just pick whatever he wants. And this is already seems similar into the last game, and I'm just still curious about that Leona pick. Do you
I
really
think
have
you're
to
right.
pick the champion when you have actually set support? I mean, Lamao yesterday, he played set support like perfectly. It was great support, and it's also actually good into Thresh in lane at least.
Yeah.
And there is Leona again. Is it gonna be like proving itself to the audience and us that we are wrong about the Leona, or it would be the end of the journey?
Proving us right. We're like, oh
Proving
yeah,
us
we know
right.
more than you, yeah.
Yeah.
Lumao.
Yeah.
I think what you said originally was correct, though. I think he's saying it's not about the champion.
Yeah.
I played poorly. Like, if I'm playing on my game,
Better.
this is actually, like, his original idea for why
Yeah.
he picked Leona in Game 3 still stands because the draft is exactly the same in Game 4. And even, I think the bans are basically the same, except that Karma's also banned. And so that must be the reason why he does go for it. So they're going to take away Lee Sin and Rek'Sai. They're going to force Tian to play something else.
6 junglers are bad, by the way. Nidalee, Graves, Olaf, Kindred, Rek'Sai, Lee Sin. But there is Trundle. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know how he fell so low.
He survived. And there's no counter, actually, no?
Yeah, there's a bunch of
of counters
yeah,
on the
a bunch
ban
of
list.
counters got banned. I don't understand. Why didn't JDG ban
Yeah, just Trundle.
as their last ban is another question.
Yeah, I'm just leave Rek'Sai or Lee Sin. You know, you are playing Ezreal and LeBlanc, so you should be fine on that. But anyways, Trundle is similar though. Like when you're playing LeBlanc and Ezreal, it feels fine to play against Trundle. But just it makes so stronger because in general, Trundle is as strong as a champion, good as a champion, right? So that's why we high rate this champion, and LCK does it. And it looks like Alpha Team starting to just high rate the Trundle as well. So yeah, he's showing off with the Echo jungle again.
You know, I don't mind this.
Yeah?
Just go ahead and try to carry from there. Now, Khan is probably going to just roll back his response to Wukong.
Wukong. I mean, he's actually Atlas said spinning monkey yesterday
Yeah.
to Wukong. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he is.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's going to be up against another spinny champion that is the Hecarim.
Spinning horse?
Yeah, spinning horse. So, spinning monkey against spinning horse up in the top lane. That's a nice little...
That's so hilarious. I mean, it's just truth. That makes actually so funny.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's similar again. I don't think FPX is gonna get solo kill on both sides again. You know, like they're playing same matchup second time, and I don't think they're gonna get solo kill. But yeah, I'm just wondering what's gonna happen in the mid 2v2 again. Like it's Trundle, Lissandra versus LeBlanc and Echo. Double AP or better mechanics.
Yeah.
I think they can show up more. JDG side, LeBlanc and Echo, those champions are more mechanical. There is something that you can do more as a player, but like synergy, when you think about the synergy and combination, that is more on FPX side with Lissandra, Trundle, AD AP balance, tank, damage CC, all the game.
Lots of CC.
Yeah, so we're gonna see about.
Press the attack, perhaps. Even Trundle can start getting in there. And, yep, here are your lineups for game number 4. We're running back the bot lane to both sides. Let's see what happens here. Is JDG going home, or is FPX going to bring us to game 5? Let's see what happens.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Potential last game.
Yeah. JDG, they've been in high pressure situations where they're fighting for a lot of money, a lot of pride in very recent times, and I don't think they're going to go down without a fight. I have faith in some of these players to really turn up, and I think also the Echo from Kanavi can do a lot more work compared to the Lee Sin. We didn't see too many Lee Sin plays just because there was so much feeding happening in the early game from JDG in game 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think also on the top side, Khan had full prior against Wukong in the same matchup. He was like pushing from level 1 and he had the older prior, and maybe Doinbi helped a little bit, but I think the 1v1 matchup itself is just easier for Khan because he has extra summon spell for the laning phase, right? Which is Ignite. So I think if he can, if Zoom can standing out and just try to soak the dive that FPX is gonna plan in the early game, then I think JDG can stall out till Loken gets 2 items. Then it will help a lot for like Kanavi as well. So let's see. It seems like already Tian is invading enemy topside jungle.
And he's already getting in there, taking away a bunch of the stuff. He's got the blue. He's going for the Grump. Let's see how long he does want to stay. I doubt he'll stay for Wolves, although as I say that,
and
he is
also,
going down.
yeah, if Kanavi just goes to his red jungle, thankfully he's not going. So it's not gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine, but mid lane is not gonna be fine.
Yeah, and that means that they're gonna have a nice amount of priority from that LeBlanc lane. You see that Crisp and LWX know about this. They're moving on down. JDG know that they're spotted, but they're going to rotate up Lumao for a little bit of a 2-on-2.
Reset, and Doinbi tip it back. But still, LWX needs to get back onto the lane because there is so many waves. But it looks like jungle, Tian is just getting all the buffs that he was not going to get because of the lane prior. So it was great defense by them. But at the same time, Yagao looks like really mad. He has no ignite though.
Yeah, he pulls out the LeBlanc. He pulls out all the stops here for their potential final game when it's on match point. He says, I'm going to try to carry hard on this champion. But it feels like Tiana's, after game 1, speaking about players that might be, angry about their performance and the way the games went, I feel like Tian also really turned it around after game 1 and he's been playing fantastically and actually winning the jungle in the last couple of games.
In game 1, he was playing Graves and did completely nothing. Like being 0-1-0, I remember, until like 25 minutes. I don't think that's what you want as a jungler.
Yeah.
And after that game, actually, he's like out jungling Kanavi. So this is all great. And on top of that, I think mid jungle synergy was on point compared to Jingdong Gaming. They were like playing so much better at game 1, but like after game 2 and game 3, the more I see their games, FPX's mid-jungle synergies feels so much better, and definitely Khan is one of their like great teammate now.
Yeah, for sure.
He already like synced in. They're already together now.
He's solidified his position. Like he's not going anywhere after this tournament. You would expect him to be the starter from here on out. And yeah, it does feel like the entire top side of the map has been outplaying JDG's top side of the map here for FPX. That has been really good news. In the last couple of games at least, still have an opportunity for JDG to come back in this one. A little bit of a slower start. There's no, crazy invade shenanigans. There's no...
Yeah, there is no solo kills on both sides. I told you, They already experienced. Okay, do not get hit by Leona's skills.
Although, level 6 to level 5 is going to interrupt that dash. Khan, he does not have flash, and Zoom is going to pick up that first blood, the solo kill in the top lane.
So, yeah, Yagao was winning 1v1 so hard in lane, so that's why it could be purely 1v1 on the top lane. Before that, Doinbi was just like perma-moving top lane and just trying to dive and help 1v1, and yeah, it helped a lot. And Zoom is like, bro, top lane is 1v1.
Yeah. And I liked what Zoom was doing there. We didn't really get a chance to mention it, but he wasn't freezing, but he was denying XP. He wasn't like hard pushing, which, it keeps a lot of the minions alive. So look at this. He hits 6 first, and he knows he's going to hit 6.
Yeah, for sure.
And Khan should know this too, that he's going to hit 6 first. So he shouldn't be in that position where he can just get dove on. You know, it's so hard to get away from with Khan.
I mean, last game he was way too strong with this, you know, but he has Ignite on those two. That was close.
About it.
And yeah, I mean, it's still fine. It's still fine. He can still keep pushing, and I do believe that Tian and Doinbi has mid jungle prior. They have good synergy, but between that, actually Yagao is doing great job on the long, having a great traits in their jungle. So I mean, in the mid lane. So it feels great. Kanavi is just farming, but he's behind in camps though.
Yeah, he's trying. You know, the Echo is not the fastest jungler. He'd love to hit level 6 and start getting out there on the map. See that Tiana's going to get in there and steal more minions down on the bottom side. Some monsters, I suppose, is the official name. As now, this is a very strange spot.
Kanavi's level 5.
Yeah, he's level 5. He doesn't have the ultimate. There's the pillar. As the flash in from Goenbi as he comes in over the wall with the frozen path, and he will pick up that kill. And now, okay, Yagao's trying to get in there and get the kill on it. Tiana finally will, but he's going to sacrifice his support for it. And at the end of the day, I mean, all those members got assists, they got XP, so not really worth it there for JDG.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Echo is not like fastest jungle when it comes to just farming and jungling. And Chris, that was just a little mind game, you know.
Yeah.
You're gonna moving back or just straight. Anyways, it was great. Jungle difference by Tian.
Doinbi too.
Yeah, great pickup as well. And JDG, they try to punish them being way too aggressive, but it's fine. If I'm FPS, I'm completely fine and happy with this result. And yeah, I mean, Kanavi, he's just farming, and he lost farm too. He's not that impactful when you remember when he played good in game 1. Like, he was like moving back and forward and
he was
up and down. Like, he was invading top side and bot side, like 24/7 he was ganking. But this time around, he was just farming, not even ganking, and not planning everything. And as jungler, it's always really important to like plan something. But maybe because of the champion, it's really hard to do something with the Echo jungle. Then why do you play then?
Yeah.
It feels so bad for the JDG in general because of the jungle segment right now. But I think the point that Echo can actually do something is when he gets the first core and when he hits level 6. And that after that, he can actually show off something. The reason why he picked up Echo. And this is the timing. He bought the item. He is now level 6.
So far behind on gold.
Yeah, I mean, he's so far behind because he died. But anyways, he's ready, you know?
Yeah. He finally got to a spot where he can begin to affect the map for his team. Oh, Logan, I saw you miss that cannon there. That was unfortunate. But yeah, overall, it feels like the games are slowing down. We did have, you know, the solo kill up on the top side and then the one skirmish there in the jungle.
Yeah.
There's not any crazy dive plays. As I say that though, Logan's going to take an immense amount of poke damage.
Yeah. And actually, we didn't check about the bot lane plates, but they already got 3 plates by themselves right now. I don't think they plan to dive bot lane. I don't think Trundle like ganked bot lane. It was like kind of pure 2v2 on both side, and seems like they already learned how to play against it. At game 3, they got solo kill in lane.
Yeah.
This time around, they were just pushing and pressuring. While we were talking about how good is their top side, they're just like trying to prove their abilities. You know, hey guys, wake up! We are great players as well. they're actually showing up their abilities in the lane, and it makes so easier for FPX's top side. It's always great to have like those kind of like safety, you know. Sometimes you can have some fails, you know. Like for example, Khan got solo killed, right?
Yeah.
But at that timing, your bot lane can do better than that and help you to perform like better. So it's always like so good to have all good fight members.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, even though FPX are getting a nice little lead here, by the way, once again, picking up the first 2 Drakes very early on. It is Infernal Drake this time around. We've had only Clouds and Mountain Drakes, Souls, I should say, so far. We got another fight coming on in here. Doinby with the Aftershock is going to survive quite a while, but now we got Tan in an awkward spot. Subjugate going to help him survive for a long time, but eventually he will go down, but not at the cost of actually... well, actually, no, Khan was just going to be able to get in there. I thought he was going to escape somehow, but Khan just comes in and bops him on the head. And so it will just be the trade 1-for-1, but the mid lane wide open here for JDG to walk on in, but LWX getting that solo farm up in the top side, not so bad himself.
Yeah, I feel like Yagao and Zoom is trying so hard to save JDG in this game. Like, and also Kanavi is like slowly getting back in the game, right? And the way how he played lane was perfect from both laners, and also that looks actually juicy. Like when you're playing Aphelios. So let's see it again. So Navi was level 7 and got the item, so you cannot focus first. So they could actually kite back until Zoom can arrive. Can't arrive, but Lutmao kinda like covered him.
Oh boy. Khan, how are you gonna get yourself out of this one? He's trying to burst him down, and he is gonna get the kill. Doinby over the wall. Now we do have that leash down onto Doinby, but doesn't look like, okay, he is gonna back away, he's just gonna push the wave, but that was just perfect timing out of Doinby to be in position. This mid laner has just been owning it up. I mean, Yagao was, he had that moment in the beginning of this game, and we were like, hey, you know, maybe he's gonna have his time to shine on his LeBlanc. Doinby is just laughing in our faces and dancing around. He's like, nope, nope, that's not the way it's gonna go.
I mean, yeah, I mean, he got kind of bad trades in lane, but it doesn't matter if he can just effect and impactful, being like so proactive in the map and just making all the kills by himself, and it shows from his KDA.
Oh, we're getting a little bit of a trade here. Zoom thinking he can take it, but the flash in and the kill, and it's not going to be enough. Zoom is going to outplay him there in the 1v1. Kind of felt like we're limit testing in solo queue or something, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think it was doable because of the red buff, but the last time, at the last moment, Doinby missed his W, so... It was close, doable. Crazy play by both players, and yeah, I mean, both like top and mid players are just for sure considered as like world best players, you know, like they're just playing so good.
I love the JDG emote flash.
And Khan just fighting, you know, like, ha, you emoted. And Kanavi is like so weak right now. 2 levels behind on the laners. I mean, it's pretty normal, but as Echo, this is not what you want.
He has just been absent from the early game.
Yeah.
I mean, his effect on this game compared to Tien, you know, you look across the aisle at the other jungler, you got to be feeling pretty bad right now, and hopefully that you can, you know, grab a quick proto belt, get a cheaper item, and try to begin actually doing something and bursting people down, because so far it's been a little bit pitiful.
Yeah.
And so they find the Leona. Not the first time they've done this before, as Lubao is going to go down into the backline. Goes Yagao, and that's a double kill for the Aphelios, though. As in the end, it is going to be a 3-4-1, I believe it was. Only Aphelios. You can see JDG were desperately trying to kill that Aphelios, but they paid dearly for it after having their Leona caught. And
yeah,
Khan.
And we already saw it before, you know. Leona being useless.
Yeah. She's really not doing much in this game either.
Yeah, and this is already third Drake, so they really need to stop it.
Okay, they're gonna
Level
try.
difference is 1.
Trying to get in there, and the smite is going to go the way of Kanavi. But it's in trade for 2 kills, and again, that's only one individual Drake. They do deny Infernal Soul points, but
you know,
yeah, that doesn't seem worth it.
I think the reason why it doesn't feel worth it is because Zoom died. He was like one of the reasons why JDG is like still fine. I mean, he's fine. He's okay. He's okay. No worries. Yeah, I mean, Zoom was like almost solo carrying this game, you know. In the skirmishes, in the lane, in the side lanes, he outplayed Khan, so that's why he got solo kill. And also, he outplayed Doinbi in the side lane. But
yeah,
right now, yeah, I mean, Leona being useless.
Oh, just a good read by Chris.
I mean, this is just what happens, you know, when you cannot have those advantage from the lane as Leona, then you are kind of useless out of the lane. Pretty hard to get some vision control. And yeah, they got the Drake because it was not a huge level difference, so nice smite by Knavi, but they just died. I think that's more huge than Drake at this point.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to open up other nice stuff for the side of FPX. They're going to pick up, surely take down this mid turret. And there's no other objectives to go for just yet, but they're enjoying a nice 4,000 gold lead here. As a hook is going to go down, and he actually flashed out of that one. There's no ultimate available for Kanavi, so
he had to.
That was another rough moment for the side of JDG, who are struggling to prove that they deserve to be in the finals right now. And we're going to have to wait and see if they can turn this around. I mean, Zoom has been having a good game, as you did mention. Yagao, as well, in the mid lane, did seem to win, you know, the first 5 minutes, but that was about it. Everyone else kind of just coasting. You even look at the AD carry position. You know, we were talking a lot about the top side, but then as you mentioned, we pan on the bottom side. Ezreal's down 1,700 gold at 20 minutes into the game. That's a pretty massive deficit when you consider the 280 carries. Somehow he's a level up, though.
Yeah.
Level 12 to 11 right now.
I think, yeah, I mean, Lil Mao is just sacrificing himself. He just realized that, yeah, bro, I'm useless, so just take my XP too. And, yeah, I mean, I think it's still...
Oh, trying to get the burst down here.
Yeah?
But the Conqueror is too strong. Oh, the predict was so close. Chris.
Like, he's so good at predicting, but it
nearly won my heart.
Yeah.
They're just going to go for the easy kill here onto Lumao.
Lumao is like so...
He's going to flash away.
So sad.
Here's Zoom. He's considering it, but... Yeah, he's probably considering a lot of things after this game. He's really struggling to carry his team alone on the Wukong.
Yeah. That's actually already so huge amount of damage into... I mean, it's still Leona, right? And even though you are 4 levels behind, the reason why you play Aftershock and Gargoyles play champion is you can tank some. You can tank some damage, but he literally just melted him. I mean, he didn't die yet, but
yeah,
he lost Flash, and we saw how strong he is. So if they really want to win the team fight, I think they should... I mean, I'm not sure if they should wait for the 3 items power spike, because they will feel really forced if they lose this Drake after like 5 minutes, right? But I'm not sure if they can win the team fight though with these items. It's kind of similar. It's kind of similar items right now. Like both AD carries has 2.5, and mid laners has similar items too. Top laners either. Maybe Zoom has that this timing, but we'll see. Because we cannot see items right now.
Yeah. Khan just solo pushing up here. He does have TP, Zoom does not. So he has to group up with the team, and they're really making a case. They say if we can build up a bunch of Infernal Drakes, we can still win this game. Really nice ultimate by the Leona, but it is going to be stolen by a Trundle here, as Logan is just off by him, lonesome down bot. But we did have Zoom getting in there. He will finally go down, and we still have LWX, but he is going to be taken out here. Now let's see if Logan and Yagao can kind of tank it here. They're going to get crisp. They're going to go on the chase. The flash forward out of Logan. We'll see if he can get it done. There's the double kill. As Tien is going to be able to flash away from that one, thankfully. And they say, well, we only have 3. I don't think we can do Baron, but a nice double kill at least going to the pockets of Logan. But still, the Infernal Drake going the way of FPX, extremely important right now.
Yeah, I mean, Zoom did his job. He got Aphelios in the end, and he traded. And look at this Leona ulti. That actually saved the day. And it stopped Lissandra's engage at the first. And yeah, LWX got one shot by Wukong. And the fight, if the fight goes longer, then that's what you want as a Azrael, you know? But
and the
yes, no flash.
Yeah, they never end here. Nice auto on the blasting plant, and the shutdown gold is going to go to Lissandra Doimbi.
I mean, it's so clean. Yeah. This guy, we were just talking about how good is Logan, but he's like denying it. Like, no, bro.
Get out of my game.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Sit down and listen to me. I'm the best mid laner in the world. And yeah, they're trying national.
That's what Doimbi wants to prove to everybody tonight. Yagao, desperate. And they're just going to turn around here. They have a lot of follow-up engage. The burst damage onto LeBlanc is going to be big. As Lumao is just kind of sad. Oh, Yagao might have gotten a little bit too close there. The leash is going to come down. And they do get the kill onto the Leona.
Yep.
But, I mean, that's not a bad trade. I mean, if it's only Lumao going down and then the Baron attempt is stopped.
I don't think Lumao is going to play Leona for another 1 year.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
It's going to be a bad experience for him.
Yeah. Oh, man. Like, he's stopping all the possibility from JDG, you know? But anyways, with great sacrificing by Lumao, they stopped the Nashor. So there is still chance, and I really think if they can manage to kite with LeBlanc and Ezreal, then they have chance. Still, but I really think at this moment they should wait for Ezreal's 3 cores, at least for the Death Dance.
Get Death Stance, try to get into like a skirmishy fight that's like, you know, just all over the place, and then try to dive the backline, take away LWX, survive through the engage of Lissandra, and then if you can kite them out like you're saying. Absolutely, I mean, those 2 champions, LeBlanc and Ezreal, are very often picked for this reason, the ability to, you know, turn fights and be very, you know, shifty and smoke and mirrors, and you don't always have to be ahead with these champions to win with them. And so, I mean, they're both pretty nicely fed. They're both ahead in terms of CS on their opponents.
Yeah.
And so, we'll see how that does go. Zoom giving the thumbs up there to the to the Rift Stellar. He might.
Then he should get punished.
That was a nice double knockup. Actually, I liked that.
He's like forcing Khan to go on him, you know?
Yeah.
Like with emotes. Actually, I was using emotes a lot when I was doing promotion in Griffin.
Yeah.
It was my first time.
We saw it.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually new experience, you know? Like, I can emote on TR It was so fun.
Yeah.
It was not fun in the end, but
yeah, the result wasn't very fun.
Yeah, I mean, they are having fun, but I don't think Zoom is gonna having fun at the end, but he should make the result like as a fun moment. But yeah, it looks like really hard for JDG right now. They need to set up for the Inferno Drake Soul, but at the same time, I think Kanavi is not existing anymore. And the one thing that he can do it for the team is to stun the target, stun the damage dealers. I really think he can do that, but yeah, Yagao is pushing out the Khan. Khan has TP, so he's gonna TP back, even though he got chunked. I don't think JDG can one-shot the Drake, can he? Can they do that? I think there will be the fight.
They're gonna go for it here.
Yeah.
And look at that, the huge amount of AoE coming out from both Leona and the Ezreal. He pulls into the triple knockup in the backline. Look at LWX, this is key. They get the shutdown on the 80 carry. This is exactly what I was talking about. Dive the backline, and you're able to just chase down, dog down the enemy composition.
Yeah.
They were able to do exactly that. JDG are somehow pulling themselves back into this game.
Yeah, I was actually wondering about the LWX's item build, because he had BF Sword with Hex. Oh wait, yeah.
Oh, he's gonna get hooked here. Kanavi though on the Echo. Maybe it was just all a plan to bait them. They're dogging him down. 2 more kills. Stacking them up right now is JDG. They're just gonna go ahead and back with massive sacks of gold that they have looted from the enemy team right now.
Yeah, that was actually so weird. But anyways, yeah. I mean, at some point, LWX had BF Sword and Hexdrinker and Zill at the same time. So it's pretty weird, no?
That is weird. That's it's not a normal build.
Yeah, so that's why, like, he got one shot. If he had PD, maybe he could survive better. And his positioning was not the greatest either.
Good zoom.
Yeah, like, he's just one-shotting.
That's his job. He got fed for that one job only.
Yeah.
He's an assassin.
Trade your life. And Navi is trading his life too. Trading for what? Nothing.
Yeah. He's gaining recognition in a negative way.
I mean, I'm wondering why Navi is not building Merc threats, you know?
Good question.
Anyways, they're turning Nashor. It goes so fast.
Yeah, you can see they're trying to just poke them down. The ultimate gets in there. But do they have the burst follow-up from Zoom? It doesn't look like it. You can see Khan is just going to zone away Loken. He does his job, even if he doesn't get the kill just yet.
Oh, man.
And yeah, they can't quite lock down those 2 shifty members of JDG, but even so, FPX seem to somehow have wrestled back control of the game.
I mean, this feels so bad. JDG fought back really well, and just randomly, some player just got cut.
Yeah.
And that made this game so random, because before, they had great moments, and also, I don't think they needed to take this fight. Because it was 100% sure that FPX is gonna get Nashor because they have no smite on the other side because your jungle is dead. So I thought they were just gonna keep up Nashor and look for the next team fight, which can be bright future. But it ended up really badly, and again, they are getting the lead. In 1 minute and 40 seconds, there is another Infernal Drake, which is potentially Drake Soul for the FPX too. So I think this is slightly FPX's favor again.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be, especially if from here on out they can better, well, as I say that, LWX gets his support maybe killed, or was it just an elaborate bait here? Can they do the damage? LWX is going to land that Moonlight Vigil into the back line, and with Khan still nearby, it will just be a trade of supports. I was going to say, you got to have a little bit of better positioning, and then they're out there in the middle of nowhere, kind of just getting caught for no reason. Had to burn the cleanse, did LWX, but at least he didn't lose his GA.
Yeah, is it gonna snowball that part that LWX is not gonna have cleans for Colonel Drake's fight? I'm actually not sure, but if it matters, then that was the huge mistake by FPX.
Trying to just burst down Zoom here under the turret. I don't think they have the damage, though. The follow-up engage is coming in, and the stopwatch is perfect. But the follow-up here from LWX, and you can see Kanavi is desperate. He just wants to kill the damn Aphelios, but he can't quite do it. Yagao, though, in the back line is going to get that GA. They have been able to dog them down here. Loken and Yagao do have the damage to pull it off. And with Infernal Drake available, why are you diving turrets? I don't get it, but that's the LPL. These teams, they will never back down from a fight.
Yeah.
And it will cost FPX here as another Infernal Drake is going to go the way of JDG.
Yeah, I agree. I would definitely not try to dive on that Dance Wukong under the turret.
With stopwatch.
And stopwatch. I mean, he died. I mean, he died at the end, but
yeah,
they used everything, and it took longer time than they thought. So that was a problem.
They needed LWX there right away if they were gonna kill him.
Yeah.
But he only got there for the very end.
And Navi did his job, just slow enemy AD carry, you know. And also that was great TP behind by Yagao. And Logan is just keep popping off. And I do believe that he can keep pop off during this game because like his item is slowly growing so hard. He already got the 4 items and 4.5. And he has cleans, so he doesn't even need to build for QSS. So everything is just ready for Loken to carry again.
Yeah.
Like he's trying so hard throughout this series, by the way.
I think he's probably got it from here. I mean, triple Infernal Drake. He's got
2.
Almost full build at this point. Full bounty. I mean, there's like, I don't know if they really have enough damage on the side of FPX. We need to see LWX in a real fight.
Real fight, and yeah.
We haven't seen them fight front to back yet.
Not really. Like, one of the players is just getting caught, or this random thing happened. And they just ran into LWX, and finally, they started to cut it down. And yeah, I mean, it's still great to have Silent Prior, you know. And that's actually one of the fact that the reason why JDG can still control the game, even though it feels like, oh yeah, Aphelios is bad, so the game is hard. No, it's just like you have Silent Prior, so you cannot always ignore the side lane. Because Wukong can always move first, always can be disappear and missing first, which is huge pressure for the main part of the FPX side. So I think the game is still 50-50. It's more about AD carries war at this point. Whose AD carries better? Who can carry better?
They are both full build at this point. LWX is looking at his GA and he's just praying for that thing to come up faster. I think it should be up in time because we still have 2 minutes before the Infernal Drake does come down. Although, the way these LPL teams play, I mean, they're probably just going to come in here and try to do the Baron. And say, okay, come at us. Are you ready for a fight? Well, you don't have GA. Loken over the wall. In a, a lack of vision. He's just going for it. As stuns are going to come out here.
Oh.
No hook will land.
Doing Beast ready with the TP. just dipping for his team.
Yeah. He's gonna get that vision down. He will not take the frozen path into that
Yagao
one.
is pushing out those.
Crisp. Just immediately dies. Just caught out there in the transition. Gives another kill over to the Ezreal. As okay, Zoom is just gonna throw it out there. He's got GA and Death Stance. Look at Loken. He has all the room in the world. There's really not much.
LWX is doing it though.
Can he actually do it? Khan coming in with huge speed. LWX just needs to keep position. It's the battle of the 80 carries, as you mentioned. LWX still has a lot of tankiness. And Loken just a little bit too low. He's going to have to back away. LWX picking up the kill. And with 30 seconds left,
yeah,
I think they can just fight over that Infernal. And it really is just going to be the battle of the 80 carries.
Yeah, I told you, like, this is just legit the timing for the battle of the 80 carries. And both 80 carries are just trying so hard.
Yeah.
And like LWX is not going back. He still has full summoners up with the Malmocious and GA. Oh man, this is so fun to watch.
Yeah.
Maybe because I'm bot laner, but just so intense.
All right, well, there's no smites here. Who's going to do the damage? It's going to be the Aphelios. That is a nice two-shot barrage with the TP coming in, but already Lumao is going to go down. Turret is out. Yagao desperately trying to get in there, but he's taking so much damage on the backside. Look at this! By the way, he's also a siege turret. If you are not sure what Aphelios does, I introduce you to our good friend. As now he is the 80 carry to look after with the Infernal Soul buff.
Like, he's shooting nukes, man. Like, I really love to use this word, you know?
Yeah.
Like, always. And also, in Korean broadcast, we really love to use this word. Like, 80 carries are shooting nukes, man! How can you win?
Just like that?
Look at the damage! Yeah. I mean, maybe in Western country, yeah, we can say like tons of damage or something, but yeah.
Oh, this is an awkward spot actually for Kanavi. Might be able to force that ultimate, although, well, Khan is okay. It's not quite it. But still, they get the Baron, they have Infernal Soul. FPX now are primed to close out this best of 5.
And yeah, wow. This fight was like 1 minute ago or like 2 minutes ago. Yeah, Chris got one shot. But look at LWX's position. He's like always in the same position, so no one could reach him.
Two people are still doing Baron.
Yeah, and like
broken.
It was kind of splitted. I think Zoom thought that the Nashor was not resetted, so he's like zoning enemy jungler for potential still, but it was not synced at all. And LWX was like shooting some missiles. I mean, it was missiles before. Yeah. Now it's nukes, but yeah. After this, it went to the nukes. It was great one-shot burst on the Drake, and like he's just setting up the turret, just chilling, backing out.
Yagao would love to be doing something.
Yeah.
At this point.
I mean, his item build is just popping off, you know. Before, when he had like BF and Hackstrinker and Zill at the same time, it was not that great. Definitely, I would say. But right now, it feels so much better. And yeah, I mean, he's slowly pushing. No one can touch him. How dare you?
Just gonna take that Lantern. It will be the slow push. They want to push with minion waves. Now that they do have the Baron buff.
Yeah. But I think there is still potential to get one-shotted by Wukong and LeBlanc at the same time. And then I think there is no damage. Like, almost no damage. I mean, there is still Hacker and Cassandra, but compared to Aphelios, you know?
Yeah. That's just the job, essentially, of LeBlanc, Echo, and Wukong in this comp, even Lumao, in the comp is to try to create space and dive the back line.
Yeah.
If you can do that, then the fight can be won.
I mean, yeah.
Oh.
This is good though.
Doing the awkward spot.
Is it awkward spot though?
He's the Lissandra, and he baited them all. That's going to be 2 kills, and that might just be the game. I mean, they have 20 seconds left on the Baron. As desperation kicks in for JDG. They see a juicy out of position Lissandra, and they say maybe this is our chance, but it absolutely was not. Great bait, mate. This is going to bring your team to the finals.
Great team. I mean, after the game 1, I wonder how they got back. Zoomies keep trying, but I don't think miracle is happening.
Yagao flashing on the back, but he's just going to get dove on by Khan here. That's going to do it. It's only Lu Mao. And now
the life with Leona, man.
He gets to use his stone plate at least. And FPX will be moving on to the finals of the midseason cup after defeating JDG 3-1 in very decisive fashion in 3 games in a row after getting crushed. I mean, absolutely just dunked on in game number 1. FPX saying, no, that's not the way this game is going to go. This day is going to go. We're going to drink our coffee. We are going to win 3 in a row. And they did exactly that. Not even allowing JDG room to breathe. No, not even 1 extra game.
Look at those cups, you know?
There's a lot of cups there.
Yeah, like, there's so many cups.
What is that? There's like 8 on the other side of on the desk.
It's just so crazy. I mean, they had really rough schedule, man. They spent almost 10 hours in the venue and played like 5 games, right? Like 4 or 5, 5 games. Yeah, 4 games or 5. 4 games.
4 games. 4
yeah.
games.
So it was pretty rough schedule, even though it was rough schedule. Like their game 1 was completely fine, but yeah, it showed up. Like their condition and their mentality kind of broke up. And yeah, FPX, their comeback was real. Like after game 1, I thought I predicted wrong.
Yeah. Well, you were right. You and 2 other people. Who else
Lyra,
predicted?
Lyra and Jonas Strong, the observer.
Okay. All right. Nice job, guys. Everybody else voted for JDG in that one. And
it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of still stand by that after seeing this. Obviously, I think JDG could have played a lot better.
It's okay. That's what we predicted, you know. The health problem. And
the health problem.
Or the conditions.
Yeah. And it ended up being crucial, absolutely, in these games as FPX were fresh. They were ready to go.
Yeah.
Came out a little bit slow, but that can happen. You know, you can get dived like that and get too far behind to really do much.
Yeah. And they still like did a great job on the. Just keep fighting, you know. It was still close than game 2 and game 3, but it was hard. Like they had better idea and better understanding about their competition. I mean, not on this moment, by the way. Diving on their comp.
Not this highlight.
Not this time. Like
skip this one.
Yeah, skip this one, please. Anyways, like JDG was like having some great moments against FPX, but at the end, LWX, he showed up the reason why he built for Hex Drinker and BF at Zill at the same time.
Yeah.
He was waiting for this moment.
He was really hard. He was, you know, we were talking about positioning. This is what we were really looking for.
Yeah, he's so safe. There's no way he died. Because of the skill set, because of the champion? No, because of his positioning. He's just kiting and waiting until the enemy's important skill shots are gone, and just stepping up when the skill shots are gone, and like backing out. It's just so smart. Like all those smart AD carry players are just so good at positioning, and this is why I like it. And this is final team fight or skirmish or I don't know how to describe it, but anyways, jumping into the Lissandra would not be great choice.
Yeah, for sure. And yep, that's a lot of damage. We did over 1,000 a minute for 2 players in this game. That's not very common. Generally, only 1 person would get over 1,000, but the 2 AD carries, you mentioned it was the battle of the AD carries in this one. Towards the end of the game. And Lumao's, or not Lumao, LWX.
Wait, what?
Don't want to mention Lumao. Sorry,
I mean,
you know.
he's sad now, you know.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to mention his Leona, but maybe, as you mentioned, he might want to shelve that pick for a little bit, as it did struggle.
Oh. Kill protection at 50 minutes.
Yeah,
100%.
This guy is just insane. I mean, the effect he has over the map, just as one player, is he's such a great team player, you know? He's not necessarily going to, like, ultra outplay you in a 1v1, but, like, team fights, as well as his positioning and presence on the map, are kind of unparalleled at this point.
I mean,
it's just everywhere.
His rotation knowledge, I think, is just insane. Map awareness?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, he knows what to do in the map, like, so quickly. So, like, even though, like, the opponents are also, like, pro players, they're all the veterans, but like, he's over, like, them and just thinking, like, over and just playing so quick and fast. And those kind of things helped so much in this series, and he well deserves this POG, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, for multiple games in a row, right? Did he win every single one, actually? Did he win game 1? Because I know he won game 2. Or, no. Khan won one.
Yeah,
for his
true.
Ornn.
Ornn, yeah.
In game 2.
Oh, actually, today, the POG players are only Koreans.
That's true.
Kanavi, Khan,
what does it mean? What does it mean? I think it means that maybe Gen G will be a little bit lucky later on today. Who knows?
5 Koreans are better than 2 Koreans.
Yeah,
obviously.
maybe. Well, I mean, we'll have to see how they do, because Top Esports, definitely a really strong team.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a best of 5, you know?
True.
So Gen G looks good in the best of 1s.
First game blind pick again.
Yeah. How about Zed versus Zed?
But they have skins too. I mean, their organization got changed, but they have their own skins too, by the way. Samsung skins.
Oh, true. Yeah. I thought you were talking about Top Esports. I'm like,
oh no, Gen G.
Yeah.
They're
they
world
cap,
winner. Yeah, world champion. I mean, FPX choose some kind of boring way, but you know. I mean, they're last hope for the LCK, so I don't care. Please win it, you know.
Yeah, I think that's the matchup that people want to see.
Yeah.
FPX Gen G.
Man.
Like the League of Legends is going to be good either way, but I think there's like more of a storyline behind it if it is, you know, the LPL versus the LCK, and 2 of the top teams that weren't necessarily first place this year, but are world championships as organizations.
Legacy.
You know? Yeah, the legacy teams going head to head. I mean, FPX are the current, you know, defending champions, so do have to hand it to them. And yeah, we're just waiting on an interview with, turns out we're going to be doing it with Crisp. So, not doing B.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I mean, I didn't know that I would, like, have chance to say legacy in the on the broadcast, because I was hearing that word in Europe so many times, you know.
True. Well, we do have an opportunity, you and I, Wadid, to potentially see it tomorrow, and we'll see who does win later on today. But I'm getting the word that we are almost ready, not quite ready, for the interview. And yeah,
it was a great day for me.
It was a long day for
and
you
also,
and for yesterday.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访席，我是熙然。今天在这一场的半决赛结束之后，我们请到的是松松来到我们的赛后采访席。I'm Iris here, joined by Chris, the support from FunPlus Phoenix。先跟各位打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 FunPlus 辅助刘青松。
欢迎松松，首先恭喜你们是挺进了决赛，赢下了这场半决赛嘛。那其实这一场是 LPL 的内战，对于我们观众来讲，其实是手心手背都是肉。那选手们的话，打下来这场比赛感觉怎么样呢？
跟京东打的话，就有一种在打 APL 的感觉，因为我们之前就季后赛就一直老输他们嘛，然后所以就这次碰到他们，就想的就找回场子吧，希望能让他们看一下，就是我们现在跟之前有不一样的。
So I asked him about the feelings, the emotions surrounding the specified, because it's a civil war between LPL teams. He told me that we lost to JD Gaming so many times during our LPL spring regular seasons. So we really want to show what changes we had during the whole season and after what adjustments we made. The second question will be, tell me about your first game today, since it's more of a normal draft than we thought. So what champions did you what the teammates talk about during the pick and ban phase? 那今天的第一场是盲选的这个模式，所以其实最后呈现出来的阵容呢，是比我们想象当中要更正常的一些。那在 BP 当中有没有说，你的队友说我要玩这些英雄，或者是你要玩哪些英雄这样的一些小故事呢？
在 BP 之前就大家有在讨论，就说要不要玩一些比较奇怪的或自己想玩的，然后教练听到就否决了。
就简单的否决了吗？
对。
So before the pick and bans, we talk about some creative champions that we want to play, but it just got denied by our coach. So your Thresh is definitely under the spotlight today. But we noticed that you didn't use your own champion skin. Why is that? 那今天你的锤石是发挥的非常非常亮眼，有很多出色的表现。但是我注意到你没有是使用自己的冠军皮肤，这是为什么呢？
因为那个皮肤就出的时间还比较短，然后那个皮肤用的时间就是没有现在用的这个皮肤时间长，所以的话，就两个皮肤上手感会有点区别。然后因为是比赛的原因，所以更加希望就选一个对自己手感更好一点的皮肤。
So it's not have been a long time since the after my new skin is launched, so it's been a little bit difference in the using feelings on Thresh. So it's about the real formal game. So I don't want to miss any skill shots. So I just picked the normal, the more familiar skin that I used. So my last question, the best of 5 upcoming next will be Top Esports versus Gen G. It's a very another important game for us. Do you have any words to support them? 那下一场 U5 的话呢是 Top Esports TS 对上的是 Gen G 嘛？那有没有什么话想给他们加油呢？
就我希望滔博也能成功一下Gen G比赛，因为我之前还从来没有在过就是国际赛事上，我有看到过就决赛是2支 APL 队伍一起对战，所以这个让我充满了期待，所以我希望滔博可以顺利的拿下比赛。
Hopefully they can win Gen G to get into the finals, because I haven't been the finals that is a civil war between LPL teams, so I'm really looking forward to that. And that's the end of the interview. Thank you, Chris, for joining us. 那这就是我们的采访的全部的内容，也谢谢松松来到我们的4号采访系，我们的采访先告一段落。
Thank you, Iris and Crisp, once again for bringing us the wonderful interview there. As you see, he's cheering for Gen G, I believe, to come up there from the other side of the bracket. As you can see, they are going to be waiting there at the top.
Wow.
And we do have one best of 5 left for you guys today. It will be that best of 5 there on the bottom left. Gen G versus Top Esports to decide who will make it onto the finals tomorrow. What did you predict, actually? What was your...
3-0 for Gen G.
3-0. You've been pretty good about your 3-0 predictions.
Yeah, I mean...
Actually, your predictions in general are pretty good.
I mean, I'm just doing it, you know? There is no 3-1 or 3-2 for me. I'm only going on the 3-0. I'm always all-inning, you know?
Okay. That's good. And guys, by the way, there's not going to be like a big break or anything. We're just going to like go right into it after a quick commercial break. So.
5 minutes, right?
Yeah, just 5 minutes. So not much of a break. Thank you once again, Wadid, for joining me here on this broadcast. And we will see you guys in 5 minutes for the beginning of Gen G versus Top Esports.
Mobile.
Prove yourself and
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mid-Season Cup semi-finals. We're up to the second one. This is the big one for LCK fans, as Gen G will be taking on Top Esports. I'm Atlas, and I am joined, curiously, by the Valdanalist, after he was Brendan Valdez in the previous series. Unfortunately, LS not feeling so well. Our hearts and minds go out to him. as he tries to recover in time for tomorrow's final. But I do have myself a fantastic replacement in the Valdanalist, who has now dredged through the fire and flame that was the previous best of 5.
It was an experience, right? We had some of the best LPL teams here fighting in the MSC, even though at times did not look like it. But to be real, I think FPX towards the end were proving that they were actually like a top team. They were playing really well. I think I was just pretty disappointed by JDG in a lot of those scenarios. And, I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, FPX, can they go up against either of these teams on this side of the bracket? I feel like after that performance, I would predict that regardless of who makes it through, it's probably going to be the winner between Gen G or Top Esports.
I think I think it's a really interesting thing, because I think that FPX actually just play to the level of their opponent a lot of the time and then do it better. It's something that Doinby's always done on every team that he's ever played for. He's just been weird and wonderful and has managed to capitalize on the nuances of his opponent's play and then use that against them. It was what he was famous for in Rogue Warriors. I think a couple of years ago was when he had his breakout crazy pick performances and things like that. So I think whoever makes it into that final, it's going to be very interesting to track how FPX do. And I'm very excited that our 2019 World Champions are going to be representing the LPL and of course themselves in the final tomorrow. However, we're yet to find out who it's going to be to face off against them. Top Esports, led by Knight in the mid lane, the man with the golden left hand that everyone talks about, the pride of Chinese mid lane power. He'll be up against a player that we can only say is back to form in this tournament, and that's BDD. Currently doing 34% of his team's damage in every game. That's normally something that we boast about Ruler, but for this tournament, it is all about BDD. He has been so damn good, and if Knight ever wants that top-tier competition coming out of the LCK, he's got it with BDD in this particular series. As we looked at the roster, Life still in there. I have seen Kellen backstage, so he is there in case. But Gen G going to be fielding this roster for now.
Yeah, the best damage dealer in the mid lane is really the talk of the town here for this tournament. Everybody talking about how big of a just hard carry BDD is being, especially on his Azir.
Yeah.
And again, I don't think we're going to see much of that Azir this time because they might just ban it every game. Unless Knight thinks that he can really handle it, but again, it's not really like a lane-focused pick for BDD. Like, he does well in the lane, he always farms really well, and then all of a sudden, all 5 of your teammates are inside of the enemy teammates, and you lose.
Yeah, and it's just over. I think it's interesting because actually they're not going to be able to ban it every game. Brennan Valdez, they're not going to ban it in the first game because no one's going to be banning anything in the first game.
Oh, man.
And I don't necessarily know what that means because Ruler versus Jackie-Love, I think this is a matchup that a lot of people have been really excited about as well. 2017 World Champion AD Carry, 2018 World Champion AD Carry facing off against one another. Of course, Ruler still on the same team. Jackie-Love switching over to Top Esports. There are matchups all across the board that are really exciting to look at. And even Rascal against 369, I think, is worth talking about because Rascal has been performing quite well in this tournament so far. I feel like he is one of those players that ramps up towards the end of a year. Summer Split has always been sort of the Rascal show and was certainly when he was playing for Dragon Axe last year. But 369 as well. I mean, we all remember back to his Worlds performances where he was doing absolutely crazy stuff, especially on that Kled with his incredible getaways. He's a clutch player also, and I think that'll be fun to watch. And then you've got Klid versus Casa. And so, how do we get to that as number 4 matchup? And it's Klid versus Casa that we're talking about. 2 storied names, of course. Klid mostly last year. Casa mostly for his performance alongside Maple and the Flash Wolves, but has now moved over to China, played for a couple of teams. You might know an org called RNG that are pretty good as well.
Who's that? What?
Yeah. They got that
Never heard of them. They're not here.
The dude called Gun. Uzi, that's the guy. Yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty good.
I thought it was AK. I've been wrong this whole time.
Yeah, you silly boy. That's a Knight in the mid lane here this game.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see.
And
This
maybe
guy.
he is going to be an AK. He's often, he's got a Gatling gun in a lot of his games. Does like to prioritize that Corki. But do you know what I think the optimal matchup is in the mid lane, Brennan Valdez?
Azir Corki?
You know what? So, do you know, to be perfectly honest, that could happen.
No, yeah, I think
his Azir is really good, and Knight's
it'll happen
Corki
like
is really
at least
good.
a couple of times, you know.
Oh god. No, I mean I'm talking about in the blind pick. Like it could happen actually.
Zed mirror.
Well, I want Zed mirror so bad. Or Zed versus Echo would also be sick because Knight is a fantastic Echo player, and BDD was the Zed player. BDD
They've already locked in.
Pantheon though.
What is this?
So never mind. Clid has locked in his Elise. Rascal's locked in Set, and Ruler's locked in Kai'Sa. What? So this composition, it's not based on power picks on Gen G's side. They've just decided that this is the comp that they want to run. And look, I mean, they do have tools throughout the game, but I can't see where the Valdanalis, take it away.
He's hovering Zed. He's gonna pick Echo.
BDD could have been the guy. He could have been the guy.
I think the Pantheon is pretty good into the Echo early on.
Yeah?
This is interesting. I wonder if they've kind of built a composition around what they think top esports would pick in a blind pick, especially because we saw in the first series that the priority on the Varus was way, way high. And then
I mean, Varus
Gen G
auto
are like,
wins
nah,
games.
Yeah. Alone.
Yeah.
But Gen G's like, nah. We're gonna play Kai'Sa Nautilus like it's 2000. I don't know.
Yeah, they're gonna go back in time,
not 2020,
and have an average draft for the back in time, like
for the blind pick.
I don't even know. I mean, there must be a strategy here. They do have a pretty amazing team fight. They can certainly get into the back line with Pantheon and Kai'Sa. Together, they can deliver some hell to the Varus. So, look, if they can get their engages online, then it is going to make sense. However, I mean, top esports just have better champions in most of the roles. Like Wukong versus Set, not a great top laner these days. Let's see how it goes as we hop on the Rift for game number 1, blind pick. Okay, here we are. Valdanalis, we would do the cheers,
yeah,
but it's not time for that just yet. As Knight, he's done the fan service. I think that LPL is favored in this one, fan service blind pick style. I mean, Clid is on his very famous Elise. This is something that gets banned away from him all the time, and should be able to help set things up. Like, as far as gank support for an Elise is concerned, like, holy crap. This is one hell of an early game opportunity for Clid to get around and really do what he wants to do. And he's against a Trundle. Like, he doesn't care about that.
Yeah, I'm glad that you highlight that. I wonder if this is a draft specifically built around Clid.
The Clid pop-off draft.
Yeah, it's like, okay, everybody's going to have CC. Clid is going to roam around. We're going to dive turrets. They can dive top. They can dive bot.
Yep.
You know, there's so many options for Clid. And their mid game, obviously, is incredibly strong if they do get ahead. Late game, you're going to be falling behind a little bit. Like, Pantheon's going to fall off a little bit. Elise is going to fall off. Whereas, you know,
but I mean,
we've seen what Wukong can do in a lot of these drafts. We saw Zoom in the previous best of 5, and of course Varus. That kind of goes without saying. So,
I mean, Varus is great, but he is more of a mid-game champion, right? I mean, you think lethality, you think mid-game power, and AP Kai'Sa is insane damage. 369 is going down relatively low. The grit working out here for Rascal is going to flash, and there's first blood from 369. What the hell was Rascal thinking?
Well,
take it away, Valdez.
Yeah, oh man, that's definitely a bit of a mistake there. I suppose, you know, Set is a great duelist, just one-on-one, right? They weren't eating too many minion shots. Although I think Rascal was eating a little bit more because he was on 369's side. And then he just expected to win the trade, but eventually once you commit, you're all in, right? There's no backing away from that. Saying like, oh, I'm just gonna, you know, run away. No, because then you get less autos in.
He's gonna get the stun here as Clid waiting off to the side, biding his time though. He's BDD does get a lot of damage down with that Q. Okay, Pantheon pretty binary still, even after the rework. So we'll just see whether it is going to be something that he can utilize to get cleared in there. But so far with top being a disaster, not super great, as BDD is going to find a fair bit of damage here, but takes a lot in return based on the turret. Knight might just be teleporting back to this lane. And look, this is a bottom lane. No Varus versus Varus. That's the analysis that I have for you guys.
Thank you for that.
Guess what happens? The Varus wins.
TV's going to come in. Let's see how much Knight respects this.
It's like a fair bit, but the stun is still going to be available. There we go. Flash Cocoon's going to come down. Caster in position. Knight flashes away now. BDD possibly going to need to flash as well, and he's going to do so. Gets himself to relative safety, but that's double flashes from the mid laners and one from Clit as well. He's now looking to try and force a phase dive. Does so. It is phase dive, right? Because he also has phase drive resonance, which is just really frustrating. It's just so many phases.
Yeah, I think
for
that's
good old
his
Echo.
like little bubble thing, right? The phase drive resonance.
No, that's his 1, 2, 3 hit.
Oh, the passive. Okay.
Yeah, parallel convergence is the bubble thing.
Right.
Yeah. And then Time Winder, that's a good one. You know, Time, Echo, good vibes.
Yeah.
Chrono Break,
he's
able.
clock.
Yeah, he's able to turn the game back in time in case we have a technical difficulty. That's
Thank
a
you,
pretty hectic ultimate, to be perfectly honest.
369 is up 2 levels, just casually. Of course, there is a ginormous wave up in the top side.
Yep.
Which is part of the reason, but also, of course, because Rascal did lose that trade early on.
Is ginormous actually a word now? Because people have used it so much.
Yeah, it's like a slang, I guess. It like gets added to the dictionary eventually once enough people start using it, right?
It's like gigantic and enormous are just going to be gone. Just no one's going to use them anymore.
No one says enormous.
Yeah, we should start using enormous. Watch this
I'm
enormous
down.
gank. That was not as enormous as I wanted it to be.
That's why it's disappearing.
Oh, 369 going 1v2. He does have decoy available, of course, and does do a lot of damage to the Clit as we get the activation of the Conqueror. Volatile Spiderling does basically nothing, and he's just spam stopping in the lane. Thanks, Wukong. Fantastic.
Yeah. You were talking about the Spinning Monkey yesterday. We had Spinning Monkey versus Spinning Horse earlier.
Helicopter Horse.
Yeah.
Oh, dodges the Q. That's actually a big deal for the trade. For Knight, keeps him alive for a bit longer as Ruler might just die here. The Flash Blaze going to miss, though, as Ruler also is going to flash. Light should be dead here. As Yuyanja, that's fantastic, just blocks out the dredge line for the escape. And that is going to be a 2v2 kill on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a look at the replay, but it looks like they were desperately trying to handle the wave and maybe, like, clip some of the minions, but they just moved too far forward. It's another fight.
Yep. 369 going to face off against Rascal here. Clit is in position, but yeah, there was no even haymaker opportunity for Rascal. He was just CC'd for too long. As Clit does get the flash out of Caster as in comes BDD. Unable to get into position for any stuns. And meanwhile, Top Esports on the bottom side of the map just eats through these plates. Ruler with a Void Seeker finds 1 minion, whereas Top Esports find 160 damage for both, 160 gold for both of their laners. This is, it's not doing so well here for Gen G.
Yeah, they're kind of getting bopped here in the early game. They are looking for these plays, but Top Esports, the second they see the draft, they're like, oh, I mean, we know exactly what they're trying to do. It's no secret to anybody. There's not much scaling in their composition. They have a snowbally, you know, early mid-game kind of composition, and as long as we don't die to that, we'll be fine. Alongside of, you know, 369 casually picking up a solo kill, bottom lane winning.
I think Rascal inting level 2, was certainly something that put a spanner in the works.
I think it was level 1, actually.
I think they, yeah, maybe.
You might have been right. I'm not sure.
Well,
this is really early on.
Certainly not what you want, as Ruler's going to let one of the honey fruit go to waste. Parallel Convergence not going to find Ruler. Yuyanja over the wall with the Blast Cone. And Ruler makes it back to lane. Okay, so now, what are they going to be able to do here? One of the good things about the comp here that Gen G have put together for themselves is that BDD can jump on top of Jackie Love, and they will need to utilize the Lantern in order to make things work. Life definitely dead here. The flash play was aimed at Life instead of Ruler, but they still get the flash out of the Kai'Sa regardless. And just sometimes better champion wins. How these things go. Rascal, surprised he wasn't actually able to utilize the Haymaker there, as Kai'Sa's going to get blocked. In goes Clid. They should be able to find their first kill. Kai'Sa going to go down, but Clid's going to be traded. Timewinder coming back. Life down to about half health as Rascal almost throws his life away again. Knight tanking up the turret, but Chrono Break is one hell of an ability. And Pantheon here just a little bit too late. Man drop still on cooldown.
Yeah, the Pantheon in this game is just really doing nothing. I mean, he was late to the top side when they had the 2-on-2. He tried to set up the plays in the mid lane, but once they fail, you know, nobody's getting snowballed. Not him, not Elise. So he's just not even there before the Echo, which is kind of sad. And it's been nothing but sadness for the side of Gen G, as we'll see here. You know, they're able to burst down Kai'Sa, but the rotation is already there from Knight, and that's really where they get the lion's share of the money once they get the 2 kills and the extra plates, as there is some focus now on the Rift Herald, as it is after 8 minutes.
Yep, just checking out the area. It's not quite a 3,000 gold lead yet in top esports, but it's getting there. Mount Drake hasn't been considered either throughout this game as BDD gets the stun on the Knight. But Q is blocked by the shield from the Parallel Convergence, and it's a good trade here for the Echo. Seeker's Arm Guard absolutely ruins the day of good old BDD. Would have been a decent item as well if BDD hadn't have been so fed on his Yasuo yesterday also. As here he goes, just popping down to the bottom lane. Hey Jackie Love, how you doing? That's,
I can hear the Korean commentators behind us.
Yeah. Not great. Yuyan is even going to steal away that Rift Scuttler as in comes Ruler, trying to take down Jackie Love, but 4 members of Top Esports are already here. Rascal teleported in, he breaks some faces, and then sends himself into the Death Chamber. Might be able to take Jackie Love with him, as there we go. Gets in there, locks down the ultimate, and is now trying to run away, but Hook says no. He has been leashed and taken down. So 3 for 1 is going to be the trade, and you don't need to be a mathematician to work out who won out on that one. Top Esports continue the snowball.
Yeah, this early composition, the Sinner draft, if Ellis was here and I can say what he would say, is it's getting cleansed. It's really not doing much. The Pantheon, another man drop, another miss, and then another kind of awkward fight that they feel forced into. Like, you're not going to win from here. Once you get your arrowed to the face and then, you know, it's 4v2. Even with the TP, you're like, hey, maybe they can turn it around. But it's really just Rascal with a nice mechanical play, just barely able to eke out the kill. Barely. And had he missed, I mean, that would have been a 3 for 0. So, big losses around the Rift as a whole for Gen G. Top Esports look much cleaner, with the draft that they have selected.
I mean, BDD does have a decent CS advantage at the moment, but the problem is he's not on a 0 or something like that. Not someone that can change the entire landscape of the game as we move into the later stages. He's wanting to be winning right now, and he's not. And you can see, Varus is a good champion, Gen G. Why did you not pick it? Like, I don't know.
Good question. We're seeing many cases as for, you know, why Varus is so highly prized by many teams.
Yeah, it's boggling my mind. As we're not even going to find the dredge line, and Clid might have to go up into the sky. He's going to do so. There's the knock-up. Clid flashes. Avoids the Parallel Convergence stun, but still has to put that ability on cooldown. It's something that Elise certainly does rely on. So Top Esports remain in entire control. And this has been a theme of today, is early games that have gone absolutely horrendously.
Yeah.
And then mid games that just get stalled for a really long time, and then the team with the early game lead generally wins, has been today. It's odd. Facebreaker going to come down, 369 taking some damage. It's Clid and Life are going to turn up. Put down the Rift Herald and look for a dive here. The decoy's on cooldown, but he does still have the spinny knocker. Life's going to go down in a 1 versus 3. 369, almost able to escape, but 1 for 1 in the end. Yuyancha turns up. Hook's going to land max range, and Clid is going to go. Goodbye. Rascal's going to be let live, but 2 for 1 trade. A few plates going over to Gen G, but that's still a downgrade if ever I've seen one. And Jackie Love, he's chunking through this Pantheon like he's made of Swiss cheese.
Yeah, Varus is a pretty good champion, by the way. I just felt like I might want to say that once again.
Yep, like the reiteration.
Yeah, and I mean, everybody on the side of top esports now is very far ahead. That composition on the left side of your screen that had to get ahead is devastatingly behind, enormously behind.
Ginormously behind.
If I may say myself.
Yeah.
It's a good job by 369. Turning it around, says, okay, you know, the Nautilus, he's like, I can live for long enough that the Aftershock is going to fall down, and that I can pick up at least 1 kill. And a good turnaround there by Yuyancha to make sure they pick up an extra kill on the back side.
Yeah, well, so far, things not going great. 5,000 gold is the lead here. Mountain Drake finally was picked up. Infernal's going to be the next one. Cloud Soul coming in afterwards, as we were taught yesterday. Always expected Cloud Soul. It's just how that one goes. 3
so
plates.
Many today already.
Yeah, I know. We had, like, we were bookended, I think, during yesterday with, as far as the main 6 games. There was like not Cloud Soul, 4 Cloud Souls, then not Cloud Soul. That's how the day went.
Oh, it was a windy day.
It was definitely windy. As top will move in and take down the outer turret in the mid lane. Nothing BDD can do about that one. And I can't help but think, you know, you did this to yourselves, Gen G. You know?
Yeah, I mean, they were so confident about it, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, another fight here.
Yeah, well, Decoy is going to buy enough time here as the teleport does come in. 369. Down to about half health as we're going to turn it, but Kasa is so tanky life. Flashes to get himself out of the way. The Haymaker is basically ignored. A double kill here for Jackie Love. Varus, everyone, is a good champion. We need to remind Gen G, and a triple kill should help do that.
All right, pack it up. What is going on? I mean, you can see they're like desperately looking for whatever pick they can get. I mean, Ruler wasn't even there. He doesn't have TP. It's just desperation at its finest right now. We're almost 9,000 gold lead in 15 minutes. This might even be bigger than some of the leads we had earlier today, which were massive. Enormous.
Ginormous.
Yeah. And I don't know. Now from this position with this composition, like, we saw some leads earlier today that were actually, like, some of the teams were almost able to come back, or they did come back. Those were with compositions that had scaling components. This one doesn't really at all. I mean, Kaisa a little bit, but yeah, you gotta wait like 4 or 5 items for her.
Yeah, she needs at least 3 to even be a champion, to be totally honest. Unless you get ahead, and spoiler alert, guys, not ahead.
Yeah, there's not much to say about this fight. I mean, they look for 1. It's 3-on-1, and then all of a sudden it's 3-on-3. The rotation's faster from top esports, and they're miles ahead.
6-1-4. Not bad. Jackie Love having a good time so far this game.
So already Wadid's prediction is wrong.
Yeah.
He was like 3-0 all the way on all in.
Well, he did. He was certainly on the Gen G hype train yesterday. From minute 1. And they did make it here. That's definitely more than any other LCK team has done thus far. However, this is not exactly a great sign thus far. There's the Nimbus Strike, but you can see 369 cycloning around. Both of them stopped. Yeah, Rascal, no idea which one to hit. Does get himself his Grit Shield, but you're not going to win that, dude. He's 6-1-4, and you were 1-4.
I don't know what to say.
He had his 1 and 4s in the right order, but they were just in the wrong columns.
I know.
Yeah.
I just, like, oh man, it's almost like he's like given up at this point. He's like, well, go next. I don't know. Like, doesn't matter what kind of engage you get. You're both auto attack heavy champions, and the other guy has tons more damage in his items already, not to mention levels.
Yeah, well, Knight is going to be engaged on here. He's got Chrono Break, so he's not dying at all. However, the mid and jungle will. Support's going to go down next. Triple kill here for Jackie Love as Rule is trying to run away from this entire game, actually. He's going to try and go through the fountain to escape in order to get into another game that he could potentially win, because this one is about as over as a game can possibly be. 18 minutes, 10,000, 11,000 gold is the lead, as Top Esports will take this inhibitor as well. No, it's going to go down to 1 health, something like that. Rascal does manage to save that one. Means that Gen.G can't farm the super creeps on the bottom side of the map before the Baron does come up. There's the superplex. The under goes golden. There's the Cyclone. Massive damage into the backline. Rule is going to help grab that kill onto Jackie Love. Fair bit of damage onto Knight. Chrono Break is going to still be there. The health bars are just tiny on Gen.G's side, and it looks like the carry is actually 369 in this team fight. Casa taken down by that Void Seeker in the end. And that is probably the best that Gen.G could have ever hoped for, as they do put that gold lead under 10,000 gold by about 120 or something like that.
Yes, well done. And it's just a little bit of, you know, they didn't have to rush to take that inhibitor, but they really did want it. And they got themselves in a bad position. This is Gen.G like, oh, it's 4v5. Let's fight. Yeah, that seems good. There's no, you know, it's just kind of desperation at this point. As this was the follow-up fight. You can see this was Gen.G's best opportunity because it was such a, you know, drawn-out fight. Everybody was out of position, and that left the backline totally vulnerable. They couldn't use their 6-1 Varus to just do intense damage the entire time, and so that did end up winning Gen.G the fight, although they are massively behind.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is still over. Cloud Drake does sort of save Gen.G a little bit here, because it means that they don't have to contest for Drakes, really. Although it does mean that Top Esports can run faster to the enemy Nexus. True. Which is basically what they need to do to win this game. Killing the Nexus is the best strategy, and taking down that inner turret top lane is certainly going to help to that end.
Yeah, Baron's live. We've seen a lot of LPL teams today, or not even just today, the whole tournament just run at the Baron.
Yep, I mean LCK teams as well. Feels like Baron or bust for a lot of these guys. But yeah, Gen.G, they're not going to be running to the Baron, Valdez. Not unless Top get there first. And even then, I don't know whether Gen.G leave their base. That inhibitor is still alive though, so at least Gen.G will be able to exit if they can go and tidy up that minion wave that will kill the Baron, kill the inhibitor very quickly. Hook is going to land there. BDD taking a lot of damage. Knight's going to take him down. Life very, very low as Rascal gets into the back line, but they've missed a lot of their damage. Haymaker is decent, and Rascal's dead. Double kill here for Knight. Could he possibly get the Penta? The rest of Gen.G going to run away and try and deny it, as the inhibitor turret's going to go down. This inhibitor will definitely fall, and maybe this will just be the game, as the minions are still doing work on this bottom inhibitor. Casa taking up that front line, cleared. We're going to try and do anything to hold on to some form of relevance, as there's the flash hook. Ruler, nice sidestep. Still going to be double inhibitors down. Free Baron, if Top would like it, as then they could walk through with some super creeps and take down this pesky Nexus.
Yeah. I mean, if this were LS on the desk, you might say, you don't want to take down the inhibitors too early because it's going to give the extra farm, as Ruler decides, I'm going in, and he blows his flash. But at this point, I feel like when you're over 11,000 gold ahead at 22 minutes, it's not going to matter that much. Also, it gives you the freest Baron of all time. So yeah, it's not really that big of a deal. And it's probably actually beneficial in this case to take the inhibitors down. Gen.G have such a mountain to climb that 2 inhibitors down it's not really going to help that much.
I mean, right now, I think all Gen.G should be talking about is what they want to do after they've banned Varus in Game 2. That's the I hate to be a negative Nancy, and I'm not often a negative Nancy. But I don't know if there is...
You're a positive Patrick.
I am a positive Patrick. An optimistic Omar.
Omar, I like that.
His ruler gets taken down almost dead.
Optimistic Oppa.
Yeah, there we go.
You're the Oppa of the desk.
I am.
That's why.
I am. I am older than you, so it does make sense.
Yes.
I am your young.
Yeah. Well,
I don't really. Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
There's
So
no
we're not
like,
going to go into
optimistic adjective that starts with an H. So
yeah, happy? Not life. Life not happy right now. As Knight, he's going to go golden. They're going to take down the last inhibitor turret. Clid sidesteps a fair bit of damage there as the piercing arrow was flying through. But that's going to be the third inhibitor. 23.5 minutes. One of the faster games that we've seen this tournament. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't the fastest after these Nexus turrets do go down. Supercharger comes in. Gen.G looking for their last-ditch effort. Superplex into the backline. Rascal gets a big shield and then taken down. In goes Ruler. They do get the pick onto Jackie Love. But guess what? Ruler's going to be dead immediately afterwards. The pillar was fantastic. 369 gets the double. Knight gonna grab one as well, augmenting his already extraordinary scoreline. Clid gonna flash to get himself onto the fountain. If he could flash out of the game, he would. Unable to. Now coming down, goal. Oh, double stopwatch. Oh,
bought another one.
That's called delaying the inevitable. That is a low frame rate on your slow motion video, guys. As the Nexus does eventually for 24 minutes and 12 seconds. As Top Esports utterly annihilate Gen.G in this blind pick game. And I am still unaware of why those champions were picked.
yeah, I forgot I was the analyst and I had to vote for the player of the game. And I was just staring at the sheet and I'm like, there is no player of this game.
No.
They all played well.
Jackie Love and Knight probably both.
I voted for Yant.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, he set up the play in the bottom side, got that snowball rolling.
That's
I thought
true.
about 369 and I was like, he started the other snowball essentially.
Yeah, 369 also did play very, very well. So I guess you could basically roll the dice and give it to
yeah,
whichever one you
that's
want.
why I'm
Just
like
not Karsa. Don't give it to Karsa.
Not Karsa. Like Knight did well playing against pressure. Like the way he played the Echo is really good. Like it's not easy to play into the Pantheon in the mid lane like that. So even though it wasn't a super flashy performance, he still was popping off in a defensive way. So
yeah, and getting into the side lanes where he was required, right?
Yeah.
And allowed Top Esports to snowball to a level that we hadn't seen so far. Even like you were talking about, our last series had a lot of early games that did go very awry, but they were often dragged out by the opposition. Gen.G entirely unable to do that as Top just destroyed them. So now, as we move towards game number 2 with bans back in the game, we'll see whether that's going to be enough to actually help Gen.G out here. But honestly, if like that's their highest priority draft,
yeah, that was a big question mark for me.
What?
I don't know. They lost Edgar, right? He's not the head coach anymore, and now it's like
Odin moved up to head coach on the 25th of May, so that's like 5 days ago?
Yes, 5 days ago.
Yeah, so has been, not very long since they've had their new head coach. But I mean, yesterday their drafts were fine. That was not something that we were worried about at all.
Maybe
right?
they just like overthought it too much,
Well, this is the thing. Like when you see the Kai'Sa come in, like I don't know what's that there to counter.
It's there to lose lane, and this was level 1, by the way.
No, it was right.
Just straight up like hitting each other with auto attacks. Yeah. It's there to lose lane and wombo combo in the mid lane and mid game, which was, as we saw, absolutely not worth it. I mean, a little bit of results-based analysis, like if the lanes went differently, it could have worked, but I really like the well-roundedness of Top Esports draft much better. I mean, it's blind pick. You can pick anything.
Yeah. So
and you pick this. What Gen.G have there is like a mediocre normal pick ban.
No, that's a lost draft.
Yeah.
They intentionally picked a
mediocre at
draft,
best.
Yeah.
Right? It's.
Oh man,
look at that pillar. That was actually cute.
And I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
we're over it now.
Yeah, let's just talk about how good Top Esports look. I think Knight's certainly looking in form, continuing to look in form here today as well, much like day one. finally turning up. I know a lot of the LPL cast is very happy that the guy that's received a lot of accolades is finally internationally performing after disappointing Rift Rivals. But so far here this tournament, he is very, very good.
Yeah, the dude is awesome. He has really impressed myself, and I know pretty much everybody that has been watching. Definitely at least top 2, if not top 1 mid laners in the tournament, I'd say.
Yep. I mean, it was him and BDD, right? And he just made BDD look like fools. So I think it has to be Knight at the head of the discussion right now. But still, there is at least 2 more games to go. And it could be enough. Like, this is the slow motion with bad frame rate.
Oh, man.
Damn, that is a lot of Wukong damage.
Yeah, 369 started his own snowball, and then there was a second snowball in the bottom lane. And you raised the question, you know, what's the Kai'Sa for? I don't know why you would ever pick Kai'Sa when Varus exists, when Aphelios exists.
Why would you pick anything other than Varus?
In a blind pick, yes, you're right. But, like, to make a case for Kai'Sa, you got to go way down the list, right? And it did not turn out well, as we did see.
So the only reason you pick a different AD carry other than Varus is to counter Varus. So
like
maybe he was expecting a Varus counter to be picked instead of Varus, and then went the complete other way into the rock, paper, scissors, and then by that logic got countered by Varus in the end anyway.
Yeah. That's why I was thinking maybe they just thought too much about it, you know?
And I'm like trying to think of like, what do you pick into the Varus? Like, there isn't like actually
Varus.
Very many options, right? Especially when you compare it with any defensive support that you want, especially Yu Yanja on the Thresh, a champion he's very good at, and he's able to reposition. And it is going to be 369 that picks up player of the game after winning the level 1 duel, doing ridiculous amounts of damage. In fact, 30% of his team's damage with a Varus on his team. And was 4,000 gold in the lead. Got 3 solo kills. That's the last time I say anything good about Rascal. Seemed to jinx him every single time.
Rascal seemed just surprised. He's like, wait, how can Set lose this, you know? Like, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, 369 was definitely the player of the game in this one. My
played extremely
vote
well.
was me inting the pog vote.
Not again.
369, I would like to rescind my Yanza vote, sorry.
It's okay, because we don't actually tell anyone our votes. So who voted for who. So the fact that the right guy got the award.
Well, I think it's too late. Like,
yeah, you announced.
I need a chrono break. Let's get Echo back. Like,
let's talk tonight. We can talk tonight about it. He seems to have all of the chrono breaks. Happy to see his famous Echo in this game, though.
Yeah. I'm
just sad to see Gen.G not quite make it here on time. So we'll see whether they can turn up for game number 2. That is, you know, back to very standard League of Legends with bans involved, counter picks involved, and things like that. But this has taught us anything. I mean, it doesn't look like Gen.G are the first seeds in this particular semi-final. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens after game 1, right? FPX got dunked. Okay, they got destroyed in game number 1, and then they came back to actually just pummel JDG 3 times in a row. So I think Gen.G just have to wipe that off. That was a, you know, not a great draft. Say, let's go into pick ban, normal games, and take it from there.
That's exactly right. So I guess game 1 is happening right after this short break. The blind pick was not one that we want to remember necessarily, because our Gen.G didn't quite show up. So guys, after a short break, we'll be back with some regular best of 5 for game number 2.
Mobile.
Prove yourself and
Welcome back, guys, to the MSC semifinals, where we've just concluded our blind pick first game, and Gen G were obliterated. Top Esports came out with a much better draft, much better game plan, and served it straight up to Gen G. And now we move into game number 2. We put bans back in place, we put a draft back in place, and hopefully Gen G's will be something resembling a composition that can win a game.
Yeah, we just kind of want to ignore what happened in game number 1 and go to game 2 and pretend it didn't happen, except that Top Esports are winning by 1. And that's exactly what Gen G as a team want to do, as well as Kellen. Hello. They say, Life was the problem.
Life was the only player with a champion picked correctly, and he didn't win them the game. So,
yeah, I don't think he played that badly or anything like that.
No, I don't think so either.
But maybe they just want to try something new here with Kellen in the bottom side. Maybe we're going to see like a Yuumi or a kind of like a mage support or something like that. That maybe Life wasn't, maybe something different from a Nautilus. So we'll be curious to see how they change things up in this game.
Yep, I don't think Life was the problem whatsoever. So we'll see whether Kellen does have some dark technology put together for himself. You can see Ruler there, still with some smiles on their faces here on the side of Gen G. Not too worried. I believe that's Odin behind them, currently helping out with the draft. Not entirely sure which part of the Gen G sort of coaching staff they use for their drafting coach. Some teams utilize head coaches for that, such as T1, as of course Coach Kim, head coach, and of course drafting coach. Whether that's Odin moving up there, I am not entirely sure. Let's see whether, when we get some bans involved and all this sort of stuff, whether we'll have a better experience.
Everybody's getting their caffeine, as what I'd love to talk about in the first series, talking about the different caffeine strategies you use when you are going into a best of 5.
A heavily caffeinated man, apparently. Although I've never actually watched him drink coffee.
Yeah, I don't know if he does.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an ultra coffee enthusiast.
True.
I built up a tolerance to caffeine to the point where I'd have like 9 Red Bulls and go to sleep, and it was fine.
That's crazy.
That was when I was young, okay, and I just thought that energy drinks tasted very good.
They do. There's a lot of sugar in them.
There is a lot of sugar in them, which does help with the staying awake factor as well.
I'm a big fan. I just, I don't want to drink that much sugar, so I have to stop myself.
You don't drink coffee at all as well, right?
Yeah, it just makes me feel like really lightheaded, so I just don't like it. It's weird. I don't know. It affects me in a strange way.
I mean,
I'm not a big coffee guy.
I think that affects a lot of people who, don't drink a lot it's a caffeine. But I don't think I'd ever recommend joining me in my massive
building
caffeine
up a tolerance.
Yeah, exactly. It's not something that you want to do. Utilize it to its full effect when you feel like it, and don't build up a reliance on such a thing, as now we are into the draft. Blue side for Gen G, red side for Top Esports, and a Trundle is going to be banned. Top do take away the Varus. I thought maybe they'd experiment with leaving it up, because obviously Gen G don't think it's that good.
Yeah, I think Gen G will swiftly realize the error of their ways, and would probably pick that up, but it's just so strong that you just can't even take the chance. As a lot of focus here on the mid lane, up against FPX, there was a lot of, Galio, Rumble, etc., Senna bans, but here it's a totally different playing field, as you see a couple of Knight picks are going to be taken off the board, the LeBlanc and the Syndra denied.
Yep, Top Esports thinking about whether they ban the Graves here. But it's going to be Callista. The Respect going over to Ruler. And they are going to lock away the Ezreal. Has been sort of the third rung of 80 carries, followed by Aphelios, which Jackie Love could lock away now. Denying Zoe, I think, is a fantastic idea. BDD and Knight. Knight, a fantastic Zoe player as well over in the LPL. Would be an understandable pickup, and you can pair it with Aphelios relatively well also, if you get the right weapons, and that is going to be locked away. So now Casa, he can take the Graves if he wants.
I think BDD could probably easily pick up Azir into this. I mean, Azir can do pretty well in lane up against Zoe. She's very predictable when she hops back. You're also up against, they're showing a very immobile AD carry, and it's BDD's bread and butter, right? So I think I wouldn't mind seeing an Azir pick here.
I think Azir and then lock in Thresh, because I think you want to deny Thresh to avoid the Lantern ruining all of your fun.
Actually sounds pretty good. The Azir seemed pretty obvious. You were talking about Graves. They might prioritize that a little bit more than the denial on the support, so Graves is going to be picked up.
And now I guess Top Esports do need to prioritize getting Thresh or losing it. Gen G would be happy about that, or get themselves an AD carry, that, a jungler that they would like. Lee Sin did do some winning in the final game yesterday, but I think that we all do look down our nose a little bit at that pickup. And the Thresh there, Top Esports, I love this from them in this draft so far.
Yeah, that's that, again, bread and butter bottom lane. The two of them going pretty well together. The Aphelios and the Thresh. Yumi going to be taken off the board. No Ezreal Yumi in response.
And Yu Yanja was just great on the Thresh, to be honest, in the last game. I think not enough priority was given by Gen G on denying that one from him. The Ornn taken away from Rascal, the Yumi taken away from Kellen, and Wukong to be removed from the arsenal of 369. Rascal might need to be digging through the champion pool just a little bit to try and find something. But does have a lot of options for himself. Final ban here from Gen G. We'll see whether they keep their attention towards the top side or whether the jungle needs a bit of focus. And it is going to be the Lee Sin taken away from Kasa. Rek'Sai insta-lock. The Rek'Sai-Zoe combination has been something that we've spoken about quite a few times in the past. Works well as a jungle mid duo. But honestly, Rek'Sai, another champion that we don't necessarily hold in too high regard here on the LCK broadcast, is someone, I think, fell down behind us, rocked the whole cast.
Or it was an earthquake.
Yeah, one of the two. Yeah. As Kellen is going to take away the Taric, so looking fabulous here on the Rift so far. Combination of very handsome champions in Graves and the Taric. As far as handsome gentleman champions concerned, Gen G winning.
When you get a little bit older, you think you might go for a mustache beard combo like Graves?
No, I'm going to grow my hair out and shave like Taric.
No, I was going to do that. You were going to be the Graves.
Oh, is that how it's going to work?
Yeah, I'm actually growing out my hair right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got it trimmed. That's why it looks like a giant bush on top right now.
Yeah, no, I actually saw that like you've had it like trimmed towards the side, and I was like, but it's really long. Did you get a haircut?
Or did he not? Yeah.
Did your girlfriend do that at home? Like, perplexing.
Maybe.
Oh, Top Esports opting in for this poke style of composition here with the Jace locked in for 369. It's going to be against the Cannon. It's a matchup that works out relatively well for Jace, but largely a skill matchup between these two, and we know how that goes after game number one. We'll see whether Rascal can pull himself together in this one, but I think I like what both teams have done. I think Top Esports do have a very standard comp that can play around poke in the mid game very well and then get behind Jackie Love with Yu Yanja as support in the late game. But Gen G have so much of that team fight power, jungle control early, and a self-sufficient 80 carry. So you can have Rascal and BDD diving forward, and Ruler should be pretty okay, especially with Kellen beside him. So Gen G's team fighting composition certainly geared more towards the late stages of the game, but Top Esports, they should be able to create advantages for themselves between that 15 to 25 minute mark.
Yeah, I look at this comp, and they got this in a pick ban, by the way, and I'm like, this is a million times better than game one. You know?
Yeah. Oh, you compare it to game one, and Gen G have won the game. This is beautiful.
Comparatively, it's just no contest. Like, you get so many different great parts. It just works so much better as a team, too. Anyway, we'll have to wait and see how the results do come through. I'm curious about that Kennen blind pick. That was the one thing that kind of left me scratching my head. Of course, it can open the fight pretty well for Azir to kind of sweep up afterwards, and Ezreal is also great at team fight cleanup, so.
And they've got the AoE damage and the collateral damage and the True Shot Barrage, things like that. There is a lot of options here. See how it works in game number 2.
환영합니다.
Yeah, here we are, game 2. That's a nice skin.
생성까지 30초
The
남았습니다.
RNG logos being flashed, as well as the Flash Wolves.
Kasa just going back through his repertoire of teams that he's had success on. I was played for Flash Wolves for so incredibly long. I still just associate Kasa with Maple.
Yeah.
In my brain. They are just a duo. Hasn't played with Maple for a little while now. Okay. Now we're into the real game. I was talking to Cloud Templar backstage, and he was like, it's okay, event match. And he was, of course, referring to last series which FPX managed to reverse sweep, I guess, after a loss in Game 1. So maybe, just maybe, Gen G can do their best FPX impression. And look, world champions as well, they have that in common. Good old FPX and Gen G. It was a little bit more recently, though, for FPX, and Gen G's roster has changed a lot in that time. Let's see how this early game is going to go. As Clid starting off in the enemy jungle, and Casa completely unaware of what's happening here. They don't have the deep vision.
There is a ward there on the red, but
it's a red. Oh yeah, that's true. So maybe they couldn't see it.
It looks like it was like on the edge, like just barely not covering the pit. And so now this is awkward.
A lot of damage from the end of the line. Clid stealing away the big raptor. Casa, his jungle has been just obliterated. As now JackeyLove down to about 100 health. Good exhaust onto Ruler. He's also going low. JackeyLove with a lot of extra range in that Calibrum, now turning his attention to Kellen. Both AD carries very low, eating through their pots. Biscuit in hand for Ruler. Some biffo early here in this game so far.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about Karsa right now. He had his red taken away. He wasted a bit of time. He didn't clear the Raptors.
The Raptors were denied by Clid. Karsa let Clid have them and then decided that he'd do his best to leave the area and try and get what he can, but it's not happening. Good playback. It's Kellen down very low. Flash has to be blown. There's good exhaust onto JackeyLove. Mystic shot is weave, and JackeyLove goes down. 2v2 kill this time for Gen G bottom lane.
I love the thumbs down too. It's like, get out of here. We were just joking, you know.
Not this time.
Just
Where's
Jake's in the blind. In the blind. Oh,
well,
Tarek
they say that Kellen's dead. Yep. Maybe we need to bring Blind back. I don't know.
Yeah, and then the monster jumps out at you in Scary Movie.
Yep.
Yeah, that was really just mechanical outplay, 2v2 straight up from Ruler and Kellen. They were already having that biffo you were talking about,
and they used one exhaust.
Yeah,
to do that. That's all they invested. Now, Knight getting electrocuted here by BDD, taking a bit more of a powerful 1v1 summoner spell on his Azir, and he's already putting on so much pressure here in this lane. Knight with Paddlestar now not aimed at the minion wave, which is going to get a lot of time and space and also deny him so many of these creeps. Damn, BDD he's angry. The beast has been angered, Valdez. And I would certainly worry for anyone that's going to be facing BDD later in solo queue as well.
Yeah, if you're at that level where you're facing BDD in solo queue, you're probably not watching this. There's probably like a couple of you guys out there, but it's a very limited supply of people that actually do get that honor of being at that level.
You don't know. I mean, Faker might be at home watching this.
Yeah, you think so? Hi, Faker.
Chovy. It's not our broadcast, but
well, I mean,
that's MSC broadcast, you know. JackeyLove pinged out there. Pretty connection from Ruler. Back being channeled by Karsa as well. So Karsa, after playing the Trundle, now on the Rex side. Not super excited about his jungle picks so far this series. The Graves from Clid needs to get more work done. So far, he's been farming more camps. That is definitely a thing. And you can see Ruler's not ahead by too much. Bit of a back being picked up by JackeyLove and Yuyanja. They don't want to press too far forward. Just a pickaxe there in the hands of the Aphelios, but it's more battle stats than the tier that Ruler collected. As we have a look at this 2v2 kill once again.
Yeah, you just got to watch Ruler from here. JackeyLove, it's the end of the exhaust. He sticks around, and Ruler's like, you're standing not behind minions. I can hit everything at you. And Ruler's just mindfulness to notice that. And to be able to outplay it and take advantage of JackeyLove's mistake was quite nice.
Well, there's the flash knock-up as Rascal's going to flash eventually. 369 looks for it. Doesn't get the last auto. And Rascal will make it out with his life.
Well, we got to see the replay on that one. I was like, does he have Conqueror? Like, what is going on? Like, how is he generating so much health? I feel like maybe he had like a health pot. and he has the rune that.
Oh, yeah, Time Warp Tonic.
Yeah.
He might have actually used his refillable there as Casa gets back towards the top side, flash forward from Clid, but he doesn't get the auto off, and now Rascal looks for the Q. He's not going to find a great knock-up. Finally, the auto comes in, but the health pot had done its work, and that was... there's a word to use for that. I don't want to use it
enormous.
Here. Not great. Not great at all.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of...
369 is just proving that he's way better than Rascal right now.
Yeah, he's really showing that to us right now. He's got the right champion for it, too. And Clid's the one that starts this all off. He's calling for it, probably.
Controlled by minions really hard here as Clid flashes. I think that was while the CC of the knock-up was happening by Casa. That's why it looked like he cancelled autos. This was really well played by Tav.
Got that second knock-up, and that's just really good news now for the top lane, and especially for the Rex side. Take a look at Karsa. He went down bottom, took advantage of the, sticking around at the bottom lane of Ruler and Kellen did, and then he's in the perfect position to counter game up in the top side. So really, we were talking about all the members of Top Esports and what they offer to the team, and we mentioned how Karsa's, he's good. He's got a great, legacy. Essentially, he's been around forever. But we weren't really saying that he was the main carry of the team. But in this game, he is truly the guy that's always in the right place at the right time and has been able to, spare the blushes of his teammates.
Yeah, precisely. Ruler now goes back and collects himself the Manamune, which is actually a lot of battle stats all at once, as Casa is going to use that advantage that he had to take down this Ocean Drake, first Drake of the game. The second one is going to be Infernal coming up next. Cloud will be the one after that. No mountains today. As Clid waiting to see when this bottom lane is going to come back. Kellen checks the brush, clears out a control ward. And not going to be diving any turrets right now. So Ruler, he's in a good spot. Does have that extra kill available, and about a minion wave ahead as far as CS, and on his Ezreal. So mid-game going to be good. Clid going to find you Yanja, but no dazzles this time. True Shot Barrage just slicing through the bottom lane of top.
It's a very squishy bot lane. Even Thresh, before he gets some items, can be a bit squishy. And you can see that damage was quite nice, so it's going to push them back. Ruler's going to be able to pick up one of these plates. But Karsa's here again. He's level 6 already. Looking to get some work done.
Yeah, you can see Ruler almost baited in there. As Karsa channeling the back for the minute. In fact, everyone going for a reset. This is going to be a plate opportunity for Gen G. As Kellen looks further forward. No bubbles onto BDD this time, but I believe he ate one relatively recently. And he's got teleport, I believe. So does need to be a little bit careful of these picks from the Zoe in the mid-game. This is a very different game to last game. Last game, Ruler was anemic because he was playing a late-game AD carry against a lethality Varus that is not going to really let you play the game, right? Now he's on Ezreal, will have a big mid-game impact, and him and BDD might be able to take control of this game. It's just 369 and Casa that are destroying Rascal so far this series. That is going to be the big thing to look out for here on the side of Top Esports.
Yeah. Just packing their bags, essentially, filling them up with gold.
Yeah.
As another plate will fall to the Jace.
And now, more of those plates should be falling down here as well, as Casa looking to try and snowball the Jace even further in this game. Should be able to grab Agatha and then move over and lock that one down. Decides he doesn't want to, actually. Oh, no. He's channeling the back for a second. Knight turns up. He's going to collect some of that money as well. They will be able to grab the first turret. And a whole bunch of plates here also. 1,000 gold lead based on the amount of work that Casa's done earlier on in this game. And we often talk down a bit to this Rek'Sai pick, but so far in this early game, they've been using it exactly how Rek'Sai is supposed to be used.
Yeah.
She just does roll over early games if you can get into the right positions.
Exactly. It's like the Rek'Sai dream, essentially. And it's very good into a jungle that you're going up against in Graves, who is going to be looking to just sit back, AoE farm up, scale up, and be more of a menace compared to you in the later stages. But if you're the one being, if this were solo queue and you're the Graves, you've died once, and the enemy jungle has 3-0, there would be that one guy who's in the chat, he's like jungle difference already, you know?
Or he's like FF15.
Yeah, you know, it's solo queue, so
yeah.
There's always going to be some of that fun stuff. But definitely, I'm sure, you know, some people would be feeling that jungle difference already. But as you mentioned, I think the Ezreal Azir is still going to provide more as the game does come along. And if Gen G can just hold on, we've seen a little bit of that today from some of the LPL teams earlier, where it's like they have this comp that scales really well. And then they're like, I think it was JDG, they dive in with the package and they have a Sivir who has only Caulfield's Warhammer.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're forcing a fight for no reason. And then they just got wiped, and then they lost the game from there. Like, Gen G's going to play, they're going to play smarter than that. They're an LCK team that are just used to scaling, and so they'll feel more comfortable doing it. And I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, Ruler tries to flex a little bit down on the bottom side, but other than that, it should just be Gen G trying to sit back and scale.
Yeah, should indeed be. Ruler will be parked in the mid lane for mid-game, and should be relatively immovable. I think Ezreal is a fantastic pick into the Rek'Sai with what she wants to do as well, because of the fact that you can build up some armor and avoid being one-shot by a Rek'Sai getting a decent flank onto you. Not to mention the mobility that he does have also. So certainly some things in favor of Gen G as this game goes on. But if Rascal continues to play worse than 369, 369 already with a lot of extra money, Ghostblade completed compared to Build-A-Bear Workshop, as our friend LS would call it, put together by Rascal. Certainly is an early game that Top Esports would be very happy with. Knight down onto B2D. The pilfered ones that Knight had picked up.
Yeah, we're just chilling. You know, there's the Infernal Drake available. I think Top Esports should be trying to make moves towards that. Instead,
B2D gonna get flash knock up. There's the ulti, but the Void Rush is there, and in fact, not even required. As Knight's gonna pick up that kill very easily. Face check and brush is not a great way to do it. And B2D thinking that he was a bit safer than he was, but this is, I mean, you were talking about jungle difference. I don't know whether this is like, it's not any slight onto Clid, but when Casa is this fed, that you have to be so much more careful going into the darkness, no matter which side of the rift you're on.
Yeah, you got to play against what the opponent has, you know, especially a Rek'Sai that can burst you down and is fed. He's got lethality already. He's got the one Dirk, plus the Warrior Enchant that's completed. And now Top Esports are getting proactive. I like this.
369 dives on in. Clid unable to do anything at all. Cosmic Radiance comes down, so Kellen is going to be alive for a while, but Ruler is already dead. Moonlight Vigil secures the kill onto Clid. And I think this is looking like the beginning of the end. 7-1 is the kill score now. 4,000 the gold lead. And we were talking about late games. I think Gen G can probably say goodbye to a late game even existing.
You know what I like about this, too? This isn't really Gen G making giant mistakes. It's like Top Esports are finding these little edges. And you can see Gen G, they're not trying to be aggressive. They're trying to fight. But Top Esports are being so proactive, and they're finding the little angles and the perfect timings to go for the plays. And they're just straight up outplaying Gen G. It's really cool to see. Like, not only this. I mean, this is just, we've seen this in solo queue, we've seen it in pro play. You got to be careful when you're going into a dark jungle where you have no vision. But this is really nice. Look at this ward. It's the TP ward. They prepared for this. And they had the Rek'Sai set up right after the Infernal Drake. Maybe Gen G could have been a little bit farther down the lane to play even more safe. But they noticed that they were just a little bit up the lane, and I mean, there's not much to talk about in the fight because it was, you know, 5v3, and they just totally wiped the floor with them, and now that's going to give Top Esports a massive lead with their nice mid-game composition.
Not to mention 369 transition his advantage into the bottom lane, where Ruler and Kellen were actually doing a decent job, and you can see that CS gap is certainly closed. Total damage dealt certainly in favor of 369 right now, but Casa is absolutely no slouch. 900 gold for the cannon is sort of a product of how this game has
damage
been going.
It's like he's just a passenger in the game. He's not really interacting with the enemy. He can't get near the Jinx, so he's just sitting there. Even Taric has more damage than him because Taric's interacting in the 2v2. And now, this might be when Ruler begins to make some mistakes. Alex?
Well, he's dead. Just decided that he wasn't going to be able to make it out there. Knight with a much better roam. BDD, yeah, needs to be a little bit careful. Almost in shock blast range there. As Kellen pretty close to it as well, as he's taking a lot of damage here. Casa should be able to take down Shirley. As, yeah, they are... That one kill on the bottom side of the map has saved Gen G from being perfect game at this point.
Yeah. Ruler giveth. Ruler taketh away. I suppose it's Ruler taketh and then giveth away in this case.
Yeah, I guess.
And yeah, you could see, you know, he's really trying to press whatever angle he's got, right? He's like, if I could 1v1 solo kill, that would potentially get my team back in the game. And it's a good read by Knight to just say, okay, he's probably going to stay here. He's going to get greedy. And Ruler did exactly that. He got a bit greedy, stuck around a little bit too long, and wasn't able to get any kills or any damage or anything like that. And feeds a kill over to the Zoe, which is, again, not someone you want to feed kills to. That's even more value than giving kills to the Rek'Sai.
Also, Ruler's going Trinity Force, which I disagree with as well. The extra value that you get against 369 Casa and JackeyLove this game by picking up a Iceborne Gauntlet as an 80 carry is just insane. It's just really, really good. But Ruler not going to go there once the big 2-item power spike that is going to be late anyway.
Maybe he just feels like, you know, I've got to take a risk in some way. Like, you can see it in his play where he's like,
you need the acceleration.
Push up. I gotta, you know, push whatever edge I've got. Maybe I can 1v1. Maybe I can push the 80 carry and get a, you know, a 5-10 CS lead through this. Maybe I can pick up Trinity Force and have like a sick pop-off big game fight. But I do agree. I think Iceborne Gauntlet is just, you know,
wow,
better item.
Casa has an edge of 9.
Yeah.
That's impressive. Okay, Gen G underneath their sun turret. But everyone on the side of top esports are converging. Powered Shock Blast does not find the mark, but Gen G just trying to see what their options are. Rascal can teleport in. This might be a teamfight opportunity that they could utilize, as the bubble is going to go wide as well. Ruler eventually gets here, but the flanking Ezreal isn't necessarily what you're looking for. But Yu Yanja takes a fair bit of damage, and now Caster's in trouble. There it is. Cosmic Radiance comes down as well, but the Void Rush is pretty good. Buys some extra time as BDD gets his kill. Yu Yanja very, very low. JackeyLove down to half. Knight's at full, and 369 still scary, but it's one pick-off for Gen G, and they'll take it.
Yeah, I guess they really weren't expecting the flanking Ezreal in this case. And Top Esports made it really obvious that they wanted to take a team fight straight up. And you know who's really great at that is Taric. And so the second they engage, it's just like, okay, I can press my R button and we're going to win this fight. And that's essentially what happened as, you know, Ruler was also poking them in the back and flanking them. So Top Esports getting a little bit, you know, antsy. They really want to push their lead and they don't want this game to go too long. But they got themselves into an awkward spot in this team fight.
Yeah, I actually really liked the fact that they utilized Ruler to get that extra poke damage down. Knight was then distracted, and Casa, nothing he could do after BDD engaged. Good to see that BDD still has his eye in. His Azir looking as fantastic as ever. So we might have a game on our hands, guys. But 4,000 gold is still the lead here for top. They have the composition that wants to excel right now. They missed out on their first opportunity, but that does not mean that this comp isn't still strong, especially with JackeyLove's items. My God. Runans and the Infinity Edge. That is not a Warhammer. That is two big, big items.
Yeah. We were talking a lot about scaling, and the Aphelios is, I mean, we've seen that already today, what he can provide to a late game team fight. So even though you are going up against Azir, Ezreal, and Graves, JackeyLove could eventually, especially if he gets ahead like he is, can carry himself as they're going to try to push the issue.
Yep. We'll actually get a charge out of Shirley here as well, which is good news for top. Having to sort of emergency put it down as another Emperor's Divide under the turret. JackeyLove obliterated immediately, but BDD sacrificed himself for it. Yu Yanja should be going down, but the turret also falls. And now Casa looking to try and get his work done. There's the flash in, instant exhaust onto Rascal, but he goes golden. They grab the kill under the Thresh, and now Ruler is still alive. He's doing so much damage, but He is taken down so low by 369. Kellen tries to run away, and Top is still so far ahead and needs to be respected. The flash from Knight, and he's not going to be duped by the Taric. And Knight gets the ace. This game could be very close to over.
Yeah, they're absolutely going to pick up the inhibitor here, but man, this is what I love about some of these LPL teams. They never back down from a fight, even when it's looking really scary. They see the Kennen, and they're like, okay, well, this is kind of scary. Immediate exhaust, and then the re-engage from Knight and 369 to do some incredible damage at the end of the fight. Even after it looks pretty good for BDD, you can see he's pretty low, but he knows he's got to go for this play. Finds Jackie Love into the stun, and you're like, okay, not a bad trade. And then you see the flank coming in, and then Taric gets a really nice stun here afterwards. You're thinking, oh, Gen Z might be able to win this one, but look at the re-engage here. 369 jumps in, they're all going forward, and they know that they've got the item advantage, they've got the damage advantage, and they're just able to, put the blinders on and just walk straight forward into the enemy team, even after a couple of really scary engages from the side of Gen G. So Top Esports flexing, and now they've got 208 Jace and 502 Zoe, who is almost at 3 items already at 22 minutes. And the Siege is something that I think that Gen G just might not be able to stand up to.
I mean, it's 13-5. 6,000 gold is currently the lead. It's just Top Esports with all of the control in the world. Opportunities, of course, for Gen G based on the comp that they have to try and get back, and there is a Zhonya's now sitting onto Rascal. BDD desperately wanting to get himself towards the stopwatch, but this Baron, not sure whether Gen G are going to be able to get here in time. They do know that it's happening. Ruler should be able to have a true shot barrage. It does throw it forward, but it's not going to be enough to grab anything there. Is now clear, dashing forward looking for Jackie Love, but I think Jackie Love more than happy to take that fight as Yanja goes down to about half, but just the disengage. Free Baron over to Top Esports, and they're honestly just looking like the better team today.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted better in the blind pick, and they played it better, and now once again here in the real pick ban, they've just been outplaying Gen G at every turn. Really, the only nice thing that happened for Gen G was the Ruler pop-off 2v2. Yeah. Ever since then, it's been only downhill. Top Esports do, in fact, look like the better team. It's not even just Knight. It's as a team, they're playing better here. As Gen G, they're getting a little bit sneaky.
20 seconds until Mountain Drake. Yanja taking a bit of damage there from BDD. Okay, BDD has to avoid the bubble.
He's angry.
Yeah, they do have Cosmic Radiance, so Gen G do have a lot of teamfight tools, and Yanja is very, very low. You can see Jackie Love, he's just going to go take an inhibitor.
All right, guys.
Yeah. The mid lane's become very short as Casa moves on in. There's the slicing Maelstrom. Does have to use the Zhonya's now as the rest of the team slowly moving on in to try and lock down some kills, but Flash gets Casa to safety. Inhibitor was taken away from, and now Rascal has to be really careful. Look at all the damage. Moonlight Vigil comes in, and that is an Emperor's Divide that was decent, but stopwatch for one of them, not enough damage for the other. Double kill comes through for Jackie Love, and Ruler is trying to escape, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Knight trying to dash around and look for him, but maybe Ruler's going to survive. The base probably not going to be so lucky.
Absolutely not. Just delay the back, push down the mid lane, and you should be able to win this game. As, man, Top Esports looking like the favorites. I mean, even against the two teams we saw earlier today, they are just dominating Gen G here in this best of 5.
This is a speed run, 24 minutes into 25 minutes. And I don't know what happened last night with Gen G, maybe celebrating early. Something that they were doing. Remember, Top has had a lot of extra time, so I'm not going to make any excuses. This is just Top Esports domination so far this game. And it's not coming from where we were necessarily expecting, right? It's not like Knight is just hard carrying for his team. It's 369 just being so good. And we're looking for a pen so that we can...
there it is.
There we go. Yeah, got him. Give it to him again.
Yanja again?
Yeah, give it to Yanja.
No. I handed it over to Karsa. I think got the snowball rolling.
And he made Rek'Sai look like a champion worth picking.
You remember
he
he auto-locked that Rek'Sai. They banned Lee Sin. He's like, okay, Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
On R4, he was like, no, you're not going to ban me out. And then we're so used to in the LCK, when I saw that pick, I'm like, I kind of like sighed to myself. I'm like, I don't really like this. It doesn't really do much. And that's because in the LCK, it's so, it's so laid back, it's so defensive. They love to scale, but Karsa's not that kind of player.
He's not, but also it works really good in tandem with Zoe, especially around a mid-game that you are able to sort of move yourself towards. I think that Top Esports had a great composition, roaming around sort of like their poke into hard engage was something that you can do with a fed Jace like they had, and Karsa buys a lot of time by being a Rek'Sai and being able to go untargetable. So just a really great composition. I think that we saw a little bit more out of Ruler this game, but he's now been through 2 supports and not found a victory.
Yeah.
I wonder whether Life is going to be coming back in, because actually...
Maybe you should go down there and maybe he wants a 3rd support.
Well, Wadid's here, so we know that there is an LCK level support. Also, he's a free agent. So if you want Wadid on your professional League of Legends team, then he is certainly someone that you should consider. Did win a game in the promotion tournament for Griffin, so you can go and watch that for some highlights. As this is the only Gen G highlight that we have for this series so far.
Yeah, and it's just Jacula thinking that he can stand up to the Ezreal, but not the case. And once again, this is Karsa, right place, right time. And you were talking about that. It's the knock-up that...
The mini stun for the knock-up that got animation cancelled as the flash was coming in, but you, of course, can't stop the CC.
This is kind of just like the Karsa highlight reel.
It is.
Here. But again, it comes down to team plays like this as well, that they caught Gen G off guard in spots that weren't even necessarily that greedy to be in. They weren't that far down the lane.
Clid also just walked out of the Cosmic Radiance for fun.
Yeah.
Certainly it's a mix of Top just playing much better, having better ideas on how to play the game, understanding the meta a lot better. But it's also Gen G making some weird mistakes that they were not making in their first day of play. It was a Gen G that certainly had a whole lot more control. You remember their vision control around the map, things like this. Like, they looked like they were regular season Gen G, but now we're getting playoffs, best of 5 Gen G. And it's not like it used to be, I'll tell you that much. They used to get themselves to Worlds every year by winning Worlds Gauntlets. QV's gone. And so is that best of 5 prowess by the looks of things.
Knight coming in here, kind of just smurfing, The mid jungle, it seems like, are just much better tonight from Top Esports.
Top jungle, I think, has been the biggest issue. Rascal's just looked...
That's true. Yeah,
he's looked like that platinum dude that's not giving the matchmaking a service right now.
Pelios is a pretty cool champion.
Yeah. Look at that, 4K damage
Didn't
as a
even matter.
cannon. It's not really what you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, after the play that, again, we don't have access to the comms. I don't know if it was Clid that was calling for the 2v1 up on the top side. He was calling for the TP, like, let's go, let's take down Jace. He's being a little bit greedy, he's overstaying.
Yeah.
But after that happened, whoever's fault it was, that was just the end of the top lane.
Yep.
There was no TP. There was TP advantage for Jace, by the way, which is how they created that play on the bottom side of the map with the TP ward. So they had that. They had the win in the top side because Karsa was hanging around there.
Yep.
And shut down multiple lanes at the same time and got their mid-game siege comp super far ahead. And that's really all it came down to. A couple plays.
Yep. And also, yeah, the thing is, like, if you're Gen G, what do you look at and go, we need to change this? It's like everything. It's like that meme of, like,
all of it.
He's really good apart
Just
from
dump
the
it
this. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I think Clid's looked really off today as well, after having a good day yesterday.
Yeah, he looked better on the Elise.
Yeah.
He looked better on that. 369 is going to pick up the player of the game.
Again?
As you said, I think it was like top jungle difference in this one.
Yep.
And well-deserved. I mean, it was either him or Karsa. I think Karsa deserved it more because he did more along the entire map. But
Got caught out a couple of times as well, though, so I can understand.
Yeah, and the Jace TP in the bottom side, that
So
was
good.
also very key. Don't mind it at all. You can see his mechanics really on point here that allowed this to be a straight-up double kill with no back kills. Here's the TP. Yeah, it kind of looks like these two teams aren't really playing at the same level right now.
Not at all.
They don't seem to be on the same level as Gen G, maybe still asleep after yesterday, but they've had enough time to come back, and really the only excuse is the play so far. So Top Esports really trying to show everybody that, yeah, we are the better team, by the way. And yeah, that's really all there is to say.
Yeah, and we know that Gen G are capable of much more than this, which is why we have a bit of a disappointed tone here, and we hope that they come back in game number 3 and show us that, you know, the LCK isn't this easy to push over, because so far they really haven't shown us that. They haven't shown us the potential. The thing is, it's really, really hard to turn around your mentality when it's match point now and you're staring down the barrel of a necessary reverse sweep to get yourself back into anything. So
imagine how Ruler feels right now after like dunking 2v2, and then he just gets focused down. And regardless of if it's like a team's fault or his fault or whatever, it's got to be tilting. It's got to feel bad.
Exactly. So now they've got 5 minutes to reset. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 3.
얘들아 스노우 올려라 머리바이너 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 헤이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 또 떨어져 허구와 날라다타 여기 갤럭시 너의 자식 얼럭키드 너의 두뇌 그래서 타지 않아 21세기 네 전략 이래 전략 능지 차이 나는 널 능지 처참히 롤 아재 롤린 이돌 롤린 인더들 잘게 누나 막아 담아 회전 초밥 뒤집개로 뒤집어라 레디 셋 새끼 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 라이어가 멋이 도동동작 에이 TFT 모바일 도동동작 에이 5, 6월 서리 가득 찰 노동작 또로로로 갤럭시 도동동작 하다 현타 도동동작 TFT 갤럭시 도동동작 유체 뉴 시너지 전설 등장 멋이 팬츠 우주 도동동작 리그 오브 레전드 전략 게임 TFT 모바일 도동동작
Prove yourself and
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mid-Season Cup semi-final that could be over in the next 30 minutes. If Gen G continue to play the way they are. They really haven't been stepping up to the plate so far. It is reverse sweep or die time as Top Esports lead 2-0 thus far. And I honestly, I'd be happier if we just managed to get like one win, right, and then lost 3-1, just to show that we can actually do something here today on the side of Gen G. So anything. They're going to move over to the red side. That might help. We'll see what the draft is going to have in store for us here, because we're going to need some change-ups when it comes to Rascal's performance, as well as how active Clit is around the map in comparison to Caster. I think Caster stepped up a lot in game number 2, alongside 369, of course.
Yeah, and this, to be honest, it doesn't feel like a day of reverse sweeps. It doesn't feel like Gen G, you know, are going to come out here and do it. It does feel like the more likely outcome is just a straight-up 3-0 Top Esports crushing Gen G. I mean, it's been 24 minutes and then 25 minutes. The games haven't been close.
Nope.
And that is because one team is playing much better than the other. So I was in the bathroom. I heard them talking about the pick ban. We'll see if they... this is Gen G, by the way. We're here in LoL.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can change up some of it and actually somehow, you know, they were talking about, you know, the way that Rek'Sai was moving around the map and how they could handle that, but I don't know. I don't know if, you know, a couple of champion picks switched here and there can make the difference, but they didn't seem disheartened. You know, Ruler's he still has a smile on his face. They're still very focused on the game. Life's back in, so
yep,
they're given another chance at life.
A second lease on life. Here we go. All right, well, we'll see whether it makes a difference. I think Kellen was definitely a downgrade, so subbing life out at all was, I think, a silly idea. But, look, don't know how things are going. Might have been something more like, you know, Ruler's like, no, give Kellen a try. Things didn't work out. It was all the bottom lane's fault in game 1. It wasn't, by the way. That's okay. Even Clit looking like his spirits are jacked back up again. And some smiles coming out even from Odin behind them. So let's cross our fingers that this one will at least be more competitive.
That is the hope. I mean, coming into these two best of 5s, I know I was hoping for really competitive League of Legends, really back and forth, some incredible plays, the laning matchups, you know, talking about BDD versus Knight and how they were going to be a really close and a great matchup, but so far it's kind of just been other lanes having a much bigger effect on the game.
Yeah.
Plus Big Ban, I mean, if we're talking about game 1 as well. So, Gen G on red, Top Esports on blue. How is this going to change things?
Well, it might mean that Gen G now has to ban Varus. Yes, instantly. Kalista banned on blue side. Top Esports with a little bit more flexibility. Okay, the Ezreal actually taken away here from top. And therefore, we do have a little bit more of an onus on the Aphelios. It does mean that a lot of these other picks are going to be standing out. As Syndra likely to be left up, Graves, another option here for these players, and maybe banning the Graves here is where they want to go. Allow the Aphelios to come in and have a better choice into it, but no, Gen G just decide that they'll try and force out a Misfortune pickup or something like that onto Jackie Love. See whether he goes there, as Trundle this early would be pretty insane, given the fact that Clid's best performance this tournament was on the Kindred.
Yeah. It's, I think Gen G might call them on their bluff and go ahead with a Kindred type of pick. They're looking at bottom lane, though. This is something you can do. There's so many bans on it, and the Kindred comes out. Good call. The Senna, we haven't seen too much priority in
It was
this
DRX
draft.
that they won back-to-back games with Senna, right?
Yeah.
Like, so yesterday, Senna was looking good. The day before, Senna won a couple of games as well. She is, I think, almost 100% win rate so far this tournament. As Caster thinking about locking away the Syndra or the Misfortune. One of them is probably they're probably both going to be picked up this round, right? I think you lose champion pool a lot, but okay.
Oh, come on.
Draven's like, my PTSD like got twanged.
The coach came over,
good.
stood behind Knight. He's like, change that right now. You're fired. Do it right now. Change it to Misfortune.
Well, Syndra and the Misfortune here. BDD could go for the Knight special into the Syndra. Echo does do pretty well with the Chrono Break, being able to negate the ultimate damage. BDD also has a lot of different options into that pickup and can still just play Azir, and he's going to do so. Locks that one in again. And now a few more jungle bands could come down. As Wukong to be taken off the board from 369. This red side, I think, is going to give Gen.G a lot more flexibility. Even the Ornn for the top side, or even Ornn support alongside the Senna could be an opportunity here to keep up that level of flexibility here on Gen.G's side. I think saving counterpick for Rascal is going to be really important, so we'll have to see whether it's Ruler or Life that are playing the Senna after this last band does come in. But there's the Thresh. Gen.G's starting to get it together.
Yeah. Do like the bands that time around. Now, I feel like the second I think of R4, I think of just Aatrox, but I'm glad we've kind of fallen away from that. And in fact, he is going to go for Mordekaiser.
Okay.
And you'd have to imagine that they're saving counter pick or last pick for the bottom lane.
Oh my god, I've got it. They're trying to bait out a Yuumi, and then they'll volley bear. And it'll be like Tucin's Mega Bear.
Yeah.
I believe. Or maybe Top Esports are just showing that they know exactly what they're trying to do here.
Or maybe
and then they'll switch.
They're going to feed Mordekaiser with fasting Senna.
Also, Yuumi doesn't fare so well against Mordekaiser because if Mordekaiser ever catches her outside of someone, he puts her in the death realm and she just dies no matter what. That would be interesting. Gangplank, not exactly a fun matchup for the Mord. 369 with the opportunity to counterpick that one away though if he wants to. As could be Mordekaiser bottom lane. Like you could just you just fasting Senna Mordekaiser style. I think it's got to be Volibear, right? Oh no! So they are gonna do Mordekaiser bot lane and go for the mega counter with the Lucian into the Gangplank.
You'd have to imagine, right? I don't think that's a Lucian bot, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, this is cool.
Interesting. Our memes became
dreams.
Wait. The meme dream is real. We didn't let our memes only become dreams, right?
No. What?
It's because it's real life. It's not a dream.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't let our memes be dreams.
Yeah.
We let our memes be
real
in game. Yeah, something like that. But okay, so that's what we expect to happen, right? There is the outside possibility that we do have 80 carry Lucian, Senna, and that you have the actual marriage bot lane. But I don't think that is the strongest iteration of this comp. I actually really like this Mordekaiser Senna vibe because it just means like you can create 1v1s wherever you want them. You can like the Death Realm adds so much weirdness, and it feels like Top Esports picked right into it because Death Realm just means that the Yuumi gets separated no matter what they want to do, and you can even put the Misfortune in the Death Realm, soak her damage, while the Senna just kills the little Yuumi that's running around.
Yeah. And
fun idea.
Later game, you have 3 good targets. If you add in the Syndra, who can sometimes deal with you if she scatters you away, but it's hard to get away from a Mordekaiser. You're going to have flash. You're going to have E up.
Yep.
I do like the pick, just in general. The question is, life on Mordekaiser. Does this guy know how to play Mordekaiser? Is this like a practice
Was he in
thing?
the back room using the practice tool, working out how Mordekaiser works?
Maybe.
That's why he was subbed out?
Maybe this is their last stand.
Maybe they actually
strategy.
do have a hyperbolic time chamber and he spent that amount of time, but it was actually 3 years. Let's find out as we hit the roof. I'm now just imagining Life reading his skills and stuff like that. What does this champion do?
승선까지 30초 남았습니다.
Yeah.
All right. Well, once again, we've got the grasp on the center, going to be going for that first item, Frozen Mallet.
Yeah. We were talking so much about the Mordekaiser bot lane that I forgot to mention. Well, there's something I wanted to talk about is Lucian so far in this tournament and in recent times. Seems to be cursed.
Yeah.
Nobody's really doing well on Lucian. You pick a top for
was it
counter
only
matchups.
Was it only the Shy that played it?
Yeah, but I think he played it twice.
He did play it twice, yeah.
And it just seems, I mean, I have this kind of stigma from back when Griffin was trying to funnel Lucian in the mid lane.
Oh, God,
and
don't talk about funnel Lucian.
It's not, okay, first of all, it doesn't have the range. It doesn't scale that well compared to some other funnel-worthy champs. And then after that, it started, being put in the top lane, in the mid lane solo, and I feel like it's better in the mid lane, just like as a semi kind of like assassin. You can do some damage. 369 is already trying to, set the tone here. I'm just really I'm not a big fan of Lucian in the top lane nowadays, and it has not had much success. I will be happy to be proven wrong if Rascal wants to really, turn up the jets here.
Yeah.
With everything on the line, but not a big fan.
I really like this adjustment here out of Top Esports. They actually sent Kasa immediately to the enemy blue buff instead of finding out that he's lost a camp, as once again Clear has stolen a buff away. We do have Ruler in Life struggling just a little bit here, but at least it's King of Clubs Mordekaiser, the best Mordekaiser skin in the game, being employed by Life, so he doesn't know the right skin to use. Maybe that means good things here for the bottom lane.
He's been playing Mordekaiser in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber for 3 years.
That's
you would
true.
hope you would know the right skin, right?
I actually don't remember in Dragon Ball Z how long a minute was worth in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber.
I've never seen that show, so
yeah. I wasn't.
You're asking the wrong guy.
I wasn't asking you a question, Brendan. I knew that you weren't going to quite be with me there. As we're looking for a dive onto 369 potentially. That's a double tap. Gets him down to about 100.
Lucian.
It's
Finding
working
some
out.
value.
Ruler moving on over. Spots out that Bertha has taken a bit of damage here. They do have the vision of the area. As, okay. See where the Ardent Blaze is actually going to come in. I believe 2 points in the queue instead. As we got to dive bottom lane. Ruler gets exhausted, but Life's down here. Gets the passive, and we get a teleport out of BDD as well. Jackie Love gonna flash, and there's the you and me to get Yu Yancha out of there. 3 summoner spells down for the bottom lane of top. And Cleared now moving on over to grab himself his first mark. Rolled pretty well here, as you saw the castle was in absolute perfect position to lock down the southern Rift Sky.
That's going to be good news for Clid. Getting off on the right foot, and it's pretty good news for that top lane. If you are going to play Lucian, you're doing it in order to win lane hard, right? They don't go for Ignite anymore, which I think is probably a good idea. But it's still a similar idea. It's the same reason why you would pick a Quinn or something like that. You want to win lane hard. Quinn has a little bit more roam potential, obviously, and that's what he's going for. So he gets a good start. He goes back and picks up Cull, so that he'll have a nice little spike here in the mid game, and hopefully try to flex on the gangplank before he scales up and gets too many items. BDD teleported bot lane, so he falls a little bit behind in the mid lane. You can see he's down a little bit on XP, but he's going to hit level 5 here, so it shouldn't be the biggest deal in the world.
Yep, just clearing out the minions as they head underneath the turret. Caster turns up towards the bottom side. Clearing out his Krug camp, now thinking about just getting himself a back. First back's coming in here for the bottom lane of Genji as well. Kindle Gem complete here for Life. Looking like it's going to be the Proto Belt. Relentless Pursuit getting Rascal away from the barrels. Let's see whether BDD can have a better time this time on the Azir. Whether the rest of his team's going to enable him. So far, no first bloods have been fed to anyone. No successful ganks just yet, as Agatha might prove to be the place that the first blood is going to go down. But you can see Rascal with a lot of pressure being put on here. And Cleared not going to be able to just walk over and collect himself a mark. And here we go. Clid does have level 6, but there's the Unleashed Power. The flash forward. Scatter the Weak does come down, but Clid should be able to lock this one up. Yep, last auto attack will do it. That's Burst Blood, and BDD not going to fall this day.
Yep, that's BDD on the Azir, able to set up the kill. And he knew the ranges. It's really important to know, you know, if you're going to be low enough health to die to the Unleashed Power from the Syndra. He knows that he's able to get in there with the extra shielding. And he flashed as well to set up the Emperor's Divide straight into Clid, who does pick up the kill. Notice that Knight did not flash. So he says, hey, you got me. I'm dead.
Yeah.
And that's also, you know, it's a good skill to have, to know when to flash, when you have actually a real chance at escaping, and when you don't. And in this case, he absolutely did not. The second the Emperor's Divide hit, he was dead. Had he flashed over the Emperor's Divide, he probably would have lived. That was not meant to be.
You can see how Ruler goes over. Doesn't actually spot out the fact that this Cloud Drake is being taken down. You can imagine Gen.G not too worried about that one. Shirley has already gone down somewhere. No, she hasn't spawned yet. Sorry, Shelly. She's going to be up in a minute. Getting a little bit ahead of myself.
You're a little bit
here,
excited.
Valdez. It's because the games have been so accelerated. I'm expecting now to be like the middle of the mid game.
Yeah.
Based on percentage of game played, you know?
Should be like 11 kills to 3 or something. One team just getting totally dominated.
Yep.
That's the way it's been going today.
Not this game, though. This time, Gen.G do have themselves now a 800 gold lead. I think this is like the first lead they've had this semifinal. As, okay, Scatter, we go wide. Possibly a bait for Casa. But no, Casa can go back. Raptor Camp available with a mark here, as Clid is going to use that as a possible bait in order to steal away this blue buff. And as you can see, Clid has fallen behind just a little bit when it comes to the camps, but I think has been able to pick up a little bit more money around this map. Blue buff probably just going to be traded here. Casa doing a great job of making sure that he's just taking everything where Clid isn't.
Just getting into space and getting ahead on farm. Because of that, this bottom lane is having a little bit of trouble. That Yuumi is in a wonky spot.
Yeah, exactly. Yunjin not actually having the You and Me back available until the very end there, where things were starting to get dicey. W utilized there from life to keep himself alive and pulls that health back there as well. As now 369 going to have to get away from the teleporting Rascal. And all right, he's got the culling, remember. This could be a very dead Gangplank. Has to flash. Eat some oranges. Rascal going to hold on to his flash to make sure that he can have all of the control of the top lane. And this is a much better performance out of Rascal. Currently 25 CS in the lead at 8.5 minutes. That is huge.
That's exactly what you need to make this top Lucian worth it, too. So it's...
Oh, yeah. This is like almost bare minimum
yeah.
about how much domination he needs to be doing.
It needs to be like a Jace, someone who can dominate lane really hard. And that's really good news, as Jackie Love a little bit late there on the TP, not quite able to get there on time. That leaves Life all alone to get some plates. And things finally are beginning to look up for Gen.G.
Yep, Life utilizing his Demolish for the first time as well. An interesting rune choice. As 369 turns up towards the bottom side, he's like, yeah, this is the matchup I was looking for. Oh, baby. But I know. Life probably going to go back home relatively soon. He's going to do so on a ward. Might actually get stopped there by 369. But no, both of them just going to go back home. As Rascal avoids Jackie Love right here. Ruler turns up. And look, husband and wife reunited here towards the top side. For all of you lore fans out there. And it's Heartseeker Lucian as well. He's dressed for the occasion. Ruler, go sit down. He's got the table. Go sit down.
Oh, date denied.
Yeah.
Senna's angry.
He's in the doghouse. Oh, sorry, Rascal. Okay, Piercing Darkness comes in there. Ruler down to about half health, as he hasn't quite finished his Durham's Fist yet. Wants to be stacking up that Grasp of the Undying as much as possible. Or, of course, something that is very doable on the Senna in this particular lane, because you want to be firing out autos all over the shop. Knight going to be rotating up, not spotted here, and Clid's going to go back home. And Casa spotted on a ward. I believe Gen.G may have thought that one out. As you can see, 369 doing his best to try and find some sort of money on this map. Croak Camp going to be the only real thing that he can look at right now, as Rascal pushes another minion wave towards him. Almost 11 minutes into this game, so we still have 3 minutes left on these turret plates. We'll see whether Rascal can get any more of them. And I think that Clid probably going to head towards bottom lane to try and get those plates onto Rascal and solidify that advantage that he's built for himself so far. As in goes BDD, maybe that's how they're going to do it. As there's the flashes, but Rascal... Oh, what? They want to give the kill to Clid, I guess? Free marks? I don't know. Respecting
looks
Knight's
like
teleport.
Yeah, looks like it.
In goes Clid. He will have the ultimate and throws that one down. Gets himself the extra little heal here as he jumps out of the way. Oh, that was very close to the Dawning Shadow. Not quite enough, so they trade 1 for 1 in the end. Mark secured for Clid. Might push it over that just a little bit. But also, I believe Clid, yeah, he still does have Eye of the Herald and wasn't able to actually put that one down in time. He might actually have to do it pretty soon. As Jackalope turns up into the mid lane, he only has a third of that cooldown there.
Maybe just run down mid.
Yeah.
Plop it down, hope someone gets it. And yeah, that was actually, it looked really strange. Rascal just not autoing. I'm like, man, he messed up. I think he just missed his auto. But it was actually just, in a weird way. Yeah, it was giving the mark over to Clid, and it was pretty obvious when we saw Clid just like running straight at him. He's like, no, give it to me. And it was a good play by Knight too, by the way. He waited until the obvious ultimate needed to be used, and then he went for the flash ult to secure the kill. As he did, in fact, drop that Rift Herald down mid.
Yep, had to get to the closest lane possible. Thankfully, BDD did have the lane in the right spot, and they did manage to get that plate gold. 1,000 gold now in the lead here for Gen G. We have a look at that bottom lane yet again. So let's keep our eye out on what happened here. Is the flash from
literally
Rascal
just doesn't auto.
Yeah, it was very weird. Oh, that actually might have been ping.
Yeah, no, I think absolutely.
They canceled the auto attack.
It was just like the communication came in a little bit, late, because obviously it's just, really in the moment. Clid's probably shouting it over the mic as Rascal's just trying to secure the kill.
Yeah.
And last second he's like, nope, okay, hand it over. And that means I want to take a look at how many marks he's got. That would be nice to know.
He had 2, I think, actually. Did Clid? Although we'll have a look yet again, as it's pretty small, so maybe I read it wrong. Looked like 2.
Might have been 3. That's
Could've
close.
Been. Maybe it's 7. Who knows? Not 7, guys. Casa, he's been marked up now. We're thinking about trying to knock him down live. He's going to proto-belt himself out of the way. It's Jackie Love. Just going to see if he can get a few extra turrets with another 15 seconds remaining on the availability to do so. Ruler turns up, and he does get a little bit of extra money there. And Rascal also trying to do the same thing. 5 seconds to try and grab that last one. Doesn't get there. And so the Lucian does still have a 40 CS lead, so he's very strong. Plate of the Ruin King already in hand. But didn't manage to get extra plates and hasn't been able to find any added advantages after his initial work that he was able to get done. I think this is Gen G back to their vision control prowess, though. And that is definitely good.
Yeah, they're controlling the map quite nicely. They have winning lanes in most of the lanes here. Obviously, Knight has been able to mostly step up to the plate up against BDD, except for one time he died. So I'm going to come in here and deny.
Yep, cast a curse there by Brendan Valdez, but BDD does get out alive.
Nice.
Nailed it.
Get out.
Another mark comes in, as that is 3 now.
Waltzes on up and just steals it.
See where the next one is going to be. Lots of pings out from Gen G, knowing exactly where the members of Top Esports are, as Jackie Love gets his back stopped there by Ruler. And Ruler and Life will shove this minion wave up. And lots of pressure here for Gen G, and lots of vision control at this time. I actually really like how they're playing this one out, because it's not just mindlessly shoving, like we've seen from some other teams. This is shoving up when you know where everyone is, so looking good. Although maybe he doesn't know where Knight is. Going for the lane gank on the Syndra, and Cannon Barrage going to help him do that as well. 369 going down low, has to flash, but still another kill for Knight. And Top Esports showing exactly what they want to be getting done this game, which is feed Knight, allow him to carry. He's on Syndra. He can tell someone that they're not allowed to play the game.
Yeah, and this is one of my issues that I have with Lucian, is his range, where it's like, if in a team fight, you're going to try to get in range of a Syndra, MF, barrels in your face, pillars in your face. You have the one dash, yes, and you can double tap crit, yes.
Yeah.
But after that, it's like, you know, are you just going to stick around? You're an AD carry. You're very squishy. Maybe a little bit less squishy than, you know, a Twitch or something. But
And also, after that all happened, Top Esports re-established vision control topside and took a free outer turret in mid.
Look at that vision up on the top.
There was a brief amount of time where Gen G were looking much better. Is now Life going to put Jackulov into the death chamber. Let's see whether he can win the 1v1. Currently, even on levels, lands the obliterate and will be able to lock down that 1v1. Now Life trying to get more, but he's not going to be able to. It's a 1-for-1 in the end, but make it a double kill for Knight. And yeah, it might have been a better looking game here for Gen G, but Knight still exists, guys. And he is ready to take even more names. 4-1-0 now on the Syndra.
He's ready to roll. As the second the Mordekaiser popped out, he was right there on that, you know, the red dot. That is the Mordekaiser, was able to combo him and then follow up with an easy kill onto the Senna. As we do have the Mountain Drake up here. Mountain Drakes will be quite nice for actually either team in this game.
Yep, Casa thinking about trying to get a steal, but didn't have a blast cone, didn't have a flash, not going to be able to get there. So
doesn't the pillar do 1 damage?
It does.
Maybe he tried to steal it there with the pillar.
There you go. So Life flashing onto Jackulov here. Was able to lock down this kill in the end. Yeah. But 2-for-1, not exactly what you want.
It's kind of like basic Mordekaiser stuff, but the second he comes out, you can see Knight is already so much damage.
But Clid was unable to save Ruler,
Yeah.
so
that should have been a save for sure.
Should have been an ulti for ulti, but instead it's a kill, and the ult's still on cooldown for a considerable amount of time for the Lance Respite.
Oh, ping. That feels bad. Yeah. So I still like Gen G's position here, especially if the Kindred can get a little bit more fed. But they're looking down the barrel of a really fed Syndra, who, by the way, looks like she's going Spellbinder.
Yep, we've seen this actually a fair bit out of the Chinese Syndras,
yeah.
LPL Syndras.
And she has 8 stacks on the Dark Seal, so that's also
another
really
Majai.
nice.
That's another Majai.
I think so.
Seen so many of them. Life uses the Death Chamber to try and go 1v1 against Casa. Subjugate makes that a really rough task here for the Mordekaiser, who doesn't have flash, and he's not going to have his life either. A little bit delayed, but they feed the 5th kill over tonight as BDD is taking down the top lane outer turret. So Gen G do retain their gold advantage, but Knight is still a one-man army. And when it comes to gold efficiency, you should actually just give it all to one person. It's the best way, especially if they do AoE damage. Now Clid trying to dash away here as Rascal throws out the culling. Casa taking a lot of damage there, but Zoomies should be able to help out. We'll be all right.
Once this game comes along, the culling is going to be like tickling anybody who's in the front, because Yumi just hops up to the front, heals them, probably gets them out of range of the entire culling, and refills his health bar.
Also shields for so much as well, with not only Bop and Block, but also the Athene's Unholy Grail, which has been picked up. So
that was a nice ult by Jackulov.
Yeah, clears up anyway. They do take the turret regardless. Gen G will now move towards Shirley. 3 control wards as well. Cash money right there.
Ash certainly rules everything around them, as they are ahead 200 gold.
Yes. Value.
Feeling good.
That's control ward money right there.
They just run straight at Mordekaiser. They're like, Azir's top. They probably saw the Kindred moving top as well. And they're like, no, we can just kill him. It was just straight up running at the enemy and saying, you can't get away from us. They have really incredible pick potential with Trundle, Yuumi, Syndra. That is, you know, if they're able to get near anyone, especially like in a mobile champion like a Mordekaiser, you can just straight up lock them down and there's not much recourse for them unless they have some allies around and they're ready to go and fight.
Yeah, I agree. And Rascal now looking to see whether he can try and save this top lane out of turret. Knight up here is a very scary prospect. As there's no mitigation for the burst damage out of this Syndra. They do just straight up lose that top outer. That is going to put Top Esports in the lead for what feels like the first time this game. But it does feel like control of the game has switched almost entirely from LCK towards the LPL.
Yeah, we've crossed the sea, moved over to the other region. Take a look at this. Grand Canyon. I mean, it's not much of a Grand Canyon. It was about
it's a bit of a river.
2,000 gold. Yeah, it's like a creek.
Yeah,
and it's gone up now to flat land basically.
We'll see how big the mountain is, I guess, or whether it's just a little island. We might find out right now. There's the final chapter. Good ulti comes out from Cleared, but is it going to be enough to actually save them? As he does flash to get to relative safety. They use a lot in order to disengage. Is now BDD down to half health. Has to flash to escape. Is now Ruler looking for more. Not going to get that snare. Make it rain slows him down. Rascal, full health off to the side, but he can't go one-man army. And, okay, Ruler's actually much safer than you might think. Culling is going to deter the members of Top Esports, but as you saw, they just took it in a turret whilst doing that and got almost every summoner spell out of Gen G. We're now moving over towards this Mountain Drake to look for their second. Top Esports with the same idea, teleports across the board. Some big ultis now on cooldown here on top side, but Unleashed Power still there for Knight. He is definitely still the carry, and he's looking to get that flanking position. Does so after the teleport. Clid has no ulti. PDD misses his onto Knight, who throws out the Unleashed Power, and now looking for the 1v1 in the back line. Blast Cone is going to separate them from this Mountain Draker's life. Puts Jackie Love once again into the death realm, but the 1v1 is won this time by the Misfortune. The Azir falls down to caster's damage, and it's now soul point for Top Esports, and it's already match point for them as well.
I mean, I'm getting chills looking at the way that Knight is playing here. It's like he's getting powered up. The more games he plays, he eventually gets that unleashed power here with the Syndra in Game 3. He just owns that backline with a really beautiful flank. He comes in with the TP, and man, he was really one of the big catalysts for why they were able to win that one.
Rascal. Get him, Rascal. I reckon you can do it.
Good job, Lucian.
Well, I mean, Clid is now at least in position. He might be dead. No, he's not dead. Baron also not dead. Rascal's dead. Ruler not dead. Final chapter, dead. Gonna land. Ruler dead. Baron dead. Ruler not dead. I told a lie there, but Baron is dead. And 8 kills to 3 now. 4,000 gold is the encroaching lead from Top Esports. And they'll probably use this Baron to make that far more.
Just look at this. He comes in with the TP down the bottom side. They have no idea. They have no idea. The double stun flashes the ultimate, gets BDD low. He essentially 1v3s the team, and he gets multiple people out of the fight. BDD, credit to him, his mechanics nearly are able to, make the best of a really hard situation there. And at the end here, I mean, Rascal, he's trying, but again, Illusion here, not really able to do too much. And I was talking about the pick potential. I actually forgot about Gangplank's Cannon Barrage, also a fantastic way to get people that are just out of range.
Yeah, the zoning.
Yeah, you can zone. You can slow down a big portion of the team just to get them in range of a pillar, of a final chapter, and all this good stuff. So I really love the comp here from Top Esports. They've really just been playing better League of Legends today than Gen G, and I also feel like Knight is kind of like ascending to a new level that maybe, I guess it's really, really good stuff to see.
Now we get the Knight versus Doinby rematch. If this is going to be a successful win for Top Esports for our final, it's also something fun to watch, right? If they're going to win MSC, they probably want to go through the 2019 World Championship mid laner. That's exactly what Doinby is. So Top now pressing down on the inner turret. This game isn't over, but it's feeling very close to it. 5,000 gold is the lead. Next Mountain Drake in 2.5 minutes for Top Esports. Thinking about something else. BDD now looks for his ulti. Not going to find it onto Jackie Love, and he immediately just dies. It's an R button press from the Syndra that just denies the life of the star mid laner of this team. And speaking of denying life, it's done again as Knight gets put in the Death Realm and shows them that yes, it's a Death Realm. Just the other way around, Life. We apologize. You can't be Life and then have an ability called the Death Realm.
It's not the life realm,
no,
that's
it's
for
not.
sure.
Yeah.
Even though he's the one casting it. 24 stacks on Medai's, and this might, we might have 24, 25, 26 at this point if they continue with the push. And it might be just a total blowout of top esports over Gen.G at this point.
Yep, they're going to need that as my OCD demands it, but they're not going to. Going to break open the top inhibitor turret, take down the inhibitor, move themselves back, play this one by the numbers. Let's have a look at this one once again. As BDD, he was spotted out and then thought, well, I guess I just have to go, right?
Yeah. Unleash power straight to the face.
No! Life saved Jackie Love's life, actually, by putting him in the Death Realm
really?
because it denied the ultimate, the Emperor's Divide.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he denied the damage of Emperor's
Feels
Divide by
bad,
putting him in the Death Realm. Oh, it's a real disaster.
At least he died anyway, but
it looked
he
like
could have saved the Death Realm for someone else.
It looked like he was OP Kai'Sa, actually. Like Kai'Sa that actually like is untargetable and walks through walls and things like that if you press W. That's what it looked like the Misfortune was. Absolutely
Sounds
not what
OP.
Misfortune does. It was definitely OP.
Spellbinder, hello.
Goodbye.
Hello. Legendary, by the way.
And
as he started off 0-1, remember he got dunked by BDD. Kept his cool. He's like, I don't have to use Flash. And now he's 8 kills in a row, 25 stacks. 4 items, essentially. Yeah. The guy is just smurfing right now in this game.
Just a monster. As Top Esports push through this inner turret on the bottom side of the map, BDD probably not wanting to move too close here to Knight, who's very close to getting that death button back available yet again. That's what the ulti is. He presses that at any point, and the Gen.G player of his choosing dies unless they're near cleared with an ult. And now, Mountain Drake is going to only further solidify this advantage. 6,000 gold the lead for Top Esports. Kudos to Gen.G. They might make it 30 minutes, but that's the highest accolade I have for them here today in this series. This is an absolute shellacking of a best of 5 by Top Esports.
Yeah. Not quite the day we were expecting from both series.
No.
But
in fact, it's the opposite. It's the opposite results on both sides. Another final chapter comes down, cleared. Not going to blow the ulti just yet. Another Death Realm comes in as now Jackie Love. He might struggle to survive this one. So Life does take him down. Now Clid throws out the ulti, saves his Mordekaiser, and that is the best they've done.
Oh.
There's the ult. Lands onto 3 if you count the Yuumi, and there goes Knight. They've gotten rid of so much of the damage. A couple of 80 carries. Still left alive. Rascal diving in. He's got the Relentless Pursuit. Now the Culling's doing work. Onto 369. Flash forward from the Lucian. We see that so many times. It's not what you want to see. Is now Ruler, the last man standing. This could still just be the aces. Look at them zoomies. They are named very correctly.
Why,
Mr. Valdez
Why?
says Ruler's going to go down.
Why'd they have to pick Lucian?
That's why Lucian was in the doghouse as far as the marriage was concerned, by
Yeah,
the way.
Yeah, now he's
Too
just
many
kicked out of the
flashes
house.
forward. Why do you just keep flashing forward all the time? This whole marriage.
You never protect me from the scary purple lady. Oh man. That was a good fight though by Gen.G. I mean, for the beginning.
They killed Knight.
Yeah.
And Jackie Love.
Yeah, you can see here the idea is pretty nice. So Life is like, okay, we catch Jackie Love. I can 1v1 him even though I'm down 2 levels. That's what Mordekaiser does. The isolation. And you're thinking, okay, 5v4, let's start. The ultimate here from the Kindred. Really nice. But then BDD begins to say, I want to smurf. I want to be the guy that people remember from the series. He's the one that gets Knight into the back line. And from here, you know, a trade of 2 for 2 is actually a win for Gen.G. And you gotta know that you can't flash a barrel. You can't flash against a Yuumi. You have to know that there's more sustain, there's more where that's coming from, because it never ends when you're up against Gangplank Yuumi, right? Like,
and you don't need to flash.
Yeah.
Did you see him Relentless Pursuit immediately after the flash?
Yeah.
Maybe do the E button first. I don't know.
You gotta have a little bit more poise in that situation. Obviously, emotions running high as they're finally winning fights.
Yeah,
and all that good stuff, and they're like, oh, this is my moment, but at the same time, you know, there's not even an objective on the map. It's like, it's just kind of unnecessary. And so, it was a good play by BDD. I feel like BDD's really trying hard. He hasn't given up yet. And he's going to be looking for more plays like that. And the game isn't over if he can land, you know, 2 or 3 more of those.
Well, as we're seeing, top esports continue to show. Out of turret, sorry, inhibited turret. Still yet to be taken down with that cannon barrage. That should be able to provide the space in order to grab this inhibitor if they would like it. Rascal off to the side. And Life trying to get in position to put down the death realm. This inhibitor might actually survive given the Sun turret's positioning, but no, top esports just take it down, take down the inhib. Now look towards Nexus turrets potentially after this free top inhibitor is going to be taken. Another 5 minutes on both of those. Baron going to be up again in a minute 20. Actually, no, it's still there for another minute 20. They just managed to take it. As there's bullet time. Okay. May as well use it.
It's just a celebration, you know?
Yeah. Looks like a TFT misfortune. Okay. Now she's going to be picked up and thrown back as Ruler gets taken down in the meantime. BDD is going to die there as Clid does have ulti, just hasn't decided to use it just yet. Eventually puts it up as Casa wanders on in. They're like, is this the circle of fun? And yes, if you're a top esports fan, it absolutely is. Clid managing to bait a few people into some unfortunate situations there as the prowling projectile almost enough to kill Clid on his fountain. But this is it. This is the top esports 3-0 shellacking. 24 minutes, 25 minutes, 32.5 minutes in order to take down Gen G. It was not even close. And absolutely, top esports looked like the best LPL team on the day.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Top esports by far seemed to be the best team here in this tournament. And man, they proved it here in this series. They outdrafted, outplayed at every turn Gen G in this best of 5 in the 3-0. It was just there are so many negative things we can say to say that, you know, Gen G got clapped basically, as top esports were just way too much of a match for them. It's unfortunate for people who did want to see the LCK versus LPL final, who did want to see Gen G succeed, but that is not the case, as top esports just, it was like taking candy from a baby, just snatched it away. It's like, no, sit down.
Yeah, they absolutely did. They were swatted. I believe that Gen G swatted like a fly in this particular match. I was expecting so much more from these guys, to be honest, and I know we're sounding a little bit like disappointed parents right now, but that's how it feels when any team doesn't perform up to the potential that you know they have, right? Yeah. And that's what I did to my parents for a very long time in my life. Eventually turned it around, and hopefully Gen G can also turn it around as well as we move into the summer split of the LCK. But for this tournament, it's still going. And now top esports are going to be up against the 2019 world champions in FPX, who also secured their position. They did it after losing the blind pick match and then coming back with their 3-0 in the pick and ban. So I think that FPX today certainly looked a bit shaky, but they did have a lot of fortitude, a lot of tenacity. Top esports just had a lot more skill than their opponents. What that means for the final, we'll have to find out when it's happening. But so far, I mean, top esports just looked really, really good. Casa, absolutely fantastic as well, even making picks that some analysts would have us believe are not great. Like, I thought his Rek'Sai was fantastic. I think that blind picking Trundle shows a lot of, like, I just want my team to win, you know? That's not picking for you having fun. No. That's picking for the team.
It seemed like they had a plan as well, going for the eventual Yumi that was coming out, and it was almost like Gen G was reading that, and they're like, okay, we're going to pick Mordekaiser, right? The Yumi was picked after the Mordekaiser, if you remember. So it was like they were kind of doing a good job of, like, reading each other, but at every turn it seemed like, you remember Game 1, the draft win easily to top esports. Game 3 as well. Game 2, I think the draft was like the closest we had. And, you know, there was only one good moment with Ruler popping off the one time. Other than that, it was just like straight up getting outplayed.
Yeah, and I mean, Clid, here, manages to get the ult, right, keep himself alive for a bit of time, but this is the first kill that Knight manages to get, then he'll get another one, then he'll get another one. Life was able to show us why the Mordekaiser was picked, right? Because with Yuumi, it's hard to cast the you and me if you're nowhere near the person, but I don't know, man. It did just feel like they just got straight up outplayed and cleared a little bit late there on that ulti, which is another kill for Knight. Knight outplaying BDD, forcing out the ultimate, and then Gen.G getting split. Looked like the mentality wasn't necessarily there, the teamwork wasn't there. Maybe there's a bit of tilt. And sort of like up and down, not exactly great from Gen.G. However, the opposite is definitely true from Top Esports.
You know, when you get a bottle of Coca-Cola, you got some Pepsi, or not Pepsi, you got some pizza, and you're like, I really want to drink some Coke with this.
Yeah.
And you open it up, and you don't hear that sound, and you take a sip, and it's totally flat.
Oh, no!
That's kind of what I felt watching Gen.G today. They came out flat.
Flat cola.
They just didn't, you know, they never really excited us with their drafts, with their play. And as you said, I think come summertime, they'll be back in action, but today was not their day. And it felt like the absolute opposite for Top Esports. I feel like they looked much better today even than they did
100%
the other day.
Yeah.
They came out today swinging.
Well, I thought
we were here to take names today, you know?
I absolutely thought that this was going to be Gen.G's game to take. Remember, Top Esports, yes, it was a 5-game series, but they lost to JD Gaming in the final of the LPL. And Gen.G in their first game against JD made them look like Gen.G was much better, right?
Yeah.
Even compositionally, they were able to outmuscle them with a comp that was much more difficult to play, things like that. Yesterday's Gen.G would have been a lot better here, but it feels like day one's Top Esports doesn't exist anymore, and they've ascended, as you were talking about, and they looked much, much better. To Rascal's credit, he finally did damage in this game, but it was not quite enough to get them over the line. No. Top Lucian is absolutely 100% a bait. I'm sure of that now.
Yeah, we need to stop picking Top Lucian.
Yeah, we should.
That needs to be the next thing.
The Shy should learn that.
We
too,
stopped
not just
picking Lee Sin.
Well, we sort of did. We saw one in
the LCK.
Was it day one? Was it day one that we had a player play Lee Sin?
Yeah, we had some Lee
Sin
today and the other days, but at the LCK, it's like stop picking Lee Sin. We stopped picking Lucian top. And if Knight didn't pick up this player of the game, I would have just, we would have
flipped the desk,
dropped the headset, and said, "I'm out of here."
Yep, donezo.
This guy single-handedly at times was carrying his team, and I mean, if you didn't know about Knight, now you know.
Yeah,
and you're only going to be seeing more, right?
And as a left-hander, I just feel really happy.
Yeah.
That Knight exists.
Golden left hands.
He is absolutely making us look much better than we should, really. Because which hand is dominant probably doesn't make much of a difference. Meme. Yeah, they don't get a bad rap here.
Yeah.
As us left-handers don't have great handwriting the majority of the time. As Ruler doesn't have a lot of being alive in that particular highlight, and we had to cut it. Because he was doing so much damage, we'd have to upgrade our rating, ESR something rating.
Yeah. ESRB.
Yeah, is it ESRB?
Maybe.
I should have just hard committed. Yeah. I apologize that the joke just completely went under based on that one. But I'm a bit frazzled, man.
Yeah.
This 3-0 was completely unexpected, and Top Esports. I have a feeling they're just going to keep 3-0ing. Like tomorrow, you look at today's games. Top Esports looked way better than every team that played today.
Yeah, by far. I mean, that first series was kind of messy if we're...
Yeah, to say the least,
if we're being nice.
Yeah.
And Top Esports came out with the cleanest play today by far. So if they can roll this into tomorrow, I think they will absolutely crush. I still have a little bit of hope for Doinby. I think he had a really great day today, even if his team didn't necessarily. So maybe they can rally around him and get something going for their play in the finals.
Yeah, they're the 2019 World Champions as well, but let's throw it over to Iris for the interview.
Iris here, joined by 369 from Top Esports. 先跟各位打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是369。
欢迎369。So first of all, congratulations for you to get into the finals at this MSC. Finally, it will be a civil war between two LPL teams. So have you ever expected the scores of today's best of 5? How do you feel? 那今天的话呢，首先恭喜你们是终于进入到了这个决赛，而且是一个国际赛事的这样的一个总决赛，是我们 LPL 内战。那你有没有预想过今天的这样的一个比分呢？感觉怎么样？
今天能3比0，我也是没有想到。然后今天能赢能输，我也根本就没有想。来之前我就想着今天把自己打好就可以了。
So I didn't expect it will be a 3-0. I just wanted to perform as well as best as I can. So the next question will be Gen.G looked really dominant during the group stage. So how did you prepare for today's matchup? 那 Gen.G 其实在小组赛的表现是相当强势的。那你们是怎么去针对他们来进行一个准备呢？
我们赛程比较紧嘛，所以说就是我们不太好去准备。就我们在昨天的时候，我们还不知道我们的队友是谁，所以说我们就没有去准备。
We didn't prepare a lot since yesterday. We didn't know who we will play against with because the schedule is really tight. So we didn't pay a lot of attention to prepare for today's matchup. 那在盲选之前嘛，看到就是你们在 POD 里面笑得很开心，当时是有什么特别好笑的事情发生了吗？
因为他们说就是要把自己最拿手菜就是亮上来，拿手菜就是最菜的英雄挖的。
然后为什么给你选了杰斯呢？
他们非要让我选的，但我觉得我的杰斯不是拿手菜，就我杰斯其实还可以，我觉得我的杰斯不应该跟他们一个 level， 是他们逼着我的。
确实，然后拿个 MVP 是吗？
是的。
So I asked them about it. They seemed really happy, like talking something very interesting through the POD before gets into the pick and ban phase. What they were talking about. Now he told me that they were talking about if they were to get some really champions that they're not good at. Since that Jace is not a good champion for his teammates, but he said that my Jace is not at the same level with them, so I picked the Jace and get the MVP. My next question will be Gen.G picked a Senna Mordekaiser duo for bot duo for the last game. So how did you plan to play against them? For their picks. 那今天的话，第3把就最后一把嘛，Gen.G是感觉掏出了这个压箱底的一个战略，就是拿出了塞纳和这个铁男的下路。那你们看到之后是怎么去针对他们这样的一个选择来进行战术的调整呢？
说实话就是没有想到过会这样，所以说第一时间大家都有点猝不及防吧，然后所以说当时就也没有怎么说，就我安慰队友就说我可以，就我只能安慰队友，你知道吗？因为对面上路看到我一个卢锡安，我就。安慰他们就正常打就可以赢了，我可以顶得住的。
就是等于说你给队友去安慰一下。So we didn't expect that Gen.G will take out their pocket picks about the Senna and the Mordekaiser, but I comforted my teammates that I can counter the pressure against Lucian because Lucian is a counter pick for Gangplank. So I just told them I can win the laning phase, so I can take the pressure. You guys showed everyone that what is a fabulous teamwork is in today's best of 5. So if you were to choose the MVP, to find the semis MVP of your teammates, who would you choose? 那今天的话，你们真的是可以说诠释了什么叫团战的行云流水。那假如让你选一个整个半决赛的 MVP 的话，你会选谁呢？
那我选我自己啊，就我觉得就是大家不要吝啬对我的赞美，可以吧？
I will pick myself, so everyone just don't save your compliments to me. Please, praise me, please. So now you're heading to the finals to compete with Fun plus Phoenix, your LPL teammates. Okay, well, we can say like that. So any words for them? 那最后的话呢，你们是要在决赛跟 Fun plus 成功会师了嘛？作为 LPL 的兄弟队，有没有什么话想跟他们说呢？
那只能说就是 LPL 又是冠军了。
LPL, we're champions again. Thank you, 谢谢你来到我们的赛后采访。Thank you for joining us, and this will be the end for the interview. 那我们的赛后采访先告辞到一段落。
Thank you so much, Iris, for the interview translation. A lot of confidence there is all I was detecting, and you could certainly understand why, because Top Esports, probably one of the most, the most impressive 3-0s that we've had since the LCK final, and they managed to beat T1 as well. So, Top Esports certainly looking very, very good right here. FPX are going to be their opponents tomorrow. It's going to be our final best of 5 for all the marbles. 600k on the line. That is decent money and an LPL team will be taking it. FPX versus Top Esports tomorrow at 6 p.m. KST.
6 p.m. And lost
hear
my.
anything.
Oh, there
Yeah,
we go.
there
We're back.
LCK commentators,
Right,
just
it's
be
over.
quiet.
It's over.
Yeah. Oh no, they're turning the lights off already. Oh no, we couldn't get into the finals. We're canceling. Oh no.
MSC is over now.
LPL guys, do you reckon we've got a spot? Oh god. No, it's all gonna be okay. It's all gonna be okay. It was the ping.
Yeah.
Right?
Who's the ping? Yeah, sure.
But we'll be back with the best teams of the tournament tomorrow for the final. But for now, good night.
Running tired and broken and scared, but I swear I'll never give up the fight. I see you